What up? What up? What up? What up? Shout out to everybody, boy. Yeah, welcome to Atlanta. First American tour. Yeah, yeah. And don't forget, later on tonight, we having a private watch party for the fights and shit. Mike Tyson against Jake Paul. Yeah. Private Zoom watch party from here, from California to Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? North and South, all of that shit, man. Shout out to y'all, man. Presented by the Golden Kuttack.
It's the GOAT. Cut, you killing them.
Yeah. I know what it is. I wasn't gonna do this, but I'm gonna do it anyway because it's what need to be done. Let's go, nigga. Let's go.
It's the GOAT. Cut, you killing them.
I'm a wild Indian, you know I go crazy. Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal.
Texans ain't the same no more, don't give a fuck about their name no more.
Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 I'm from the hood, I'm still waking up my people.
That's right.
When it comes to fashion, the whole world wanna be like us.
How you gonna refute that? How?
Man, it feel good to be Aboriginal. 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 When it comes to music, the whole world wanna be like us.
Yeah, y'all know what it is. It's Friday. Let's go, niggas. Uh-huh.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Ay, fuck that funny, get the money. Fuck that funny, get the money. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Ay, fuck that dummy,
the
get
funny.
the money. Fuck that dummy, get the money. Fuck that dummy, get the money. Fuck that dummy, get the money. Fuck that funny, get the money. Fuck that funny, get the money. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Ay, fuck that funny, get the money. Fuck that dummy, get the money. Like you don't want you no money, you ugly, you want it, but really, yeah. Whenever you get you some money, instead of investing, you start
America.
Rather you saving your money and stacking your money for when it gets
Black Power, God.
I can't be waiting no stimulus checks. Every day I get a stimulus check. My bitch be giving me stimulus sex. Coming out off in a feminist neck. Can't pull a truck if you talk to a dub, but you can't get a buck if you buy you a truck. Recuperate money, then triple and stack it. Fuck gambling, nigga, just buy you some luck. There's so many ways to get you a bag. Go get you some land and go get a tag. Like we're picking it up with a Chevy, I told her, you should just go get a Jag. Then you gon' always take care of the fam. Even though family, they gon' give a damn. Never to call to see if you good, but always gon' call when they call in the jam. Wham, bam, no thinking, man. I'm pushing with product and posting it, pam. Probably promoting the prostitute panties. I'm pimping and pandering pots and pans, plots and plans. P shit, yeah, me on that P shit. Waking up just to go get me some money. Eat, sleep, P shit. Get it? Turds, words, nouns, verbs, birds, herbs, serve, perks, work, slurp. Keep one in the head, can't slip though. Gotta have a little fun, don't take a trip though. Cause you gotta disappear sometimes. I ain't talking about blue shoes when I say crypto. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Ay, fuck that funny, get the money. Fuck that funny, get the money. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Ay, fuck that dummy, get the money. 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 Fuck that funny, get the money. Fuck that funny, get the money. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Ay, fuck that funny, get the money. Fuck that dummy, get the money. Already been broke, already been black. I'm trying to get rich. I never been that.
Yeah.
Already been broke.
Oh.
Already been black.
Black.
I'm trying to get
Rich.
I never been
Black. Hey. Shout out to the gods and goddesses. Yeah, man. You guys do shit, man. For real. You know what I'm saying? Let's get right, man. Let's get right. You know what I'm saying? Brother Wolf, Jaja. I see the guys in the house.
They eager
Yeah,
to learn.
let's go. Eager to learn.
They eager to learn.
Go.
They eager to learn. They eager to learn.
Yo, I'm smooth like Pappy Mason. I go to war with the crooked cops like Larry Davis. Step in real one's basement, laid the foundation. Now I'm trying to free the minds of the black nation. Fuck forgiveness, it's time for retaliation. I give it to you with no hesitation. When I get behind the mic, I feel an elevation. It's like a mental levitation. We can exchange faces. They still say you dangerous, while they killers remain nameless. I show you where the aim is. Shots from the stainless to leave you brainless. Take the chip out and reload like when you take the clip out. I'ma show you what I be about. I don't do this shit for clout. Nigga, I'll punch you in your mouth. You the type to get behind the mic and mumble that shit out. Man, I'm about to stomp this nigga out. When it comes to rapping, I'm pitching the shutout. You come for one of ours, then I'm coming out the dugout. He can get drug out. Give me the mic. It's my birthright. I'm what the sun is to the day and the moon is to the night. Nigga, I'm the light. Nowadays, these niggas is eager to burn. Going up against me, you might as well get them a earn. It's my turn. Listen and learn. My niggas chase your dreams and not on the corner chasing fiends. But I know you gotta get it by any means. All for the chase of the cream. You niggas can't fuck with me and my team. Fuck with my team, bro.
They
Eager to learn.
They eager to learn. They eager to learn.
That's right.
They eager to learn.
Let it know. Hip hop lives. Dre Cobbs. Hip hop lives, nigga. Hope you getting your mind right. You got the plug on that medicine.
Yo.
Shit. Oh,
Wait, these young niggas out here doing drugs now, shit. All my new bitches work at the hospital.
CVS. Clay Gray.
Wow.
Copper Goddess.
I work at Walgreens. You need to be on my team.
Don't you put no links in the
Not
chat.
right, you hear me?
I'm fucking with you, sis. Do what the fuck you do.
I got the plug on the medicine. I got the plug on the medicine.
Let's go.
I got the plug on the medicine. No, I ain't talking etc.
No etc.
These niggas know I'm a veteran. These niggas know I'm ahead of them.
I'm ahead of them.
These niggas know I ain't scared of them. These niggas know I'll bury them.
Hey.
I'm looking better than haters. Look, I'm living better than
haters.
I'm about to do it right now. Right now, I'm better than later. Yeah. I'm living better than haters. Look, I'm looking better than haters. Yeah. I'm about to do it right now because now it's more better than greater. Yeah.
Hey, yo. Shout out to the motherfucking GOAT. Put a GOAT in the chat and the number one right next to it. You know what I'm saying? Niggas is up in the motherfucking act. You know what I'm saying? At Atlanta doing their motherfucking thing. Let me make sure y'all see. Yeah, welcome to Atlanta. First American Tour is going down in Atlanta. Yeah. Let's not bullshit. Let's not bullshit at all. That nigga GOAT. That nigga crazy. That nigga say, Cuddy, I think you forgotten the Nigga of the Year award. I said, what? The what? He said, nigga, I think you have the Nigga of the Year award. What? I was like, what?
That's crazy.
That's crazy. But anyway, nigga, let's go, nigga. We got the plug on the motherfucking medicine.
That's
nigga.
right.
Let's go. Get your mind right. Let's go. Happy Friday, nigga. Let's go.
I got the plug on the medical, whole lot of exotic vegetables. All of my shit is incredible, even them dabs and edibles.
That was some crazy thought.
Spectacles, bad bitches all on my testicles. Yeah. She like
Let's
the
go.
They deep, but don't swallow it. That's
Quick walk.
Yeah. I got
Quick
the
walk.
on the perky. She wanna suck like
Quick
a
walk.
slurpee. Yeah. She wanna
Quick walk.
eat up the dick, but I told her a little bit better.
Quick walk.
Yeah. Promise that nigga so clean, ain't no new STD on the herpes. She like to suck like a slurpee.
Shout out to all the tribes.
I got the plug on the rocket. I got the plug on the rocket. pocket. Pockets on cock and stocky. It ain't no way you can stop.
That's a crazy thought, Chief.
I am the way
Big
you
Chief,
copy.
man, that's a crazy thought, man.
They
Real.
wanna kill me and top me like Hillary Clinton.
That's fucking crazy. Chief Holiday's crazy.
I'm at the party, all by myself with nobody. Somebody throw me a pass, it was your ass. I'm about to catch me a body, but it's gonna hit you like blast. You gon' die fast, bet you gon' take you a potty. Smoking on gas with jazz, counting some cash. We the back Illuminati. Texas like DLC. I make your new bitch my POG. I don't
Let's
care what
go.
they say, I'm a DOG. When my step is mid like a GOD.
Let's
STR
go.
to the TOP. I'm a new CEO, I'm on COE. Get my DOE, COD, OPPL, essential of TOT.
Chief Holiday.
I got the plug on the medicine. I got the plug on
Call
the
Big Dog and get him correct, man. Quit the fucking
No, I ain't
playing.
talking etc. These niggas know I'm a veteran. These
Let's
niggas know I'm
go,
a veteran.
let's go.
These niggas know I ain't scared of
Brother
them.
Wolf.
These niggas know I bury them.
Texas.
I'm living better than fakers. I'm about to do it right now because now I'm better than later.
Hope you got your medicine.
Better than haters. Look, I'm looking better than
Hope you
haters.
got your medicine.
I'm about to do it right now because now I'm better
Better
than
than
later.
later. Hey, cause I got my medicine, nigga, and I'm out here. One Tanya. Straight up. I'm one Tanya. And where's that nigga Quit Walk? That nigga Quit Walk still in the motherfucking house. That nigga Quit Walk ain't still in the motherfucking house. I know he ain't still in the house, nigga. Where that nigga Quit Walk at, nigga? Fuck all the bullshit, nigga. This nigga, shout out to all the motherfucking tribes in the motherfucking house. You know what I'm talking about? Shout out to all the tribes. You know what I'm saying? Shit, you know how it go, nigga. You know how it go. You know how it go. Let's get it, nigga. Shout out to all the motherfucking tribes, nigga. All the motherfucking tribes. That nigga Crip Walk still in the building. Just shout out to Crip Walk, nigga. One of my motherfucking cooks and shit, nigga. Had that nigga. I said, nigga, that nigga over here, Crip. Nigga, you ain't over there walking that Crip. Is you walking that Crip, nigga? And that nigga like, yeah, nigga. Nigga, I walk that Crip. I'm like, whoa. Shout out to the tribe. Shout out to Crip Blood, Foes, Vice Lords, everybody, man. You know what I'm saying? But this for you, Crip Walk. You know what I'm saying? This for you, Crip Walk. Let's go. Hey, I don't know nothing about the OG. Hope y'all niggas is Chinese. Let's go. Shout out to Crip Walk. Shout out to all the motherfucking tribes, Crip Blood, Foes, Vice Lords, Black Kings, everybody.
I smoke so much loud that I look Chinese. I fuck 2 bad bitches and they look Siamese. I got these bitches taking pictures, I feel like Spike Lee. You niggas get into the money but not quite like G. You niggas ain't have to get it every night like G. And you ain't had a heart to cut that shit on sight like G. See, everybody shooters now, boy, they just like threes. I'm them niggas that want me dead from 2003. My little partner got them bows, they 2,000 a piece. And if you niggas try to rob, leave you soundly asleep.
It's the mob, motherfucker.
That's the MOB, that's the AR-15.
It hold a 223.
It got a honey bun on it,
But I don't
eat
know
sweet.
sweets,
I got 2
nigga.
banana clips, but I ain't climb no tree. I'm talking
nigga.
work, I'm talking gang, that's the birds and the bees.
birds and
You
the
ain't talking
bees.
about no bread, you serve no purpose to me.
Serve no
If you can't
purpose
look me
to
in
me.
my face, that means you nervous to
That
me.
means you nervous to
Some
me.
bumpy brown ostrich on some burgundy
On some
seats.
burgundy
My bitch
seats.
got 38s, them bitches purple and pink. When
Hey.
I be working the stove, that bitch be
Let's
working
go.
the sink.
Let's go. Let's go.
Chinese,
Let's go.
Chinese,
Let's go.
Chinese.
Let's go.
So much loud that I look Chinese. I look Chinese. I look Chinese.
I smoke so much loud that I look Chinese. Got drugs like a pharmacy.
I mean.
Yellow diamond shining hard and they look like P. Bitch,
Let's
I'm
go.
just doing my thing. Please don't mind me. Most you niggas straight square looking like sliced cheese.
Let's
For
go.
you to get money, bitch, I make it with ease. It's
With
so
ease.
easy that I even make this shit in my sleep. Smuggling
sleep.
is a hobby. I got bricks in the Jeep.
Hey,
And
hey,
money
hey,
talk, boy,
hey.
please don't speak. And now my shooter shoot for nothing, man, them boys don't think. And I stay on the snow, something just like skis. And I stay on the field, just like Drew Brees. Bitch, I got a lot of paper, but
Let's
it's
go.
not loose leaf. Told them bitches they can't ride, I only got 2 seats. What
That's
you make in a year takes me 2 weeks. I'ma
Well,
go in the game, sorta like
smoke so much loud that I look Chinese. I look like Bruce Lee, I look like Jet Li. You gotta think about that shit before you disrespect me. That nigga pistol quick to shoot, he got that PTSD. You see that little nigga standing with that cannon, that's me. I had to take what I could get, this shit ain't handed to me. You say you smoking bubble kush, why you ain't handed to me? I beat the case and I ain't snitch, you gotta hand it to me. My nigga hold it to the me. See them some bad motherfuckers, then they ran into me. And we rolled them up, smoked them like some cannabis leaf. This shit loud, we pull up and put your family to sleep. I done got so high that I can't even speak. I wrote the whole mixtape and it ain't take me a week. I took a break in Kansas City, went the days for the meat. I ate the whole mixtape, I ain't saved a
nigga from Gates? You ain't a whole mixtape and you ain't save a motherfucker from Gates? You a motherfucking hog in the street. That's a hog in the game. That's a lot of beef. That's a lot of beef, niggas. When will niggas share meat? Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Shout out to the brothers and sisters out here. Let me talk my shit. Let me talk my shit. David Bell. Big dog. Let me talk my shit. Let me talk my shit. Let me talk my shit. Shout out to H-Day Band Runners, man. Mr. LP in there, man. Come on, man. Let's go. Young brothers be getting down.
Scott and my brother was had.
Let me talk my shit. Talk my shit.
Go on here, nigga.
Let me talk my shit. Talk my shit.
Do that then, nigga.
Let me talk my shit. Hey. Let me talk my shit. Nigga. Let me talk my shit.
Do that then, nigga.
Let me talk my shit.
Talk shit, nigga.
Let me talk my shit.
Talk that shit, nigga.
Let me talk my shit. 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 Smooth big nigga, no bitch.
That's why.
Yeah, I got the guap in the fit. Yeah, been on the game with lit.
Let's go.
Let me talk my shit. Smooth big nigga, no bitch. I got the guap in the fit. Been on the game with lit. I might just fuck on your bitch. Yeah. She might just fuck on the click. Yeah. Cause the bitch know we the shit. Yeah. Cause the bitch know that we lit. Every y'all mafia clan shit.
Pat Gabriel, I see you for the world to see media.
Like this, why these niggas ain't saying shit?
Yeah, I listen to country.
But I had to spectate some shit. I paid attention
I
like
be mixing that shit up.
Next in this bitch. Money on scratch in this bitch. Got green like Shrek in this bitch. Arms up, flex in this bitch. DJ Khaled best in this bitch. Audemars Piguet on the list. Nike symbol check me a bitch. Crash dummy wreck me a bitch. Full clip on deck in this bitch. Armor strikes a long time ago. Shit think I'm a ref in this bitch. Headshot, dead shot, red dot. You don't need a vest in this bitch.
Black Wild Indian, the real nigga.
Play the tech in this bitch. Aiming, I'ma wet me a bitch. Zoom out, jet in the bitch. 421 roll up.
Nigga, hey. I ain't mad at you, dog. That nigga said reclassify Black Wild Indian. That's the real Black Wild Indian. Damn, that's crazy. Nigga took your name and shit. But I'll tell you what, nigga, I ain't even gonna front. I don't give a fuck about these country ass, goofy ass, motherfucking mental illness having motherfuckers at all. I do not. I don't give a fuck about these niggas that don't do shit but sit in their motherfucking house, push play on their little motherfucking tablets so motherfuckers sit on a panel and talk crazy. Did that for a couple years. That's just over with. Yo, shout out to y'all niggas. Sit in your motherfucking house and close your motherfucking mouth. Let's go.
Cut, you killing them.
Niggas ain't doing shit, nigga. I'm feeling like the nigga of the year award.
Cut, you killing them.
Let's go.
Pill gon' pull me up a four. Easter pink, pour a little more. They gon' have to get me off the floor before they hit the liquor store. Godvilla open
Send it
up
to me,
yo.
Brad.
Styles gon' shoot this video. While I'm in the bitch spinning flow. Back to back like a replay. Stack bread, stand out the way. My little nigga shooting broad day. Wrong with sticks like a relay. If it's pressure, they won't hesitate. Send a nigga up the heaven gates. Keep your grass cut, look for snake. Cause it might be a nigga in your face. Applying pressure just a little more. Hood nigga good where I go. Draco with the wood on the floor. Safe with that for the low. All my niggas known for getting it in. Hard body bin. Hit the block, might spin again. Free my niggas locked in the bin. Let me talk my shit.
Let me talk my shit, nigga then.
Let me talk my shit.
Let me talk my shit. Yeah, niggas we got a lot to say when they on their little telephones on three-ways with a whole bunch of niggas. Yeah, let me talk my shit, nigga. But you niggas is afraid to come up and show your ugly ass face, you punk ass niggas. Let's be real. Nigga, let alone come up and show everybody your living arrangement, your living habits, your motherfucking living quarters. Nigga, you will not do that. Nigga, live. You won't do that. Nigga, so shut your motherfucking ass up. Niggas don't be having shit. I'm fucking tired of playing games with bums. Let's go. Nigga, where can a bum lead you? But the bum nigga shit, nigga. So fuck bums, nigga. That nigga said, nigga, they don't even worry about it. Nigga, no, fuck that. Nigga, fuck that. Out here on this motherfucking internet, nigga, acting like nigga, you popping and doing all this shit, nigga. I know you broke. Let's go.
You lie so much that when you tell the truth, no one believes the shit you speaking.
Not me.
Tale start leaking out your inner mind.
Inner mind.
You've been using on these different women. Dirty snakes spitting out cold-hearted venom.
That's right.
Like they virgin cause they pussy tight. Think I don't know, Vinegar Bass got that ass right. How about these lying ass politicians? Now the white water scanner got a couple of cleansing.
I'm hugging my main squeeze, exchange keys, left a G and change. See, I be that same nigga. Fuck the fame from around your way. Exchange game and get richer. We out the dough for the dough. Now watch the 411 in the streets on these niggas. Still plotting, player aching and eavesdropping. G's stop and listen. I'm pimped out on the mission. It's suave when we click.
You shooting 100 times in the chest with your tech. How many necks you say you cracked, or is all that just to act? Hoe ass, trying to show your ass flexing materially like a nigga can't see through that shit you claim to be. Friend or foe, let these niggas know that A-ball don't trust you. Hot 4/5 at high speeds, enough for all you busters. Feeding fabrications across the nation to the young ones. Nigga, and wonder why they shoot up small towns like young guns.
Stop used to, stop woulda, stop shoulda, stop coulda, stop lying, start telling the truth. Stop flaws, stop trading, stop exaggerating, stop lying, start telling the truth. Stop used to, stop woulda, stop shoulda, stop coulda, stop lying, start telling the truth. Stop flaws, stop trading, stop exaggerating, start telling the truth.
Let's go, David Bell, Mike Harris. I see y'all.
Why do these niggas be gripping on my nuts so tight, riding more dick than a pro bitch, and that ain't right. Capping. A minute ago you just shook my hand, now you're on the phone telling some hope that we been friends. Nigga, I don't give a fuck about your fake tales, cake sales, or about the hoes you say you serve well. And these bitches far worse than what they seem, selling more pussy than the record label sells dreams. Schemes on how to take a good nigga cream. Think because I don't talk a lot I must be green. No baby, open your eyes, try to realize I'm hip to all that slick shit. It won't be no surprise when you come to me telling me your dividends is low. Crying, ho, stop that line, cause I ain't buying none of the shit you pop. Stop before you get your ass dropped. Freaking for a minute, now I'm dropping your ass like it's hot.
Records for life, Pinocchio ain't got shit. All the jazz that you spit, you make up stuff real quick. You make your folks feel sick. You can't be trusted at all. If you got inches for a lie, you would be 10 feet tall. You need to sew up your mouth. Think about what you speak. Expressing lies about the same shit you said last week. Alright, let's see. You told me some shit. I'm still waiting on the conclusion to the message you were stating. Now you hating. I can see through your skin. Look deep into your heart and let me know that you was phony from the goddamn start. Constantly counting my pockets, trying to scheme up a plan to find a way to get my hard-earned loot in your hand. And you sick ass pimp. I know you niggas debating on whether or not to work your hoes just to get information. But the worst thing of all, when you lie to yourself and then expect somebody else to try to give you some help. Stop you, stop lying, start telling the truth. Stop lying, stop trade, stop exaggerating, stop lying, start telling the truth. Stop you, stop shoulda, stop lying, start telling the truth. Stop lying, stop trade, stop exaggerating,
Stop lying.
Let's go. Nigga, let's go.
Kill a player laid off in the cut under Lokes.
Hold up. Wait a minute, nigga. Oh, dude. Did a nigga or did a nigga not say the cut he got? MK Ultra. Only because, nigga, I can see through the bullshit. None of that shit you talking could never work. Stay your punk ass with punk ass people. Y'all niggas sit over there and talk. Really walk. Fuck you niggas. Hope you get outlined in chalk. Nigga, that's right.
Get over here!
You killing them.
I'm sorry. Let's go.
Exaggerate, stop lying. Start telling the truth. I be that killer player laid off in the cut under Lokes. Fuck, just seen this young nigga get smoked for some 100 spokes. No love, oh well, I guess he should've peeped it. Nigga start tweaking, I'll get you high by this weekend. Seeking to kill and destroy your decoy. Affiliated my name with this game cause they put strain on the street boy. I just wanna live righteous and buy just about whatever. But I'm faced with liars and never ending haters, perpetrators and niggas with stress. Will I rest or will I continue to live up in this mess? I heard the world was a ghetto, so I'm clutching my baby girl with my pistol underneath my pillow. Here we go again, I'm all in. Now where y'all been? It's Mr. MJG, A-Ball, and we ballin'.
Give a fuck about that goofy shit you niggas be on, dog. Hey, yeah. Keep your little slick ass titles, nigga. I don't give a fuck about that goofy shit, niggas. Nigga. I don't care, but I will address it because I like to, nigga. Why not, nigga? Because I can. Nigga, I can say the fuck I want to say. Do what the fuck I want to do. Know what I'm talking about? Hold up, nigga. Y'all gonna make me do something, man. I ain't dead in a minute, nigga. I might have to, what's that nigga's name, man? Fuck that. I might have to go to my nigga, man. I ain't even hurt. Man, where my nigga at? Nigga? I need to play something different, nigga. Sometimes niggas be wanting to, you know, man. Nigga, sometimes we just gotta get away, man. Shout out to Young Dolph, man.
Got tired of reeing up and trapping. Now a nigga sick of rapping. All of this shit just too basic. My past, I wish I could erase it. My bitch asked what I wanna do. Running from the laws in the coop. They bite everything that I do. Smoke a blunt and eat me some shrooms. Living in hell right here on earth.
Let's go.
All I do is get high and work.
Let's go.
Baby, what you doing on the first?
Let's go.
She looked at me and cracked a smirk.
Let's go.
I taste codeine when I burp.
Nigga.
It feel like a nigga curse.
Nigga.
Been a while since I went to church.
Nigga.
Had my pain and tears in a verse.
Nigga.
Don't nobody understand me.
Let's go.
Fuck some fame, fuck a Grammy.
Let's go.
Wish I could go be with my granny.
Let's go.
Sacrificed it all for the family.
Shout out to y'all. Danny McRepublic, I see you, my guy.
I'm a soul survivor. You put your trust in me, don't need no one. I'm a soul survivor. You put your trust in me, don't need no one. I'm a soul survivor. You reaping what you sow. You getting what you put in. Pain, let it know. Any problem that you
Let's go.
Please check them out the door. Play a victim when you kill. I take the highs with all the lows. Trust these new. You a new. Trust these new.
You a new fool.
Trust these new,
You a new fool.
If you trust these new, you a new. I don't trust these. What did you expect? All that buddy on the internet. Them niggas claim that they got love for me. Yeah.
Hold on, we got
my trust in them. Yeah.
See, my nephew, we make these songs together. The nigga be speaking my motherfucking shit where I can't speak it. Let's go.
All that buddy on the internet. No, I don't trust you. What did you expect? What did you expect? What did you expect? All that buddy on the. I don't trust you. What did you expect?
All that buddy on the internet.
I don't trust you. What did you expect? All that buddy on the internet. Them niggas claim that they got love for me. Yeah.
But I ain't. Niggas is tripping. Get the fuck out of here.
Could have been denied, cause I couldn't justify it. Feeling sick inside, but when they was life or death, what did you expect? Cause now it ain't too many of my niggas left. Them niggas claim that they had love for me, yeah. But I ain't put my trust in a nigga, yeah. Now I ain't got no love in me. This drum with me, want me, gotta come get me. They coming with me, say they want.
Alright, that's what we gonna do. I got too many requests to see what's going on and check some people out. The enemy's public. I see you. I need to be able to get that link. I'm gonna get that link, and then I'm gonna go on over there. We're gonna check him out. You know what I'm saying? In fact, we're gonna do it right now, nigga. Tell me what y'all niggas think. We're gonna do a play a game of what do y'all think? We're gonna play together. What do we think? Shout out to Pat Gabriel and his family. This is his family, Ollie Gabriel. You know what I'm saying? For all country music fans, he say his name is Ollie Gabriel. He goes by the Wizard of OG country music. He says, do him a favor and rate his debut country song. Shout out to him. Let's check it out and let's rate it then. We're going to do it now. Yeah.
It's the GOAT. Cut, you killing them.
Now we're going to give him thumbs up and thumbs down. Let's check it out, man. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. Yeah, let's go. We're going to check him out. Let's check him out.
Now we're going to take this thing back to the roots.
Okay.
Yeah, if it fly, I pluck 'em. Got a horse named Buck 'em. Hey, I don't car, I truck 'em. If they don't like me, fuck 'em. Got all the baddest scope. Want me to cowboy rope 'em. They tell me, do we got a problem? If it's beef, I smoke 'em. Sometimes I get out of line. That's in my bloodline. I was born to and have a good time. You could take me away, far from Tennessee, but you can't take the country out of me.
Woo!
No matter where I roam, long as the whiskey is strong, I get along. Raised on the simple joys. Lord, if you still hear my voice, God bless the
Hey!
Everywhere's my home. All that it takes is a song to shake up my bones. Back roads give me no choice, but make a whole lot of noise. God bless the country boys. Yeah, this my cowboy season.
Hey.
To wear my cowboy hats, you know just where it's at.
That's right.
I drank a lot of.
God damn it, that was hot. What y'all think, man? What y'all think, man? That was hot. Oh man, that was hot, dog. That was dope as fuck, man. Hey, look, Pat, get with me, man, later, man, so I can get the motherfucking whole video so I can put him in rotation. Yeah, that was hot as a motherfucker, man. That's fire.
Hey, and it goes back to my premise. What is my premise? My premise is this right here. We're gonna fucking take shit to make shit. They done took shit all of our existence to make shit that we use every day and eat every day. So what the fuck? What I've been trying to tell motherfuckers is this right here. Take something to make something. What do I mean? If you like something, take it, make it yours, provide a better version of that, and provide it for your people. Fuck everybody else. Just your people. If your people don't want a better version, a more healthier version of something, a more heartier version of something, then hey, that's on them. But at least give your people the opportunity. So that way you can at least say, hey, I tried with you goofy motherfuckers and it did not work. Like a lot of niggas have done. Gotta keep trying. That's all. So yeah, take something to make something. Shout out to my brother right here. Nigga, that's our music in the first motherfucking place and they took it. Nigga, we taking it back to make something. Let's go.
You killing them.
Man, I like that. I like that. I'm sorry. I really do like that. I'm sorry. I really do. So hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. And with that said, hold up, wait a minute. Nigga, I was in the middle of something. That's right, I was, wasn't I? Let's go on and continue. Here we go.
Smoke with me, but sluts in it. Now I'm riding with the snub with me. My trust in it. I know ain't no love for me, yeah. Cause I ain't feel no love from a nigga, yeah. I know ain't no love from a nigga.
Hey, country bathroom.
You getting what you put in.
I love it. I love it. Shout out to the Gabriel family.
If you trust these new, trust these new. If you trust these new. Hey, my mama, she used to say, you can't trust these as far as you can throw they. She say, Joseph, she say, don't trust these. Cause most these don't be living like they say they do. Every time I see it, I get deja vu. Ain't nothing sweet about this game, I barely made it through. Now my whole life a vacation, getting catered to. When I tip the waiter, he's taking off for a day or two. Say you gotta let it digest, it was motivational. But now I'm in a new school, Skrilly by the buku. If you ain't got that blicky in your lap, then use a new food. Little mama, put that on me with some voodoo. I know I'm a fool, I flew it out in the Lulu, yeah. Street legend, bury me with this Mac 11. They not gon' see me in the club if I don't have a section. She been ready, hopped in, no one ask questions. It feels good, touching money, she manifested. Hard times, I turn them to hard time. I can't be trusting these stop peeping all the time. I'm a soul survivor, you reaping what you sow. You getting what you put in, baby. Let these know. Any problem that you dealing with, please check them at the door. Play a victim when you guilty, I'll take the highs with all the lows. Trust these new. If you trust these new, trust these new. If you trust these new, you are new. If you think T-Rail gon' trust you, if you think Big Fang gon' trust you, you know. If you trust these new,
you a new fool. Hey, ain't nobody no goddamn dummy.
You smell that, ladies? That's nitrous. One shot, boom. Now, you want to handle this hand to hand, man to chick, then we'll go home. Hello?
Hating me, nigga, you never win. Flyer than you ever was, fresher than you ever been. You on the internet looking dumb, this shit don't never end. Blabbing on about a bunch of shit that you never did. It's going down, shut it down. That's a certain fact, you a clown. You a clown, a living circus act. Jealous ain't shit, that's the reason they looking stupid. You dissing on me. What a shame, nobody viewed the nigga
Raven
stupid
Hall.
as. What stupid does must be retarded, and this shit go for most of you niggas. Don't get me started, I will walk you down. In this hour, it be the darkest, it be broad day. Niggas is still catch it regardless. Bitches thought I wouldn't go far. I wasn't one to fail, didn't want me now that it's on. They looking dumb as hell, fuck you thought, never look back. This shit is funny and I'm going off the simplest fact that you a dummy.
Yo, shout out to the gods and goddesses. Y'all see that on the screen. Join the email list so y'all can stay abreast to the Cut and Go Productions. You know what I'm saying? Anything we do on these social media outlets, because we're going to be branching out to different social media outlets, different channels and shit. And as we do that, we're going to get more raw. And these places ain't going to like the raw. You know what I'm saying? So they're going to be clipping us here and there off of different networks, which is cool. They can go on and do their thing. They can go on and do their thing. But it's incumbent on us that we do what we got to do so we can keep connected with our people. So it starts with this email list. Please hit that email up, you know what I'm saying, with your name. If you want, give up your phone numbers so we can have this shit, so we can send y'all SMS notifications on shit, where we at, what we doing, you know what I'm saying? If they clip a channel, what the new channels is going to be, all of this type of stuff. So we can be together and stay together, because that's what they want, is to interrupt togetherness, and we ain't going to let them. That's right.
It's the GOAT. Cut, you killing them.
So, yo, get on that email list. It's very important. Not to mention, excuse me, y'all see the banner at the bottom. Please sub to all 3 channels: Mocan TV, DJ Old Head Cuddy, or DJ Kuttack with no number, or I Don't Give a Fuck, Sports News, Hip Hop Entertainment. Make sure you sub to all of those right now. This is your notification right now. If not, then you're a dummy. Let's go.
Big dummy, an idiot, a dummy, and I don't fuck with stupid, not for any kind of money. You still a big dummy, stupid bitch, you a dummy. You know you see me winning and you still ain't learned from it, cause you's a big dummy. In my eyes you see I'm high as a bitch. So really what makes you think I give a fuck you exist? Shit, I elevated. With this music they up the payment, but when niggas hate it, I get easily frustrated. You a big dummy. Your decisions is where you fall short. I find better use of my time making the walls talk. Dangerous, a letter for clip, then spit another round of barrel pointed over you niggas. I had to dumb it down. Your Facebook picture was one of the worst. See the truth is, shorty, you a bum and it hurts. You at the social service building every month on the first. A bunch of low life bitches that been under the dirt.
And
bitches thought I wouldn't go far. I wasn't one to fail. Now you trying to give me your heart. You looking dumb as hell. Sleep it off, take you a nap. This shit is funny and I'm going off the simplest fact that you a dummy. Big dummy, an idiot, a dummy, and I don't fuck with stupid, not for any kind of money. You still a big dummy, stupid bitch, you a dummy. You know you see me winning and you still ain't learned from it, cause you's a big dummy.
Dummy. Shout out to Dangerous Music, man. Shout out to Dangerous Music. Shout out to Dangerous. Shout out to Dangerous. Hey, baby, man, come on with the goofy shit. Yo. Well, I'm mad with it, man. Let me show y'all, man. Let me show y'all something, man. I don't know if y'all ready for it. I don't know if y'all ready for the cutty. Yeah, which one, monsieur? Nah, I ain't gonna fuck with y'all niggas. I ain't gonna fuck with y'all like that.
guess I can fuck with some chunky soup. Let's check out some chunky soup.
Yeah. Let's go. Slow mo for the whole.
Scratchmatic Productions.
Chunky soup.
Don't be trying to steal shit, bitch.
It's gonna be kind of hard to do that. Oh shit.
Yo, that's a long ass video. I see you, Smoke. That's a long ass video.
The Enemy's Public. That motherfucker about 35 minutes long.
Put that dollar you got right there. I got it.
It's fake.
It's fake.
Welcome to Professor Cuddy's afternoon detention. Like I said before, I am the cool side of the pillow. We're gonna be able to rock to some of this good old
Show me some.
What? Yeah, we're gonna get busy today.
What that about to play?
But this is some good music, and it's gonna cool your savage soul. Yeah.
Hey!
Next time they tell you to do it, you need to do it.
I ain't even do nothing.
Shut up. Shut up.
Oh my God, this got my gripping my ear.
I don't care. I don't care. Get in
What I
there.
do? I ain't. Look at buddy.
Hey, you. Hey, you sit your behind down and enjoy this good music.
I ain't even gonna fry you, brother.
Hey, well, what you know about that, bro?
Nobody wanna.
All right, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Thank you. I got a tape. You know what I'm saying? Hey, look.
That nigga said that Ron Jeremy music is crazy work. I didn't know if anybody was gonna catch that old 70s porno nigga traveling to a motherfucking house in a motherfucking 1973 Gremlin. I had to put the craziest music on there. Shout out to Kusa, man. Put the craziest music on that motherfucker, man. So when we put the heat on there, it's the heat.
I got Derek touching on it, man. I think I know how to use this thing. Wait a minute.
Me and my little nigga, we grew up in the mud.
Let's go.
I was hustling.
That's right.
You ain't get no love if you wasn't the plug.
That's
and you
true.
can't leave the house without the stick if you was.
Welcome to the Central, let me show you around. Keep your head on a swivel, 10 toes to the ground. Eyes and ears open, you know the sounds.
Your girls click, clacking,
Now when we in the Central, I'm gon' keep it a buck. See you lacking and they you up. Them little Fillmore niggas, not the niggas to trust. From Lane to the V, them little niggas a bust. My mama used to check if there's some guns in my waist. I'ma catch a body, I know niggas and snakes. Crosses on my face, pain, can't be erased. I miss my nigga Holly, hope he save me some space. I miss my nigga Melly, got him locked in a cage. Crackers have a nigga like a mouse in a maze. Demons in my dreams, pain can't be erased. I tried to live right, but they ain't always the case.
Me and my little nigga, we grew up in the mud. Age of 14, I was hustling. You ain't get no love if you wasn't the plug. And you can't leave the house without the stick if you was.
Welcome to the Central, let me show you around. Keep your head on a swivel, 10 toes to the ground. Eyes and ears open, you know the sounds.
Your girls click, clacking, laying you down.
I probably sold coke in every spot that they had. Sherry was my mama, but the block was my dad. I know them niggas, though, bitch, we was all that we had. Me and my AK look like I saw them in half. 8 baby mamas, I was hoeing a lot. Raising 3 kings, but I showed them a lot. Man, I love my daughters, but I owe them a lot. And if she call me nephew, probably sold her a rock. Welcome to the Central, shout out Swami and Moon. This is not a place where it was safe to assume. Unless in this assumption there's some guns in the room. All them little niggas got some mud on they shoes.
Me and my little nigga, we grew up in the mud. Age of 14, I was hustling. You ain't get no love if you wasn't the plug. And you can't leave the house without the stick if you was.
Welcome to the Central, let me show you around. Keep your head on a swivel, 10 toes to the ground. Eyes and ears open, you know the sounds.
Your girls click, clacking, laying you down.
That's right, nigga. It's all about hip hop, niggas. Hip hop.
Let's go back. Back in the time. Back in 73, in the borough of Bronx. Man, you couldn't be weak. Man, you had to be smart. See, we talking about streets. Now we talking about art. When we talking about beats, man, we talking about heart. We was rocking the heartbeat, live in the park. Guns spark in the dark. It was all just a part of the 80s Bronx scene that created art. How you know, KRS? Cause I was there from the start. 1600 Central Avenue, that was the spot. 1520, hip-hop started right on my block. This original hip-hop, whether you like it or not. I'm reminding through this rhyming cause you might have forgot.
Right.
Drop on the spot, B-boys start pop. Live on the block, this is raw hip. Hop, drop on the spot, rap writers don't stop. Bottom to the top, this is raw hip. Hop, drop on the spot, MCs make it hot. Microphone pop, this is raw hip. Hop, drop on the spot, DJs on the top. Cut, big slash, this is raw. See when we would be.
GTP Beats.
There's 3,000. That man. Look.
Let's go.
America, 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 America,
like you cheating on me. I got an SSC and they leeching on me. They leeching on me. They fucking me. They done went under the bleachers on me. All you wanna do is tax me. You ain't even really ask me. Ain't no full disclosure. Made me feel like it's over. We ain't break up, no closure. We ain't get no domestic.
Let's go.
Foreign or domestic. Respect it or you can check it. I care about this country. I care about this country, but this country ain't got no love for me. It's treating me all monkey. On the boat is how they got here, and just look around, it's a lot here. They really put down the plot here, but they birthrights, it's not here. I'm from the soil, copper colored. I ain't black, no crude oil. Thinking about this two-door. America, 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 with you the long way. America, 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 with you the long way. America to Mary.
Let's go.
America to Mary.
Let's go.
America to Mary. 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 How you claim you a Democrat if it's two Republic for which it stands? I ain't voting for nan one. Both of them can't get these hands. One nation under God. What God they talking about? What nation they talking about? Overseas is all they talking about. Aborigines need the funds here. Our youth trying to have fun here. Inflation stay on the rise here. Everyone in disguise here. New laws are surprise here. Everyone get to hide here. That's right, everyone get to hide here. Remember, it was just you and us before colonizing. We was doing us, no third parties. Two of us never seen them, but they knew of us. Destroyed our ruins, then ruined us.
Let's go.
Indians made us switch us up.
Let's go.
Switch us up, made us switch us up, made
Let's
us
go.
switch it up. We ain't giving up.
Uh-huh.
America, 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 with you the long way. America, 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 with you the long way. America to Mary, 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 America to Mary.
Let's go. Shout out to Threads. Yeah. This America, dog. This our shit first. Hey, nigga. Take something to make something. Let's go. We're going to take something to make something, baby. Let's go.
Take this thing back to the roots.
Nigga, we taking shit to make shit.
Yeah, if it fly, pluck 'em. Got a horse named Buck 'em. Hey, I don't car, I truck 'em.
Uh-huh.
If they don't like me, fuck 'em. Got all the baddest scope.
Let's go.
Want me to cowboy rope 'em. They tell me, do we got a problem? If it's beef, I smoke 'em. Sometimes I get out of line. That's in my bloodline. I was born to raise.
Nigga, that shit hot.
Have a good time. You could take me away, far from Tennessee, but you can't take the country out of me. No matter where I roam, long as the whiskey is strong, I get along. Raised on the simple joys. Lord, if you still hear my voice, God bless the country boys. Everywhere's my home. All that it takes is a song to shake up my bones. Back roads give me no choice, but make a whole lot of noise.
Let's go.
Bless the country boys.
Hey. 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 Yeah. Nigga, take they shit to make they shit, nigga. Yeah, Ollie Gabriel, man. Shout out to the Wizard of OG, nigga. Yeah, we taking that shit to make that shit, nigga. Because if they took it to make it, nigga, we taking it back to make it, nigga, and make it better. Because that nigga's hot. Yeah. Let's go. Let me give y'all some community support. If I don't, then I don't feel right. And I feel like I'm incomplete.
What is this? Violation. What is we doing, man? And then you
gods and goddesses. Let's get on over here too.
Eso, así es. Bájenle los calzones.
Yeah, don't get your drawers yanked off. Get your ass whooped.
I'm making moves with my money on my mind.
Straight up.
Always.
On top.
Keep it thousand.
Yeah, nigga, we yank your motherfucking drawers all down, nigga, and got that paddle and give your ass a whooping. You ain't liking and subscribe.
Eso, así es. Bájenle los calzones.
Yeah, you better get your like. You better get your like and subscribe on, nigga, before niggas snatch your ass up.
And I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. Always. Keep it thousand. Slow mo. Say I'm hustling. And I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. Always. Keep it thousand. Slow mo.
Make sure you liking and subscribing to everybody. Let's go.
I see your point.
Doom and gloom. Let's go. It's LeBron. I see you. Yes. It's time for that doom and gloom. Yeah. Niggas want their heads in the sand. Put your head in the sand. But that ain't me, man. I'm gonna go and do what I do. Geopolitical news, nigga, and that's what it is. That's what it's gonna be, nigga. Until niggas do something else and want me to do something else, I do something else. Other than that, this is why I enjoy it. Either you with the news or you ain't. You with the cutty, you ain't. I don't give a fuck. Ain't no half stepping. Let's go. Ain't no half stepping. Half stepping ass nigga. Niggas be out here straight shaking and fake. But it's cool. I see you. Fuck out of here with that bullshit, nigga. Let's go. Let's go. Now, geopolitical news. I keep trying to tell you, boy, Trump ain't out the woods, nigga, just because he done been elected, man. I'm like, man, shit, man. This is the critical time. Man, they already tried to do something at least 3 times. 3 times to the man. And now, man, y'all think, man, that he won, nigga, he's out the woods? That nigga is out. Man, was Kennedy out the woods? What? No. Man, Trump is not out of the motherfucking woods, man. It can still happen. Let's go.
Washington, D.C. is President Trump. Well, a huge day in Washington, D.C. is President Trump met with outgoing President Biden and thanked him for a quote unquote smooth transition, but there are a lot of deep state swamp rats who are trying to bring down President Trump. And our next guest, Roger Stone, on Monday warned that he is worried about the security and safety of President Trump, and that there are deep state forces that are trying to keep him from putting his hand on the Bible on January 20th in Washington, D.C. to become the next president. And we thought we'd invite Roger on in the midst of all of this chaos right now to talk about it. Roger, good to see you. Welcome back to the show.
Clayton, great to be back with you.
So a lot of moving pieces over the past few days. Has anything changed from your warning a few days ago, worrying about Trump's safety and sort of these, whatever deep state Democrat swamp rats
in the woods with wolves
becoming president of the United States? The Democrats have been kind of silent, and that's kind of scary to me. I know we had a couple of viewers yesterday say the Democrats have been a little quiet, and that's scary. Are they cooking up something that we should be concerned about?
Yeah, I think we have to absolutely assume that they're up to something diabolical, because people do not, these kind of people particularly, do not give up power voluntarily. The will of the people means nothing to them. They proved that in 2020. And the president's mandate now is so broad, so sweeping. He really is in an extraordinarily strong position to forge an entire golden age of America. We could have the most unprecedented peace, prosperity, opportunity, and justice and security this country has ever seen. But to do that, he's going to have to dismantle our current elite cabal that, in conjunction with their allies in the media, have a very different idea about America. So my number one concern is his safety. Now, if there hadn't already been 2 assassination attempts against him that we know of, you might say, well, that's just a conspiracy theory. But no, they tried to kill him twice. And those particularly who think that perhaps, appropriately, they will be put on trial for treason, because there's treasonous activity, in my opinion, in the Russian collusion hoax. I think that they will go to any length whatsoever. So all these people now hitting me up on my phone for inauguration tickets, I'm not sure I want to see him out on the portico taking the oath of office, in public. I kind of wish that he would do it in a private, highly secured ceremony inside with all the necessary officials. It's not that he's afraid. He's afraid of nothing. He knows no fear. But I do fear some other attempt to destroy him. I worry about it when he flies, for example. Back when I was a lobbyist for Angola, for the Angolan freedom fighters, I helped them get shoulder-launched, Stinger missiles. They can take down an airplane. So that's my number one concern. And look, I'm not in the security business, but I am a soldier in the Army of God, and I pray about it every single day.
It's terrifying, and especially when, yes, we've had all of the failures of the Secret Service over the past couple of months, and now he gets to appoint the head of the Secret Service, somebody who's going to protect him. He gets to pick his own security detail in many ways and make sure that he is safe and secure. Are you, in many ways, that might be the most important appointment that he makes?
Yeah, I completely agree. I also agree with something that our friend Sean Hannity often says. The problem in all these agencies are not in the middle or the lower levels of the agency. I think you have a lot of good men and women there who are committed, to the rule of law and to doing their job. The problem lies at the leadership levels of these organizations. When my home was raided by 29, fully SWAT-clad FBI agents brandishing fully automatic M4 assault weapons, they were in my house for 13 hours. They would look at you and roll their eyes. They would wink at you, like as if to say, I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. I'm doing this because I was ordered to do it. So I do think we need somebody at the top of the FBI, particularly of the Central Intelligence Agency, particularly of the Secret Service, particularly, who's prepared to clean out those agencies and ensure that those who are there are committed to the rule of law and the protection of the president and the country.
you mentioned the lawfare piece of this, right? I mean, coming to your house and all of that, and then everything they've been going after Trump. It seems to me that there's a respite now. Jack Smith set to maybe step down, pulling back on these on his prosecutions. But then you have Letitia James in New York saying we're ready, we're battening down the hatches, we're getting ready. This lawfare piece, like I'm a glass half full kind of guy on a normal day, but something seems fishy with this. Are they done going after Trump on the lawfare side?
I think zero chance. First of all, if I were Letitia James, people in glass houses should not throw stones. She is right now fighting freedom of information requests regarding sexual assault by her own chief of staff, which I believe she has covered up. She's also trying to deny the public access to records about some of her own misconduct in that area. She's protected by a corrupted system. But ultimately, I think the public's going to learn about those things. Also, there is the financing of her entire career. Back when she was on the city council, remember, a contribution to the New York City Council of under $250 gets put through a 10-to-1 campaign finance match. So if the money was illegal to begin with, and much of it I can prove was, and then was matched with the taxpayers' money, there's two violations there, two very serious violations. It's kind of like with Eric Adams. No, this was not that he just got a coach ticket bumped up to first class or he got an extra virgin, Bloody Mary. He took $10,000 from Turkey illegally. He gave it to straw donors. He washed it through the state's campaign finance program, turning that into almost $800,000. And in return, he allowed the Turks to inhabit a building that had no occupancy certificate and should have had it. He also, in the case of Letitia James and Eric Adams, there were multiple complaints about prostitution and drug activity and sex trafficking in this club in the Bronx that they all had almost like their clubhouse, but those were quashed. There was never any investigation. So I would say, again, people in glass houses should not be throwing stones.
The deep state swamp rats that, of course, even Candace Owens was warning about yesterday, swirling around Trump, trying to bring down his presidency. Maybe that's their strategy. They've tried assassination. They've tried lawfare. They've tried all of these strategies, maybe to try to undermine him once again. Trump admitted that his biggest mistake from the first go-around was that he had too many deep state swamp rats around him. This time, I think, you certainly involved. There's been great celebrations to have that Mike Pompeo, man who tried to assassinate Julian Assange, is not going to be in this administration. Nikki Haley, absolutely thrilled that she's not going to be in this administration. So we're getting some wins. Are you concerned at all about some of these picks that we have been confirmed by Donald Trump on Truth Social that he has officially appointed or nominated, I should say, for some of these positions? Are you worried about the deep state swamp rats circling Trump?
First of all, in terms of those appointments that we know to be real, that are confirmed, I have to say,
exactly.
No, I don't have any concern. For example, I think the appointment of Tom Homan is a great appointment. He is a tough, no-nonsense guy. And if you're going to do, as Dwight Eisenhower did, you're going to deport millions of illegals. Eisenhower deported 1.3 illegals who had criminal records from the country. It can be done. It just takes the will and the know-how. Tom Homan's the man for that job. Very pleased with that appointment. I have no problems with anybody who's been formally announced yet. I have a few reservations about those who are speculated against, but I warn people in this atmosphere, there's a huge amount of information out there that's not necessarily true. And in the internal maneuvering, the way to sink a candidacy is to plant a story that says so-and-so will be appointed to this position when they haven't been. Then they get blamed for putting out that leak, even though they themselves did not do it. This is the oldest trick in the book. Look, I was the head of Youth for McKinley. I've been around a long time. I've seen this act and the way they leak to try to take out prospective candidates.
Right. Then you get this enormous backlash, and then it's a convenient cover for to be able to say sorry. A lot of people wondering if Trump is going to pull one of those Mitt Romney moments again, invite him in, big interview, show him the door, and kick him out. What you know Trump better than just about anyone. What do you think is Trump's biggest blind spot right now, walking back into the swamp once again?
Well, look, I love Donald Trump. I owe him my life. He does like flatterers. There's no question about that. This is how I think Mike Pompeo got away with it so long, until Donald Trump realized that Mike Pompeo not only is the guy who talked him out of releasing all of the JFK assassination documents, he is the guy who actively pushed a CIA plot to assassinate Julian Assange, who is a journalist. Does the same thing that you do, that you've done your whole life, takes facts and makes them known to people. Maybe he never read the Pentagon Papers case. I'm not sure about that. But also Mike Pompeo is the guy who insisted that the Jack Smith classified documents case was legitimate, which it wasn't under the Presidential Pardon Act. So very happy. I like to think that maybe he read my Substack piece on this, because I did Mike Pompeo's greatest hits and I sent it to him. I also kind of reminded him about Nikki Haley and her treachery in the same piece. And the very next morning, he put out that famous posting on Truth Social and X saying that they would not be joining the administration. Now, I'm not saying it was cause and effect, but I like to think I contributed.
Yes, and I have separate sources that will confirm that your work on this was instrumental. So thank you, Roger, for that. I think we can all applaud you for making sure that Mike Pompeo and Nikki Haley are nowhere near this administration. So thank you from the bottom of my heart on that one. I think, looking forward, we've got 68 days now till Inauguration Day. What are you hoping? I'll get you out of here on this, Roger. What are you hoping that Trump will do over these next 68 days? And what are you hoping he will expose over the next 68 days, if anything?
Well, I'm very anxious to see where he places Tulsi Gabbard in his administration. She is one of the most talented, impressive women I have ever met in 45 years in politics. She's an amazing communicator. She's up with Reagan when it comes to her abilities as a communicator. And having served on the Armed Services Committee, having served 4 terms in Congress, having been vice chairman of the DNC and seeing how that party has been taken over by radical socialists and Marxists, a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army Reserve, a combat veteran in both Iraq and Kuwait, and no one, literally no one, other than Donald Trump and J.D. Vance themselves, no one worked harder for this victory. 31 days on the road straight, speaking to rallies with RFK, on her own, with the president and RFK. She's someone I really want to see in this administration. Also true of Kash Patel. Kash Patel did more to expose the Russian collusion hoax than anyone, save perhaps his boss, Devin Nunes. He is someone I want to see in this administration. I hope the president will avail himself of those talents. These are the kind of people he needs around him who understand they weren't elected president. Donald Trump was elected president. Their job is to carry out his agenda, not to dilute it, not to slow it down, not to cancel it. I think that those are 2 things that I'll be looking very keenly for, and I'm very optimistic. I know the president shares my high regard for both of them. And then lastly, of course, is Robert Kennedy. See, I think the move to make America healthy again is vital. I want to see him in a position where he can make sure that happens. He deserves a huge amount of credit for this victory. I just saw an authoritative study, 86% of his voters showed up and voted for Donald Trump. The rest of those people were never going to vote anyway. There were people he brought into the process. That's a miraculous number. He worked very hard to make sure that happened. So I'm looking for a strong appointment by him as well. Those are the 3 things that are on my mind today.
Yeah, I think you and I are in alignment like that. I would love over the next 6 months to find out that our children's school lunches are now suddenly healthy. They've removed pizza from the menu. They've removed processed foods from our diet. And, it's make America healthy again. I mean, why is the United States of America the fattest country in the world? I mean, it's so sad. And cancer's exploding across the United States. So I'm with you on that one. Roger, great to see you. You can check Roger out at the Stone Zone, watch his show as well. Thank you for what you've done to keep Pompeo and Nikki Haley out of there, Roger. I thank you for that. So we'll be checking back with you over the next few weeks, I'm sure. Thanks again, Roger.
Anytime, Clayton. It's really great to be with you.
Trump is driving them mad, insane.
Hey, I just want to give some free advice to the white progressives, particularly white progressive women who may be thinking about marching against the Trump victory, maybe putting back on the P-word hats and doing that thing. I would just say probably don't send any of those invites to any Black women you know. I'm just going to tell you right now, they're not coming. I'm pretty sure Black women have resigned from the Save America Coalition, Save Democracy Coalition, and definitely the Save the Democratic Party Coalition. I think that's probably not happening. I would just keep those invites maybe among your own friends because I don't think they're coming. But yeah, I think Black women are now on the Save Black Women, prioritize Black men, and prioritize Black communities, Black businesses, and that. And the Black spaces, but Save America, Save the Democratic Party. Yeah, I don't think that's happening.
What is she talking about? Why is she here? Why is she here?
They haven't learned a thing. They are still siloing people based on the color of their skin. It is so ridiculous to me that when you think of what they think they stand for, this inclusiveness and this, I don't see skin color, we're all equal and, kumbaya and whatnot. These are the most hateful, bigoted folks I have ever seen. So nobody invite Joy nowhere because she needs a minute.
That's what she's upset about. That's what she's upset about.
A therapy session, maybe a massage. Girl, go to the spa and let them work it out. Get you a deep tissue, and lay back and enjoy it for a minute. Something's horribly wrong.
Somebody said in the chat that she's insane. And I agree. She is insane. I think it was Lazarus. She's upset. I think she's upset that she has not been invited, number one. Yeah. Who are these white women that are listening to her and taking her quote unquote advice? Who are they? If they are as crazy as she is. So there's no need to even talk to them. I mean, they're not even understanding or grasping whatever she's saying because they're all crazy. She is losing it. If she has not already lost most already, she needs to be right up there. Maybe with her sourpuss friend, Don Lemon. I wouldn't recommend that she be all in somebody else's ass like he is, but I mean, they're crazy. They are crazy.
This makes me just to hear her speak, and this isn't the first time. This certainly is not the first time, but to hear her speak about just white women in general, and then white leftist women, I don't understand how people don't start calling her out on the left. I don't. She's a racist. She's unhinged. I don't understand how people don't call her out for her hateful rhetoric. How does she still have a show on TV? I don't understand it. I really don't.
Her viewership has gone down, and people are afraid that she's going to roast them. I mean, people on the left are afraid that she's going to roast them. Here's the problem with people like Joy. She is so much of herself has gone into this foolishness that she believes. So much of her income
they're going in
on, propagating this foolishness to white women. So she's taken this really personal. This is an affront, not to just who she wanted to win the election, but to her personhood. So she's going through some things. Again, she just needs a timeout. Let's just give Joy some space. But here's she should not speak on behalf of Black women. Honey, we didn't have no election. I did not cast a ballot. You don't speak for us. Speak for you.
Right.
Nicole, she might have that timeout because, again, according to the latest polls, MSNBC and CNN, their ratings are in the tank. So she might be having some more timeout, more than she might want.
She needs a break. She does. I mean, just from a
crazy overstanding. King, I see y'all.
No. Please continue to hit that like button. We want to keep this broadcast up in the YouTube algorithm, and so that certainly helps us to do that. Guys, have you heard about this story?
Shout out to the enemy public, boy. Healthy
presidential
skepticism.
election, specifically to one of his students wearing a Trump hat the day after the election.
Fox 11's Christina Gonzalez is live with that story now. Christina?
Yeah, and it's interesting because even the parents who reached out to us about this were telling me that this is a very
Ain't no
popular
niggas
feature,
yet,
has
huh?
been here for a long time. As far as anyone knows, has never had an issue like this until students in a class got this in their cell phones. Listen.
I'm pissed. People voting for freaking rapists. I'm pissed off.
It's the voice of a Chino High teacher reacting to a student walking into his class wearing a Trump hat the day after the election.
Go back to your freaking seat now. Go. Take that. Can you send security up? Please, a boy who has a Trump hat on, and I'm not going to tolerate it today. Bye-bye.
Unfortunately, this video.
The president of the Chino Valley Unified School Board of Education, which Chino High is part of, says they are looking into this.
Teachers are not supposed to bring their political views, whether this is, on something else or specifically on this election. It should never happen.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I have a daughter, 3 nieces. He raped them, and it's people are boys.
What?
God knows what this teacher could be capable of doing in a fit of rage.
He's just one of several parents concerned about the teacher's behavior.
You know, you cannot scream at a kid and call someone names over a political person. Is wrong, you know. So I don't mind kids being corrected, but in the proper way, not over some political stuff.
I don't care. Fire the hell out of me. I'm fighting for my daughter, my nieces, their rights.
If this teacher unfortunately has to be the example of what not to do, we need to move forward and address this behavior. And then we also have an opportunity now to say, hey, no more of this. Let's bring the kids together. Let's not bring in our own personal views, and let's respect each other, whether it's political or something else. Let's have respect for each other.
Wow. Now, we did reach out to the teacher in question. He has not returned our calls or emails.
Did you think he would?
He should be fired. He should be fired.
Listen, Libs of TikTok had probably 8 or 9 teachers featured on their X feed who have done even worse. The one teacher was in her doorway, daring people to come fight her. You talk about a foul mouth. This woman had a terrible mouth. It's ridiculous to me that these are the people who are supposed to be teaching our children tolerance and good sportsmanship and respect for others with differing opinions. These people are unhinged.
Yeah,
absolutely
they
unhinged.
are. There was an administrator, I think a college or university in Seattle or Washington, I think he was put on administrative leave because he literally told students to go jump off a bridge. Okay, literally. I mean, and he was serious, right? It wasn't said in jest. So he was put on administrative leave while they investigate that. That's number one. Showed his face, everything, no qualms about it. Teachers and people in positions like this that literally have gotten away with over the years, they have been allowed to act like this with zero consequences. I'm saying collectively, maybe we were afraid, again, because of their title and their position. They also had the media, by and large, pumping up, making it seem like their view was the only view, like as if there was no opposition, no credible opposition, to their views. These people, our universities and schools, public schools, are really temples of the left. This is where they get to bring all their ideas and their doctrines and their theories and play them off on real people and real lives and without consequences. Remember, this is a religion to them. This is a religion. That teacher was basically one of the high priests, if you will, or maybe one of the archdiocese priests, and that he's upset that someone is going against his doctrine.
Here's an idea. Just imagine, God forbid, and thank you, Lord, for not letting it happen. But if Kamala had won, what would they have said to these children who come from conservative households? Kids who they know are Christian and have conservative backgrounds. It would have been relentless on these children, on their ethics, on their character. We have got to change the way education is run in this nation. I am so excited about what's going to happen at the Department of Education at the federal level and giving these states back, control over their classrooms. Now, I feel bad for people in California. I'm sorry, but the rest of the nation is looking pretty good for us to get a handle on what kids are being taught in the classroom. And we need more transparency, because clearly this teacher felt confident enough to act this way in front of these students. It was not his first time.
No.
It was not.
I want to know, because this is not a one-off, as you all have mentioned, who is hiring these types of teachers? This needs to go back to the administration. Why? We can pick out these kind of teachers in a lineup. They got the colored hair. They got the flags all through their rooms. They got the minotaur rings. They got the rings all over the faces. Why are they hiring them?
Because the same people that are hiring them think like they do.
Exactly.
That's unacceptable. It's
unacceptable.
We should not know your politics. I was a poli-sci. I was always involved in politics, even in high school.
Right.
And I can't tell, maybe one teacher I can remember, and I think she was on the left. But nobody else, you never knew. We always had very energized and critical thinking discussions on both sides. I remember having really heated debates in my classrooms. At the time, I was a leftist, and I would go toe to toe with different classmates and things. And what is this? They wouldn't even allow something like this now.
This is their religion. The schools and the universities are their temples. They have little temples, just like a church or any other religious organization. You have ministries all over, your area. The temples and the universities and the schools are their temples. And they unfortunately added to make it worse is that many of these are public taxpayer dollars.
Mm-hmm. That's what we need to start calling out, these administrators. When we see something like this with a teacher going off the handle, I want to talk to the administrator. Why did you hire this person? How did they present in the interview?
Exactly.
Why are they allowed to speak their personal views to my child or in the classroom? This is unacceptable.
This video getting so much attention online because of its politically charged nature. Parents we spoke to, many of them are concerned, and residents at last night's town council meeting even calling what they heard in that video, quote, horrifying.
Our lives have been targeted by an individual that cashes a paycheck from the town of Cheshire every week.
My grandson will be coming here next year. He would be in that teacher's district. I will not hand him off if she was there. I can't unsee that video.
Now, the video being referenced was posted by a Chapman Elementary School teacher in Cheshire. Concerned residents saying her language in that video is threatening toward supporters of President-elect Donald Trump. In a statement, the superintendent of schools says the teacher intended that video to be a private message to her group on Snapchat. It ultimately, as we can see, got leaked. The female teacher has since been placed on temporary leave while the incident is being investigated by the school. At last night's town council meeting, numerous residents, as I said, spoke about the video, but also with their discontent with the town for not releasing a statement against the politically charged video.
All right, guys, so we got to talk about another story that highlights the probably biggest problem with this country right now, which is the rapid Trump derangement that seems to be prevalent on the left, okay, among the liberal, loving, tolerant individuals, right, that apparently aren't very liberal, they aren't very tolerant, and they aren't very loving either, okay? Because this story highlights a woke teacher by the name of Annie Dunleavy from Cheshire, Connecticut, who is now facing a whole lot of backlash from parents after posting a video on Snapchat of her seemingly threatening Trump supporters. Now, this was after Trump won, and she went on this rant where at the very least you can interpret it as her stating that she's going to beat up, physically assault people for supporting Trump. And she broke down in tears on television trying to explain herself, to give excuses for why she posted that video on Snapchat. And in my opinion, I think she gives the dumbest excuse possible for why she posted that video. But it really shows you how brainwashed a lot of these individuals have become when it comes to their derangement towards Trump. Take a look.
Neither the are you guys. Just because you won doesn't mean we don't remember who the you voted for. And just please don't test your gangster on me. Nobody talk to me unless you want to swing. If you want to fight, text me, call me, whatever.
Another News 8 exclusive. The Cheshire teacher under investigation for posting this politically charged video has resigned. That video got national attention.
I spoke with the woman who recorded it, Annie Dunleavy, this afternoon. She apologized to her students and explained the emotion behind her words. If you voted for Trump, literally, please delete me, block me, get rid of everything of me, or step to me so that I know what's up and then I can handle you how I see fit. Just because you won doesn't mean we don't remember who the blank you voted for. You're not in the clear. Please don't test your gangster on me because you will end on a stretcher, gone forever. What does that mean exactly?
Yeah, so
it
that
sounds like a threat.
It sounds very extreme. And again, I was in a moment of high emotions and I shouldn't have ever posted the video. But what the message I was trying to get across, and it came off very wrong, was, if this is going to give people the almost permission in their minds to enact violence against women or anybody, I wanted to basically just say, I'm not going to go down without a fight. I mean, it's my life's dream to be a teacher. I consider those kids my kids because I don't have any of my own. And they fill that for me. And it's so fulfilling. It's so rewarding. And I know that what people see right now, I don't look like that person, but I truly would do anything to help any child and any family in need.
Yeah, so you see that, you heard that. Now, this teacher has resigned. However, before she resigned, she was placed on administrative leave, which means that she was probably fired, right? They probably told her, look, you're going to have to resign because otherwise we're going to have to fire you, right? So if you don't want to be fired, then you need to resign. Now, she claims that this video was not for public consumption. This was for a private group, and then it was leaked to the public. So whoever was in that private group, yeah, probably not one of your friends, okay? But anyways, I think the excuse that this teacher came up with is probably one of the dumbest excuses I've ever seen in my life. And again, this is just an example of how brainwashed a lot of these people are. They really think that Trump winning is some sort of, I guess, green light to commit violence against women. Right? Like who does that? I mean, seriously, Trump winning the election, no man is ever like, oh my God, now I can beat the shit out of my wife, right? No man has ever said that, right? No man have ever said, hey, I can beat women because Trump won. No man has ever said that. There's not a Trump supporter that is doing that, right? But again, we are seeing a whole lot of violence coming from the left in regards to individuals who believe it's okay for them to commit acts of violence against Trump supporters as a result of Trump winning, or just really as a result of supporting Trump in general, regardless of whether or not he's in office, right? We've seen plenty of that over the last 8 years. So this woman coming out here and talking about, well, I said that as a warning to anybody who thinks that they can commit acts of violence against women because Trump won. That's a load of BS. That's a load of BS. No, you clearly are Trump deranged and you were threatening Trump supporters. That's what you were doing. And this is why you do not belong in teaching. You do not belong in education, because clearly your political beliefs, your Trump derangement causes you to act in ways that simply are just not very smart, right? Clearly you can't control your emotions, because you should have known as a teacher that you probably should not be posting things like that on social media, regardless of if it's a private chat or if it's public or whatever. You probably should think a little bit harder before you decide to post something like that. But again, when you're caught up in the emotions of being upset because Trump is now your president, yeah, it makes you do stupid things, right? Clearly, your cognitive abilities are impaired, right? I mean, that's what I'm saying. The number one cause of cognitive impairment in this country is Trump derangement, okay? And we're seeing that right now, okay? So this teacher claiming that, oh, I would treat all of my students equally and their parents equally? Clearly not. Clearly you would not. Clearly you're not cut out to be a teacher, because again, your politics gets in the way of your ability to think clearly. And because of that, I think there are reasonable questions about whether or not this teacher can be unbiased towards students who she knows either support Trump themselves or have family members that support Trump, right? Could you imagine this teacher grading some students' paper, especially when it comes to something subjective like writing, okay? Could you imagine her grading a student's paper and actually being fair, knowing that a student may support Trump or their family members may support Trump? I don't think so, right? I don't think that she has the ability to do it. I don't. So I think that parents were rightfully upset, and they rightfully called for her to resign, to lose her job, because teachers like this do not belong in the education system.
Reaction to the presidential election, specifically to one of his students wearing a Trump hat the day after the election.
Fox 11's Christina Gonzalez is live with that story now. Christina?
Yeah, and it's interesting because even the parents who reached out to us about this were telling me that this is a very popular teacher, has been here for a long time. As far as anyone knows, has never had an issue like this until students in a class got this in their cell phones. Listen.
I'm pissed. People voted for freaking rapists. I'm pissed off.
It's the voice of a Chino High teacher reacting to a student walking into his class wearing a Trump hat the day after the election.
Turn it off and go back to your freaking seat now. Go. Take the. Can you send security up? Please, a boy who has a Trump hat on, and I'm not going to tolerate it today. Bye-bye.
Unfortunately, this video is real.
The president of the Chino Valley Unified School Board of Education, which Chino High is part of, says they are looking into this.
Teachers are not supposed to bring their political views, whether this is, on something else or specifically on this election. It should never happen.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I have a daughter. I have 3 nieces. He raped them, and it's people are voting for him. The Christians are voting for him. Bunch of losers.
God knows what this teacher could be capable of doing in a fit of rage.
He's just one of several parents concerned about the teacher's behavior.
You know, you cannot scream at a kid and call someone names over a political person. Is wrong, you know. So I don't mind kids being corrected, but in the proper way, not over some political stuff.
I don't care. Fire the hell out of me. I'm fighting for my daughter, my nieces, their rights.
If this teacher unfortunately has to be the example of what not to do, we need to move forward and address this behavior. And then we also have an opportunity now to say, hey, no more of this. Let's bring the kids together. Let's not bring in our own personal views, and let's respect each other, whether it's political or something else. Let's have respect for each other.
That's one of the biggest things that has to change over the next 4 years in the education system, is we have to weed out these teachers that are pushing this type of indoctrination in school. And I do not believe that this teacher is crying because she's truly sorry. No, I don't think she's sorry. I think she's sorry that she got caught, right? She's sorry that she was forced to resign. She's not sorry about what she said, because if she was sorry about what she said, she would make any excuses for it. She would have came out here and said, you know what? It was wrong, and that I should not have these type of negative feelings towards people based off their politics, period. Because Trump is not causing anybody to beat up women or to hit women or to harm women in this country. And for her to come out and say that and to excuse her behavior with that, it shows me, okay, yeah, there's still some Trump derangement there, right? You still hate Trump. And again, you're not sorry about what you said. You're just sorry that you got caught, right? You're sorry that it got exposed to the public, and now you got to deal with the backlash over it. So my advice to this teacher is cure your Trump derangement. Go lay on somebody's couch, right? Talk to a therapist, talk to somebody about this. In fact, this is an issue that needs to be addressed really across the country, because you have a lot of these individuals that don't seem to be able to control themselves, and it is really, really, really destroying their lives in regards to their hatred of Trump. They cannot separate their hatred from Trump from being a professional, and it's resulting in these types of stories. So hey, let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black conservative perspective. Peace.
Whatever your reason is, I would never let my politics be the reason I don't show up to see my family, because they won't always be there.
I'm going to disagree. I completely understand her point, because I really do feel that this candidate President-elect Trump is just a different type of candidate. From the things he's said and the things he's done and the things he will do, it's more of a moral issue for me. And I think it's more of a moral issue for other people. We're just, I would say it was different when, let's say, Bush got elected. You may not have agreed with his policies, but you didn't feel like he was a deeply flawed person, deeply flawed by character, deeply flawed in morality.
A lot of Dems called him deeply flawed and humanized him.
But you got to admit, they're very different figures. I mean, you along with Milley and along with John Kelly warned us about how deeply flawed he was as a candidate. And so I think when people feel that someone voted not only against their families, but against them and against people that they loved, I think it's okay to take a beat.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. We have some very fascinating news about the cackling hens on The View, as it seems as if ABC is looking to scramble up the lineup, right? So the cackling hens, ABC is saying, hold on. You guys are too far left. You're too overtly pro-Democrat. We need some more voices, right? We need more diversity, like actual diversity of thought on the show. And this comes as The View is getting some backlash for getting more and more deranged after the election, okay? Because now they're just flat out telling people, hey, it's okay to disown your family and your friends that voted for Trump, right? They're basically saying that politics and the cult of anti-Trumpism is more important than your family. This is what they're saying on the show. They're also smearing anybody who supported Trump as a racist or a bigot or a misogynist.
Bill, well, I think it's worth noting that while so many Democrats were surprised by that flip, not a single voter that we spoke to out here was surprised. They said, had people actually gone out into these communities like we did, spoken to your everyday voter, they would have felt their frustrations. These are daily issues that they felt only Trump was addressing, like the border right here and also inflation. The perfect example of this is Jacqueline Barrientos right here. We met her literally just walking on the street. She owns a bakery here in Eagle Pass in Maverick County, which is 94% Latino. It was her first time voting for Trump after soaring prices at the grocery store, which she needs to keep her business alive, and illegal migrants outside.
So it did affect us because I have a business right here in the corner, right on Main and Madison. And we would have illegals just like walking around, People didn't want to really stop because they were afraid. So, I mean, with that being said, I think that Donald Trump is a better choice for more security.
And a recent clip from The View going viral saying it was misogyny that caused these border districts to vote for Trump. We spoke to countless voters, mostly women, who say that they were so offended by this. One woman we spoke to says that she is a mother of 7. She has 9 grandkids, and she can barely afford to have them for dinner, Bill.
Brooke, thanks, Brooke. Good to have you.
Because it doesn't matter to me, it doesn't matter if you're male or female. Even if you go out to eat, like at a restaurant or whatever, it's costly. Right now, you don't get anything for less than $15, for one person.
And again, she was one of the many people that we spoke to. These major issues like inflation and grocery prices. These people, real everyday voters, struggling just to get by, guys.
Really an amazing story. Eagle Pass, Texas, Brooke.
Yeah, but if you listen to the cackling hens, they'll tell you that, no, we're actually in touch, right? Like Whoopi claims that she is working class, that, hey, she has to work for a living and she's not some rich elitist that is worth $45 million reportedly. No, not her with the multi-million-dollar salary working at The View, right? She is just like everybody else.
I'm sorry. When you have one candidate who has been running for 12 years, who lies and changes things, I appreciate that people are having a hard time. Me too.
Yeah.
I work for a living. If I had all the money in the world, I would not be here. Okay? So I'm a working person, And my kid has to feed her family. you know, and my great-granddaughter has to be fed by her family. I know it's hard out there, but I also know that there are a lot of things that we just said, no, I'm just going to go this way.
Right.
And a lot of that is also what happened. I love what she did. Yay. You know, we talk to people all the time who say, this is what's bothering me. But the thing that's bothering everybody should not be the thing that puts 85% of other people in danger.
Yeah.
That's what we're saying. We'll be right back.
Yeah, so allegedly, the executives at ABC are noticing how out of touch the View is, that they're not in touch with the rest of the country. And this report coming out is fascinating, the timing of it, because it comes out as we have reports of the ratings for CNN and MSNBC collapsing.
It's a busy news cycle coming off the presidential election. It's a time of year news organizations bank on having high viewership, with high interest in who wins the election and reaction to the results. But some networks are seeing their post-election audience quickly evaporating. According to Nielsen ratings, MSNBC had a big election night, bringing in 6 million viewers. But the days following the election, MSNBC's viewership tanked to less than 1 million. The network losing more than half of its audience compared to its average viewership in October leading up to the election. Friday also marked the network's lowest rated non-holiday night of the year. MSNBC recorded a similar loss in viewership following the 2016 election after Trump's last presidential election victory. But the network rebounded, going on to have its 4 most watched years in its history from 2017 to 2020, as many news outlets were able to capitalize on Trump-heavy coverage with record revenue and subscribers. Following last week's election, CNN also hemorrhaged viewership. The network saw 5.1 million people tune in during their election coverage. In the days after the election, CNN's viewership also fell to 611,000, a 36% drop compared to its average viewership in October leading up to election night. Fox News saw a very different trend. While MSNBC and CNN were losing viewers, Fox News gained. On election night, the network saw over 10 million people tune in. And in the days that followed, Fox's total viewership averaged over 4 million, up 34% from its October average. That's also a 58% jump compared to its 2024 year-to-date numbers. While this trend shows left-leaning cable networks losing their audiences after Trump's victory and right-leaning news outlets gaining, there is one left-leaning talk show that is defying this trend. The View, seeing a gain in viewers after Trump won the election, posting its best week of ratings in over 3 years. The ABC daytime talk show averaged 3 million viewers during the week of November 5th, making it the top-rated daytime talk show. On the day after the election, The View had its most watched episode in over a decade, pulling in 4.5 million viewers, its highest since Barbara Walters' farewell episode back in 2014.
Yeah, so I know a lot of you are probably wondering, how in the hell did The View see an increase in viewership after the election, but CNN and MSNBC are declining in their viewership? Well, I think the explanation is pretty simple. It's because a ton of people tuned in to The View the day after the election to see them boohoo, whine, and cry about Trump winning, right? So they got an extra 1.5 million hate watchers, right? Then they get on average throughout the election. But I don't think that trend is going to last. I really don't, because if the trend for most of these liberal media outlets is that they're losing audience members, right? That people aren't watching, they're tuning it out. I don't think that The View and their ratings trend is going to last much longer. And that could be why you're seeing this report about ABC looking to scramble things up, even though they deny this, right? But this was put out here by the New York Post. So let's read this. ABC News brass are in panic mode as they hunt for conservative voices to balance the rabid anti-Trump rhetoric spewed by the hosts on The View, as well as those on other news shows, the Post has learned. The Disney-owned network, which came under fire over how ABC News moderators grilled Donald Trump during the presidential debate against Vice President Kamala Harris, has been holding high-level meetings since last week's rout by the former president, sources close to the situation told the Post. Yeah, so apparently you have the president and other high-level executives holding intense sit-downs with executive producers of the network's various shows and other senior editorial leaders, sources said. First on the agenda, according to one insider, is finding a pro-Trump panelist for its top-ranked daytime talk show, co-hosted by ultra-liberal Whoopi Goldberg, Joy Behar, Sunny Hostin, and Sarah Hayes, as well as Republican Trump bashers Anna Navarro and Alyssa Fair Griffin. Well, I wouldn't even put Republican there, right? I would just put liberal Trump bashers, right? Because that's what they are at this point. They're liberals. Okay, they're not Republicans. They're not conservatives. Quote, the View is facing pressure from higher ups. The source said viewers can expect some major changes, including bringing in new panelists that can bring in a pro-Trump perspective. The source did not signal whether one of the current panelists would be bounced or if the already crowded desk would add a 7th seat. So, I mean, I can only imagine that if this actually happened, which we don't know if this is going to happen, right? But if it did happen, then they would have to get rid of somebody. Now, the easiest person to get rid of would be Alyssa Fair Griffin. And the reason why is because at this point, she serves no purpose except really being a doormat to Sunny Hostin, right? Because that's exactly what happens. Every time her and Sunny get into it, where Alyssa Fair Griffin tries to make some sense, right? She tries to be conservative a little bit. She gets ran over by Sunny Hostin, right? And then she goes back to being a doormat, which is what she is 99% of the time. So, yeah, it's easy to get rid of her because she's not a real Republican voice, right? She's not a real conservative voice. The other person I think they should highly consider getting rid of is Whoopi Goldberg, because I think that she is getting into Joe Biden territory when it comes to her cognitive abilities. Okay, I mean, there are times where I would listen to Whoopi talk and I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, what are you trying to say? I don't understand anything that you're saying right now. Okay, she's doing Kamala Harris word salads on a regular basis. So, you know, this is a show that I think definitely should be revamped. Okay, and you know, I mean, if they're gonna do it, I mean, I welcome on a pro-Trump voice. The problem is that you're gonna need more than one. You're gonna need at least two. You need two pro-Trump voices, and that's fine if you had other liberals as well too. But the whole panel can't be so Trump deranged that they gang up on the pro-Trump voice, and then the pro-Trump voice essentially ends up becoming an anti-Trump moderate or liberal. And that's what happened to Alyssa Fair Griffin, right? Alyssa Fair Griffin, she wasn't this bad when she first started out, but she basically got bullied. She got punked into becoming what she is right now, which again is a doormat. Quote, everyone on The View endorsed Kamala Harris. They lost. They are out of touch with America, the source said. For a show about different perspectives, The View doesn't seem to have any when it comes to Trump. ABC bosses don't want to alienate the pro-Trump demographic. I mean, yeah, when you have more than half the country vote for the man, right? He wins in a landslide. Yeah, you might want to revamp your show that is supposed to cater to women from all viewpoints, right? I mean, I think that was the original concept of the show, right? But that is changed, okay? It is now the liberal view, and the liberal view only. A second source with knowledge said the expected network-wide reshuffle comes after execs were caught flat-footed about the pro-Trump sentiment of the country. Quote, we're trying to sort out how we can cover the next 4 years when everyone inside ABC News is on one side, the person said, speaking broadly about the network, which is also home to Good Morning America and World News Tonight. Quote, The View is an opinion-based show featuring a diverse panel of women with different points of view. The current panel is clearly resonating with audiences, given that the series just had its highest rated episode in more than a decade and hit a 4-year high in total viewers. An ABC spokesperson told the Post in a statement. Okay, yeah. So, you know, I'm not saying that this isn't true. I'm just saying that I wouldn't rely too heavily on the post-election numbers because, again, a lot of people just hate watching, right? And they just want to see the meltdown. So that's where those numbers are coming from. But, you know, hey, maybe they want access to the Trump administration. Of course, they're going to want access. So if they want that access, then you probably should have a pro-Trump person up there, because otherwise, why would the administration give you any access at all if they know that they're just going to go on the show and get bombarded? And apparently, while one ABC insider is denying this, right, they're basically saying, no, The View is not going to change course, right? They're not going to become less Trump deranged, okay? However, they are saying there's a network-wide push to give a voice to the people that voted for Trump. So basically, they're saying that the reports about the network scrambling, which come from the New York Post, okay? So you have multiple insiders here saying things that are somewhat contradictory. They're saying that those reports are, quote, not accurate. However, quote, there is definitely a network-wide push and sense of responsibility to give a voice to the 75 million people who voted for Trump. But The View didn't have a pro-Trump voice for the entirety of his first presidency. The ABC employee told Fox News Digital, Meghan McCain and Abby Huntsman were both loyal conservatives, but both expressed that they didn't personally support Trump. It's no different this time around. Okay, so here's the difference, right? Meghan McCain, at least in some aspects, is actually conservative. I can't say that about Alyssa Fair Griffin, and I can't say that about Anna Navarro. They're not conservative. You don't have a conservative voice on the panel at all. There's not any conservatives on the panel. That's the problem. Okay, you don't have to have necessarily a all pro-Trump conservative group, right? If you're going to bring on pro-Trumpers, but you can have at least one pro-Trump conservative, and then you can have another that is conservative but not necessarily pro-Trump. That actually might make some sense, right? That might make some sense. But expect to see Trump officials invited on in 2025. Yeah, so I don't know why any Trump officials would go on The View, right, when they're intolerant of Trump and conservatives in general, right? Why would anybody go? I actually hope that the Trump administration boycotts The View, right? I hope that a lot of officials actually boycott the mainstream liberal media because, quite honestly, they don't need to go on the mainstream liberal media. For what? They don't need to. Trust in the media is at an all-time low. Nobody buys into their gaslighting in their lies. So there's really no reason to go and subject yourself to a bombardment of derangement from the media, lies, and gaslighting when, hey, we're in power, right? And a lot of people don't trust the media anyways. The only good reason I see for people to go on the mainstream liberal media is just to practice, right? To practice going back and forth, right? To practice sparring, okay? To stay sharp with the tongue, okay? That's the only reason I see that would make sense for anybody from the Trump administration specifically to go on any type of mainstream liberal media outlet, unless they get more fair and balanced, right? Which could happen as a result of them losing viewership, right? That could happen. But I think that honestly, they're going to get more Trump deranged. I think that's what's going to happen, especially when Trump gets into office and he starts implementing his agenda. The derangement is going to get out of control. And I think they're going to double and triple down on that, just like they did during his first administration. And who knows, they may get back their viewers, right? The anti-Trump sentiment in this country may ratchet up again, but I doubt it, right? I don't think it's going to be like the first time around, but we'll see, right? We will see. And we will see whether or not The View is going to bring on a pro-Trump person, right? If they end up bringing on a pro-Trump person, if you see more pro-Trump people on the show, then you know that this report was true. But if you don't, then you know that, hey, this report was false. But hey, let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black conservative perspective. Peace.
We keep having this messaging coming out of these agencies, especially during the Biden-Harris administration, that, there's nothing to see here. With regards to FEMA, they are being now presented with evidence that they were treating people differently based on their partisan views. That is an incredible discovery in the United States of America. And so, of course, you're going to have an investigation. We're not going to wait.
Well, FEMA insisting that the case of an agency supervisor telling relief workers to avoid Trump campaign signs at homes during disaster response is an isolated incident. Let's bring in the FEMA official who was fired over the incident, but claims she has been made a scapegoat. Marnie Washington.
Had to be a Black woman. How do we know? How did we know that in the midst of a natural disaster, the person that they allege is a scapegoat, but obviously participated because she was fired, had to be a Black woman? You cannot make this up. You can't predict it. And I was waiting to even have a conversation about this with you guys before I found out all of the facts, because I don't just react to stuff immediately. I want to know what the hell is going on. Had to be a Black woman. If it was ever something different, I would be surprised. The only other thing that it could, we ain't even gonna get into that. Let's see what she got to say for herself. I'm curious. Let's see what she got to say for herself.
Arnie, thank you so much for coming on. I want to read this because this is from the FEMA administrator, Deanne Criswell. She said this, and she's talking about you. She said, quoting here, recently, a FEMA employee departed from these values to advise her survivor assistance team to not go to homes with yard signs supporting President-elect Trump. This was reprehensible. I want to be clear to all of my employees and the American people, this type of behavior and action will not be tolerated at FEMA. You say this is not your policy. You're not political. You don't care about the right or the left. You are simply doing your job and following your orders. So you're telling me these orders came from somebody above.
Correct. When I first reported to Florida, I was already on another team. I was there as a specialist. This was the culture. They were already avoiding these homes based on community trends from hostile political encounters. It has nothing to do with the campaign sign. It just so happened to be part of the community trend. When you focus in on the campaign sign, you are violating the Hatch Act. So that is something that FEMA definitely wants to stay away from because it was created in 1939, and that was to protect citizens from being alienated based on their political stance.
So just so we're clear, you're saying that basically FEMA was doing this out of safety. They were doing that safe because they had some adversarial conflicts with some people with Trump signs in their front yard. So they banned every Trump sign. They said, don't go to any homes with Trump signs. And if that's the case, why would they come down so hard on you? Why are you the scapegoat? Why are you the one they're saying was, quote, reprehensible for actually putting this in place when you did not put this in place?
Let's hold off for 1 second before we get to her, because we're definitely going to address her. Let's start with the foundation that you are being persecuted against for your political views, for your right to elect. And they always on the left sit there and tell you, oh, okay, you know what? It's a fair and free election. This election wasn't fair. It hasn't been. And the only reason that we sitting here getting a complete wash of the swamp, because that's not what they wanted to do, is because the people educated themselves. Man, if we didn't have social media, if we didn't have independent content creators, if we didn't have people that are willing to stand up and stand out and risk everything and risk alienation from their family and all of that, if we didn't have people that actually use their platforms for good at the sacrifice of so many things in their life, how misinformed would we be? You know, it only exaggerates the idea of the media has been controlled for so long. And I don't even trust a lot of these podcasters and stuff like that because they paid plants. I don't trust celebrities. We already see there was a bunch of money that was coming out from the Kamala Harris campaign. And so when she was walking around, see, I'm gonna revisit all of that. I ain't gonna forget nothing. When she was walking around taking photo ops, you know, when the hurricane and stuff was happening, how you gonna sit there and evaluate whether or not somebody got a Trump sign in front of their crib and everything is completely blown over and torn up in the first place? What happened to our humanity? It don't matter if you got a Kamala Harris waltz, if you sassy. Look, I ran into a neighbor the other day, a grown man that had a dress on. I might even have it still in my, I had to take a picture before I even got out the car. I said, people are not gonna believe me. People are not going to believe me. It's a grown man that had a dress on. I'm gonna have to find that picture. I might put it on my community tab. A grown man that had a dress on when I pulled up. A new neighbor. I said, okay, all right. I got out. We talked. He seemed like an okay guy as far as, you know, whether or not he was gonna do anything in the neighborhood. However, you know, we don't necessarily have to be friends, but I'm not going to deny his humanity. And so I'm not going to advocate for him to get thrown out of the place. Hey, did he pay his rent? Is he doing anything illegal? I may not necessarily align with his lifestyle, but it doesn't mean that I'm going to deny his humanity. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, for them to go in and discriminate against taxpayers, these are taxpayers that are paying that wants the federal government to work on their behalf, and they 100% was discriminated against before we even get to her. These are policies, and this is why you need people like Trump and outsiders to come in, tear that whole system down and start over. because it's evil. It's 100% evil. It's crazy.
What's reprehensible is they're not being
See if I can
transparent.
find that picture.
Why is this coming down on me? I am the person that jotted down the notes from my superiors, and my notation in Teams chat was exposed from their surge capacity team. That's exactly what happened, and it's easy to then say, well, haha, it's her name, it's her writing.
Right.
Make her accountable for it. But I'm just simply executing, again, what was coming down from my superiors.
Right. And I'm wondering, because it says things like when on this list that says avoid the Trump houses, drink water, take rest breaks. So there's a list of things. You didn't come up with those either, right?
No.
So you didn't come up with any of this list. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, sir.
And I'm wondering, how do you prove that, Marty? You're trying to.
Doesn't even matter. You participated, though, so we can be whistleblowers, and we can hold people accountable for everything, discrimination against you, all of this stuff. But you just going with the flow. Look, man, this is all excuses. I don't care if it was her policy. I think that the whole system needs to be torn down, and I'm absolutely okay with her getting fired, because if she go along with the get along with the discrimination, you just as much as a problem. As a matter of fact, you the one that's implementing it. You the one with the gun, boss, at the gun line, boss. This is evil, and we're not going to excuse her from her behavior, and her going on this platform don't make it any better. Oh, I didn't come up with the policy. I'm just the one that's implementing it. Shut it up. Shut up, bro.
To save your reputation, how do you prove that this order came from above?
Well, the last time that question was posed, I verbally called on all DSA crew leads and specialists that are still active with FEMA and former to come forward and discuss our avoidance policies, our de-escalation policies. Because to be honest with you, we don't just I know the highlight here is the Trump campaign signage, but if someone is in another, like an urban community, and it's a different culture and someone feels uncomfortable, we can't go to that home. If you have loose dogs and someone on the team is comfortable with dogs and another person is not.
Loose dogs and a campaign sign is two different things, fam. Come on, bro. I want to hear the whole thing. Let me just hear this whole thing.
We can't go to that home because of safety precautions.
So you feared the Trump houses. The people on FEMA were fearing the Trump houses like they were fearing people with vicious dogs in their backyard.
Exactly. And that's based on the trends. You can ask FEMA for incident reports. They have those because they ask us to report out if there's an incident at home. And unfortunately, again, the passionate supporters for Trump, some of them were a little bit violent.
But all of them were painted with the same broad brush. All of them as being, we're not going to go near these.
This is called racism. It's called discrimination. It's called sex. Whatever ism that you want to throw in there, it's called that. This is dirty. This is dirty.
They're all bad people.
No, because some were registered. Some did receive case inquiries and updates.
Yeah.
Some of them came outside and said, hi, I appreciate what you're doing. I would like to participate. And then some were very vocal and firm that they didn't want anything to do with FEMA, and they thought that we were crooks.
And lastly, we've got to go. We're running out of time here. Did this also happen in other places? This was Florida, but did it happen in North Carolina? Did it happen in other places?
Georgia as well. Just ask the crew.
I believe that the system was bad across the board. I don't think that she's the only one. I think it came from above, but she also participated. And so you're not a scapegoat. You're a participant, and you need to be fired along with everybody else. Y'all let me know what y'all think inside of the comments. This is dirty. This is crazy. And then they want to try to act like we crazy because we saying that we being discriminated against. Make sure y'all tap into the Patreon. Link is in the description. This is called Identity Politics. Tap into the Patreon. We're going to get that money because you can get money regardless of what your orientation is or whatever it is that you stand for. Also, teach Hanley 40% off your first order plus 20% off of life, and get your tickets to come and see me December 14th. Don't matter what race you are. Crazy.
Where are all the deep state bureaucrats going right now? Do you think all of like the swamp rats in Washington, D.C. are just like jumping ship? right? It's like a burning fire, so they're just jumping ship. No. In fact, the swamp rats are staying put, and they are actively trying to undermine President Trump. This is a bombshell story today by the Washington Times. Obama appointees burrowing in for career federal jobs. Now, we're talking about a tactic called burrowing in, where political appointees from an outgoing administration transition into secure career level federal jobs that they think they'll coast for many, many years, and they'll do it in the next administration before it takes over. So Trump can't fire them, basically. That's the strategy here. So what's really going on here? Well, during the Obama administration, dozens of political appointees reportedly burrowed in. This means they moved from their appointed roles, and which can be replaced by new leadership. That's exactly what Trump would do, clean house, right? Put in new leadership. Then they transition to career positions that can't basically be fired. They're much harder to dislodge. In fact, they're even harder to find. It's like trying to dig for a rat. Like, where is this rat hiding? In the crawl space. That's exactly what it is. So, in fact, between 2010 and 2015, auditors found 69 Obama political appointees that he himself appointed had made the shift and burrowed in to the new Trump administration. In fact, 17 cases skipped the required approval process altogether, just transitioned without even getting approval and jumped into these jobs. And they absolutely sabotaged Trump. And the timing here is everything, because when you have a new president coming in, many Obama appointees wanted to cement their positions before Trump could appoint his own team.
I don't really understand the years, because Trump was not in power between 2010 and 2015. So how can that audit have shown people staying in the Trump administration from Obama when Trump wasn't?
Well, Trump came in 2016.
Came after. Okay.
Right. Okay. The audit came afterwards, and they discovered that these people saw the writing on the wall and made this transition into permanent placements inside the Trump administration.
Okay. So they did this to themselves in that time, and the
Right.
audit happened during the Trump administration. Gotcha.
And the timing here is everything, right? So Trump is coming in. Many Obama appointees want to sort of cement their positions here inside the Trump administration, and before he can even appoint anybody. Republicans on Capitol Hill saw this issue. Senator Ron Johnson, specifically from Wisconsin, chair of the Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee, he demanded weekly reports. He wanted to know, like, where are these people hiding on any Obama appointees that tried to burrow in? Like, he's like, you need to report to us weekly. That's how they were able to find this as the administration wound down. And he knew that this was up. He saw this happening as the transition was happening. Obama burrowers nearly destroyed the Trump administration the first time around. He cataloged hundreds of leaks. So you think, oh, well, what's the big deal here? So all of these leaks that were coming out, remember all of those leaks? It was like, what is this? It's like a massively leaky
What's
ship.
the big deal? We saw that under President Trump's administration, there were people in the Justice Department trying to subvert stories that were unflattering to Hunter Biden in order to oust Trump, who was commander-in-chief at the time.
Right.
That's the big deal, is we can't have a subversive government. We need people who understand that this is the leader now, and we will work for everybody at the behest of the leader.
So Senator Ron Johnson, he had cataloged hundreds of leaks that came from the former Obama staffers that burrowed in. Watch.
Actually, a leak a day, 125 leaks in the first 126 days, and 62 of these leaks threatened national security by President Obama's own definition of that, because they were concerned about that as well. They had 8 leaks of a similar nature in Obama versus the Bush administration, about 9. They had 62. President Trump had 62 that threatened national security. It was completely out of control. And you know who knows what, who leaked this information and what was falsely leaked to them? The news media. It was leaked to 18 different outlets, and I haven't seen too much investigation reporting or investigatory reporting from the media in terms of how they were either duped or complicit in this corruption of the transition process.
Yeah. So leaking this information and then right to the liberal media, right? See how this works? So you have all these like embedded, burrowed rats in the Trump administration trying to sabotage him, leaking information out to the Wall Street Journal, the Washington Post, the New York Times, and all of this. And no one investigated
But
this.
it goes beyond just sabotaging the president, because you could also be sabotaging American people at the same time. If you read J. Christian Adams' book about the people who were appointed to the Justice Department under Obama, many of them quite literally believed that white people had no civil rights. And so they refused to prosecute any case in which the victim was white. And so if those types of people who were quite happy to take a job under the Obama administration continued to work under the Trump administration, we have this continuing. So there are various examples just like that.
Clint's Collectibles in our YouTube chat says that's a dam burst. That's not just one leak. Yeah, I mean, hundreds of leaks. Absolutely right about that. So Obama sabotaged Trump's presidency right out of the gate, even before Trump was sworn in. How? He and his staffers orchestrated the fake Russia hoax. They all did this, and the creation of fraudulent documents. It wasn't Obama himself, but it was his staffers, right? That asserted Trump owed his election to Putin. So right away, it started. Almost immediately. How did it start? Because of these burrowed in swamp rats from the previous administration. And Obama wondered last week, how did everything get so toxic?
I don't understand how we got so toxic and just so divided and so bitter. And I get why sometimes people just don't want to pay attention to it. And we all have friends like that. We have family members who just like, you know, it's all a circus out there. I get that.
Do you? Wonder why? Why is it so toxic, Barack? This wasn't just a few folks looking for a job security, by the way. It was part of a larger pattern of sabotage. Congress wasn't thrilled, and for good reason. Homeland Security alone saw 9 such conversions, and Republican leaders like Michael McCall from Texas were quick to call it out at the time, saying the new president has a right to shape his own administration. Now, why should this matter to you? I mean, other than the sabotage and the bringing down of a president you may have just voted for? Well, it's all happening right now, all over again. Right in front of us, and right in front of our eyes, according to the Washington Times. Now, as Charlie Kirk pointed out, these intelligence agency deep staters are planting landmines everywhere for Trump right now. This is why we should care.
To be able to thread this needle right into January 20th, then the intel agency is going to win. It's the intel community right now that is plotting against Donald Trump. The NSA, the Central Intelligence Agency, the FBI, the Department of Justice, the Department of Defense, the Pentagon, they're leaving little landmines for Donald Trump all around the government right now. This is exactly what Dwight D. Eisenhower warned us of, and Donald Trump won a mandate to fight all of this, and it is going to be a battle. That's why all of you, yes, keep celebrating, and we're going to keep on enjoying this, but understand what is coming ahead of us, that the forces are being marshaled to try to subvert Donald Trump, undermine him, and prevent his presidency from getting started, to stop it right out of the gate.
That's exactly what's happening. So the reasons these burrowers are so bad is because these are positions where people can influence government policy long after the administration that hired them has left office. And when these transitions happen without proper oversight, without even approval from the Office of Personnel Management, it undermines the whole merit-based hiring process meant to keep civil service impartial. So here's the kicker, too. While Obama didn't invent this practice, neither did Bush before him, nor Clinton before that. It's almost become a tradition, sort of an outgoing administrations to do some last-minute burrowing. But it needs to stop right now. And I actually would love to know, and I don't know the numbers on this, like how many Trump career people like burrowed in to be a part of the Biden administration?
Surely plenty. Yeah.
I mean, who knows? I don't know the answer to that. And did they burrow in to try to sabotage him? Because I don't know. I haven't really seen any evidence of that, but maybe they did. Why would any Trump people who were appointed by Trump want to be a part of the Biden administration?
Right.
But maybe they did. So anyway, we'll follow that story, and the burrowing, we've got to stop it.
All right. Well, last week after the election, the FBI announced that it had 2 men in custody and had indicted 3 men for a plot to assassinate President Trump. It came out plat, but I mean plot. What they're saying is they have men in custody who were plotting to assassinate President Trump, and this was at the behest of the Iranian government. Now, in the words of the Libertarian Institute, shaky is what we would use the word to describe this evidence. Even weirder is that one of these people who was indicted had been an FBI informant several times who they say passed on bad intel, but they believe them that when they said that the Iranian government sanctioned this assassination. So it's strange. We're going to try to go through it. Here is the announcement of this. You can find it at justice.gov and then click through to find the criminal complaint for yourself. Notice here it says that they indicted 3 men. 2 of them are from New York. One of them is known as Pop. It's just Pop.
Corn Pop?
Just Pop. And the one of them is from Iran, and they're being indicted for trying to kill a U.S. citizen of Iranian origin. Obviously, that's not Donald Trump. He's not from Iran. So where is Trump in all of this? I'm going to show you in a minute. But the man mentioned here, Farhad Shakeri, he was in contact with the FBI at least 5 times. Here, they wrote out all the phone calls that they had between September and October of this year alone. Why is he talking to the FBI so much if he's planning to kill Trump? The indictment later says that on these calls, he passed along what they now know is bad information. But for whatever reason, when he said that he was doing this on behalf of the Iranian government, that part they believe. Okay. The indictment says that he started this assassination plot of the U.S. Iranian person in December of 2023, again, targeting somebody else, not Trump. And it says that they wanted to kill this person because this Iranian U.S. citizen is an outspoken critic of the Iranian government. So that's why they wanted him. But somehow along the way, they were told to pivot to Trump, who they call victim 4. Take a look here, where they said, we're planning to kill this other dude, basically. But then we got this word to start to ditch that project and put on all your focus on surveying and ultimately assassinating former president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Now, can you imagine the FBI's file on Trump? Because this here, in this file, he is victim number 4. In the Michael Cohen file, he's co-conspirator number A or 1 or what have you. And then in many other cases, he's the main target. So what a mess their file on Trump must be. Now, how do we know that Pop and the other 2 were working on behalf of the government of Iran? The indictment just says that. But there's no sources, no backup. They just say, because Iran does this regularly, so that's why we're sure that they want this. There's no sourcing here. They don't prove it. They don't even seem to think they need to. So maybe they know that this is happening in a way they don't need to prove to us. But given how often the U.S. has sanctioned Iran over nuclear weapons that they have never proven, that threshold for wanting to see proof that this is from the Iranian government is pretty high now, right? We should demand proof of this. We should not believe them out of pocket. Now, I don't want to support a war based on lies and fall for another weapons of mass destruction narrative. So I think we need to see how they know that. That's what I'm asking. I want to know how. So we are led to believe that Iran wanted to kill Trump in and around October, even though in that same month, Trump publicly said that the U.S. has no business getting into a war with Iran. In fact, he said during a press conference in New Jersey, even before that, in August, he said, I'm not looking to be bad to Iran. We're going to be friendly, I hope, with Iran, but maybe not. But we're going to be friendly, I hope. We're going to be friendly. But they can't have a nuclear weapon. We're going to make sure they don't have a nuclear weapon, which, again, the IAEA has said many times that they know that they have not seen proof of Iran having a nuclear weapon. So are we to believe that even though Trump is saying, I would like diplomacy with Iran, Iran wants to kill him anyway, even though Trump's opponent at the time did not want diplomacy with Iran? That's weird, right? Why would they want him and not the people who did want a war with Iran? J.D. Vance has said he's willing to hit Iran hard. So why Trump in this instance? It only makes sense in the context of those who have warned that this would be a false flag for a war with the Middle East in order to support Israel. And in fact, former CIA CIA employee Michael Scheuer warned us about this on Redacted just a few weeks ago.
They may be finished, Clinton, with shooters, but not with a truck bomb or an aerial weapon of some kind. And they can blame it on anybody. They've got all the gangsters in the country they need, and they can set them up. The FBI specialty is setting up Muslim terrorists. They get one not very bright Muslim suggest an operation. He goes out and gets some dumber Muslims, and then at the last moment, the FBI picks him up and calls it a victory against terrorism. So there's lots of other options out there. And it depends on how many people they're willing to kill as to what option. Right now, they seem focused just on him. But if it's his family, if it's his children, if it's a bunch of people who just work for him, I think there's no hesitation on the part of the Democrats to preserve what they have to killing more than one person.
Okay, that does seem a lot like what happened here. The FBI had this guy, Shakari. He, by the way, had been in prison in the U.S. for 14 years for robbery, and then they deported him to Iran in 2008. And then he went back to Iran, and we're led to believe that it was there he picked up this assignment to kill some other Iranian U.S. citizens and then pivot to President Trump. And then somehow was working through his surrogates in New York. The FBI does acknowledge that this guy gave them bad information all along, but they somehow believe him when he says that he's working for the Iranian government. It is all very much like the hypothetical that Michael Shore just laid out. So read it for yourself and let us know. Do you think that this is a flag in order to get us to support a war with Iran? Or is there something here that I didn't see? I welcome your comments very much.
If you suffer from daily pain, I need you to listen to this message very carefully. What we know about pain relief is changing forever. As we age, aches and pains are normal, and we're all searching for effective ways to relieve pain without side effects and addiction. Let's be frank, we've all seen the horrors of the opioid crisis. You may even be affected personally. Your family might know someone that has been affected by this. That's where a pioneering medical scientist comes in, Clint Winters. You may have seen the world-renowned health expert featured in the national media. He's unveiled a natural pain reliever that has taken the world by storm. And I'm talking about Canolidine, the 100% drug-free way to get full-body pain relief without dangerous pills. As you read this right now, Canolidine has become the go-to pain reliever for over 1 million Americans, hundreds of professional athletes. It was even named as the UFC's #1 official pain reliever for the UFC. Right now, you guys can try it. Go to trykano.com/redacted, and you're going to get it for less than $1 per day. You can access the only Canolidine product in the world for less than $1 per day. Clint has provided this special link for you guys. You can guys get this special discount. Just go to trykano.com/redacted. I see a bunch of people in the chat who've already ordered this. Give it a shot. If you suffer from chronic pain, don't want to have that addiction from drugs, try kano.com/redacted, the 100% drug-free Canolidine. Try it for less than $1 a day. Well, we got some big breaking news here just moments ago. We have a new head of the Department of Health and Human Services. And this is absolutely shocking to nobody. It is RFK Jr. will head up. I mean, this is like unbelievable that he's going to head up Department of Health and Human Services. Yes. Oh, I got chills just thinking about it. So he'll be in charge of overseeing programs like Medicare, Medicaid, the Children's Health Insurance Program, all sorts of mental health issues, child abuse, domestic violence, early childhood development, maternal and infant health, all under this, healthcare privacy laws, social services. Yes, this is a cabinet level government department that promotes the health and well-being of all Americans. So the MAHA movement, Make America Healthy Again. America is the fattest country in the world.
It's not.
Did Mexico beat us again?
No, it's a Pacific Island country.
Oh, okay. So is it Samoa? So we always go back and forth. Usually, United States goes back and forth with Mexico to be the unhealthiest country in the world. Like we go back and forth like every few years.
Well, unhealthy is different, but fattest, we're not. We do have some competition.
But anyway, this is exciting. So, and it's over. This also, he will be in charge of the CDC and the FDA. Can you effing believe it?
I cannot.
Have you seen the song that comes to mind? I got chills, they're multiplying.
Yeah.
Have you seen those memes where it's RFK Jr. walking into the CDC with the bat from Negan?
Negan from
the
Walking Dead.
Walking Dead. Okay, you effers.
I mean, yesterday here on the show.
Stop making people sick.
Just yesterday here on the show, we did a whole deep dive report about the quarantine camps that the CDC was planning to separate families and shove people in quarantine camps across the United States. And just think about the rampant like collusion with big pharma for the FDA, pushing all of these vaccines on Americans right now without any trials, without any testing.
Yes.
You know, and I know the liberal media is going to be like, you know, go all over it. He's an anti-vaxxer.
Oh, go stock up on your vaccines then. Go do that then. I don't care. Do it if you want to.
So all the liberal tiers that are out there right now, yeah, go and pick up, just get 10 years worth of COVID vaccines.
Yeah.
And see how that works out for you. So this is unbelievable. Breaking news. Yes. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is now going to head up Department of
who gave us that comment? Maha. That's right. This is the movement. Make
Yeah.
America healthy again. That was, I mean, I think that is a big part of why people voted, is this faith in independent thinkers like RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, and this promise to, you know, break down the things we're suspicious about from government. That is a lot of why Trump got this vote. And so,
well, and did we talk about yesterday on the show or not, the numbers? I mean, 86% of RFK's voters voted for Trump.
Wow.
When he bowed out and he asked his voters to come over to vote for Trump, 86%.
And we saw when he bowed out, he was holding 5% of the vote.
10%.
Are you sure?
Yeah. The numbers were as high as 10%.
In some states?
In some states, yeah, in some states. But yeah, I don't know about the federal number, but overall in some very swing states specifically, 10%.
Yeah.
So if you think about how, you know, devastating that was for Democrats, unbelievable. And Tulsi Gabbard, of course, head of the DNI. So, you know, some really good signs here, at least in the cabinet level on those guys. Okay. Well, if you were fired for refusing to get a COVID vaccine, you might want to talk to a lawyer and lawyer up, because a jury has just awarded $12 million to a woman who was fired for refusing to take the jab. A Michigan jury has done this, sent a powerful message to companies across the country. They awarded $12 million to Lisa Domsky, a former employee at Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, who says she was fired because she refused to get the jab on religious grounds. That's right, $12 million, including $10 million in punitive damages. Why? Because Blue Cross wouldn't respect her faith. That's right. Now let's break this down. So Dominski worked remotely as an IT specialist during the pandemic, a job that she'd held for over 30 years. 3 decades. So here's someone with a long, you know, solid career working from home, posing no physical risk to her coworkers, right? Why does she have to get a jab at home? What the hell? And yet when she raised her Catholic beliefs with Blue Cross, she says her request for religious exemption was outright dismissed. Blue Cross argued she didn't have a sincerely held religious belief. Really? Think about that for a moment. A company trying to judge the sincerity of an individual's faith, right? They're like, well, we're gonna test this out here. How strong is your faith? We don't think it's sincerely held. So you're going to have to get the COVID jab. So when did corporate America start to play the role of religious authority? It's fascinating. This isn't just a local story, though, because the case represents a much larger national issue. Millions of Americans felt the same thing, of course, when mandates swept through workplaces in 2021 and 2022. People who had strong beliefs, whether religious or otherwise, it didn't really matter. Medical, personal. Who are you to tell me that I have to put something in my body? Were often told to fall in line or they would lose their jobs. And what's more troubling, Blue Cross Blue Shield's response in the court filings is actually pretty stunning when you read it. The company denied discrimination, and they said that Domsky's beliefs weren't sincere. So how the F do they know?
Sincere?
Yeah, that's... oh, no, it wasn't discrimination. We just didn't believe the sincerity of her Catholic faith.
Do they go through all Catholics and give them a grade?
Apparently. Okay. No, of course they did.
Like, did they talk to God? Like, where did they get that information?
All right. Yeah, God, we want to check.
It's gonna be some money passed out. They fired you for not taking that jab. You can sue their ass. Let's go.
Been considering an appeal right now after they lost. For many Americans, of course, mandates weren't just about health. They became an overreach, a violation of deeply held principles, beliefs, a violation of our freedoms. I mean, look at the freaking trucker convoy in Canada, for crying out loud. That's what this was all about. And this verdict could send shockwaves, and it could open doors for hundreds of thousands of these kinds of lawsuits, and I am there for it. I would love to see this. So lawyer up if this happened to you. And by the way, coming up in a little bit here on the show, we do have a story with a pilot who worked for Airbus. And we're going to interview Tim McAdams because his story is heartbreaking. He was mandated that he had to, as a helicopter pilot for Airbus, he had to get a COVID vaccine, and it destroyed his life. And we're going to talk with Tim coming up here in just a little bit.
I think, yes, I'm here for it. And I want these people to be paid out. But we have to acknowledge that that is going to hurt all of us because insurance premiums will go up as these insurance companies have to pay out these lawsuits. They will charge us for it. And so it's not, it's victorious for some, but not for all of us. So we can't ignore that we're going to have to pay for our own government's mistakes. Sorry to be a downer there, but can't let that one go.
Well, that's how it usually is, right?
That I'm a downer?
Yeah, you're a downer, but also that you're accurate in this. No, I'm saying.
You want to go?
I'm saying that's how it usually is.
Higher than
the government
energy today.
The government.
Okay.
I'm saying that the government, we end up having to foot the bill for the government's mistakes.
Okay. Yes. Not that Natalie's usually a downer. He did not mean that.
Not a downer at all.
Right? Okay. Let's talk about war funding since I'm such a party animal. Just a few minutes ago, Secretary of State Antony Blinken dropped this hammer on Trump. He announced during his trip to Brussels, in order to speak with other European leaders about how to continue funding the war in Ukraine, that until Trump takes office, the Biden administration would sink every dollar we have at our disposal into Ukraine until Biden leaves office. Watch.
As we're working to make sure that Ukraine has what it needs to effectively defend itself, the United States continues to step up. We've obligated just recently and pushed out the door another $8 billion in security assistance for Ukraine. That was in September. Another almost $500 million just a few weeks ago. And President Biden is committed to making sure that every dollar we have at our disposal will be pushed out the door between now and January 20th.
Okay. So you might be thinking, we don't have a whole lot of dollars. In fact, we got a lot of problems inside the United States. And also, that's a little tone deaf, dude, given the fact that most of us voted specifically for this not to happen. Glenn Greenwald put it this way: voters, I'm angry that we can't buy food, have no health insurance. Our communities are crumbling. Our neighbors are dying of overdose. We can't afford prescriptions. We have no jobs that pay a living wage. The Biden administration, we're going to use every dollar for this war that nobody wants. And what extra dollars do we have? Well, where would we get them, you wonder, given that we have such a high federal deficit? Where are these dollars sitting? That every extra dollar, where are the extra dollars? They're created. The Federal Reserve creates them. And in fact, Ron Paul, who consistently warns us about the Federal Reserve, talks about how since the Federal Reserve was created, we've done nothing but fund wars that we maybe would not have done if we could not afford it. Look at his list from his book. Since World War II, we have funded war after war after war. Look at the list. So not just World War II, but then after that, the Cold War, the Korean War, the Bay of Pigs, invasion of the Dominican Republic, Vietnam, endless involvement in the Middle East, in addition to wars in Nicaragua, Salvador, Bosnia, Haiti, worlds around the war on terror, every crisis since 9/11, all of this can be contributed to monetary expansion. So we should keep this in mind. Funding for the war in Ukraine is not just immoral because Ukraine is the bad guys. I think we've proven that without a doubt, but also it will deflate our dollars. That means we create more dollars, we send it abroad, your house, your savings will be worth much less. We've seen that happening. And unfortunately, because that's treasonous of the Biden administration, they're going to do it as much as they can, cause as much damage until January 20th, when Trump stops it, which I hope he will, because that was his campaign promise.
Yeah. I don't know why everybody is so upset. I mean, Zelensky has to be able to afford his $50,000 a month villas in Italy and stuff, you know, like we have to keep funding him. Otherwise he's going to lose his lifestyle. And isn't that like, what is it? What's that women sometimes get from the man if they get separated?
Oh, yeah, alimony.
Alimony.
He needs alimony from the United States.
He's got a lifestyle he has to uphold now that we've spoiled him.
Right. And once that war ends, he has to hold elections, which I hope oust him from power. So.
Well, InfoWars is shut down. Sad day for independent media in America. Regardless of how you feel about Alex Jones or his reporting on anything, it really doesn't matter. It's independent media. And of course, when the government weaponized the Department of Justice and Democrats weaponized that to go after InfoWars and shut it down. So if you go to Infowars.com right now, here's what you'll see as of today. Site unavailable until further notice. That's the only text on the screen on the whole freaking website. So this was liquidated as part of the bankruptcy proceedings after his trial with the Sandy Hook thing, where he had to pay a $1.7 billion or over $1 billion, ridiculous amount of damages for free speech, and they won. It's unbelievable, really. And so here's Alex Jones posting about who actually bought it when he learned about it, and 15 minutes prior to this. Watch.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is 7:50 right now. I'm about to upload this to X. I just got word 15 minutes ago that my lawyers and folks met with the U.S. trustee over our bankruptcy this morning, and they said they're shutting us down even without a court order. This morning, the Connecticut Democrats with the Onion newspaper bought us. They asked, did they outbid? They said, well, it was competitive. So they changed all the bidding rules, made it secret 2 days ago. I had a bad feeling I told you that. And just like they tried to shut us down back in late May without a court order, they're supposed to have a court order. There's going to be injunctions filed. I'm about to go live out of Harrison's American Journal studio. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going to be here until they come in here and turn the lights off. I'm going to say, where's your court order? So this is all going down right now. They want to silence the American people, but we're not going to be silenced. Be sure and follow me at the Alex Jones Network at AJN Live on X right now. They're filed in court to take real Alex Jones away. That's totally unconstitutional. The judge already said no, so they filed in other courts. So the live feed going up by the time you see this at AJN Live and at Real Alex Jones right now. Share this everywhere. This is a total attack on free speech. The deep state is completely out of control.
So yeah, the Onion buys InfoWars. I mean, the Onion, and their plan is to turn this into a parody website where they will basically make fun of online content creators. So I guess the Onion is going to try to be funny again, which they haven't been for years, and they're going to now go after conservative online commentators and do a parody account.
Okay.
That's going to go great. $1.7 billion.
I mean, I don't think we have time, but if you want to look at whether or not Alex Jones got a fair trial, I would suggest Viva Free is a good one to go through his actual court cases. He's done a lot of great work on this. So, you know, you should be afraid that the federal government was been able to weaponize its Justice Department to go after someone for their opinion. Okay, speaking of, yeah.
Who owns the Onion if they have that kind of money? Like, I haven't heard from them for years. Are they owned by a bigger?
Well, someone in the chat said it didn't go to the highest bidder.
Yeah, there's backers. So it was a front company. Basically, the Onion is just a front for it.
Yeah.
So yeah,
well, I think the family members for the Sandy Hook, the people that sued him, were part of the backers, from what I understand.
So then I guess then they get it. I guess. Yeah. I don't know.
So they were billionaires,
right?
Yeah, apparently. Cyber criminals targeting people and businesses by exploiting vulnerabilities in everyday tools that we use, like email, social media messengers, free cloud storage, as well as weak passwords. In fact, in the last couple of months, there have been two major breaches that probably affected you. There was the breach at AT&T, which exposed all of those text message logs, and it affected every AT&T customer. Also, what about the National Public Data breach for Social Security numbers? Yeah, the Social Security Administration admitted that. So that's where the people at Bunker are helping you. It's an affordable, all-in-one app protecting you against identity theft, cybercrime, and surveillance. And guess what? You can get your Bunker application for $12 annually. That's right. Why pay several different apps when you can get yourself for $12 annually protected with Bunker? Right now, you can use the code redacted to get your first year for free. Just go to bunker.life and use the code redacted. You can download it on the iOS App Store or on the Google Play Store, and you get, just by using that code redacted, you get your first year for free. So our thanks to them for supporting the show.
Okay. Another way that liberals are coping with the Trump election is not just shaving their heads or going on a sex strike, but also they're planning to seduce conservative men in order to break up their marriages. So the way they're thinking is that if I can get a man to be so addicted to this body then I can make him vote the way I want to because his MAGA wife was not able to because I have the sexual power. That's what they're thinking. Watch this chick explain it.
If you're a conservative woman, here's how I'm going to fix your life, okay? So you just got married to your husband. Your husband is blatant, just redneck garbage. You like him, though, for some reason. Something there is clicking. I'm going to seduce your husband. I'm going to seduce your husband. I'm going to look him in the eye, and I'm going to explain to him that nobody has ever made me feel the way he has. And I'm younger than you, conservative woman that married him. And I'm going to start, like, explaining that I'm just so fun and I like doing fun. Because you're probably married and you can't do fun. And then once I do that and I implement your f***ing marriage arc, he's going to cause some irrational feelings, which is going to establish itself in your marriage problems. And then you're going to be like, why am I doing this for a man? This is where we get you. Get you. Because then you're like, why am I supporting a guy that isn't doing anything for me? There you go.
Great.
Ooh, okay.
Watch out for her.
Yeah. I mean, we're not a MAGA marriage. We're independents. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if, you know, if he's able to be seduced by someone like that, he wasn't really worth keeping. But girl,
Yeah,
a few things. I was tempted.
Yeah, I was really tempted there.
Okay.
Really.
Number one, if you think youth is your main currency, you're going to be really disappointed when you hit your 30s and 40s. So maybe you should read some books or invest in yourself in another way. Also, I thought this was the party of feminism. I thought we were so worried about women's rights and women's bodies but now we want them to be heartbroken and alone. We literally want to destroy other women. That is not the party of joy and women's rights. I don't think you like women at all, actually, if you're willing to do that. Here's another woman saying she broke up with her husband because of how he voted. Now she somehow is going to get back with him by sleeping with all his friends.
Not sure why no one understands how I feel. You guys know that my husband turned Republican this term. I don't know why. Threw his ass out of the house. And I have to do more. I don't want to shave my head because that's going to hurt him. I'm going to look ugly. So I'm not doing that. I think I'm going to sleep with his friends. I think that's the only way. I think sleeping with his friends will do. What do you guys think? His liberal friends, of course.
Are you really that selfish? First of all, you don't respect yourself because that's only going to hurt you. Also, do those guys have relationships that you don't care about? You're so immature that you want to hurt the ladies?
Yeah, because I'm just going to go after the liberal friends.
Right.
Okay.
Are they all single? Right. Or do you just not care? Like, I'm just going to go sleep with those friends. If their wives or girlfriends get hurt, so be it, because it's about my revenge for his vote. But I can't look ugly. I have to be constantly making him so sad that he's missing. I mean, they really think she thinks she is Barbie, right? He's really hurting. Okay. It's not just marriages, though, that liberals want to break up. It's families, too. Here are liberals saying you don't even have to be around your family this Thanksgiving, because if you don't like how they voted, then that's a violence on yourself. You don't have to go.
When you know someone voted that way, do you recommend, just from a psychological standpoint, being around them? We got the holidays coming up.
So I love that you asked this question because, you know, there is a push, I think just a societal norm that if somebody is your family, that they are entitled to your time. And I think the answer is absolutely not. So if you are going into a situation where you have family members, where you have close friends who you know have voted in ways that are against you, like what you said, against your livelihood, and it's completely fine to not be around those people and to tell them why.
Okay, I've been racking my brain to think about, did Trump supporters punish their relatives when Trump lost in 2020? Did they have temper tantrums like this? Did they cancel accounts? Like, send me stuff, because I either don't recall or I did not observe it. I really want to know why this temper tantrum reaction is so prevalent. Again, back to the sex strike. Now, Whoopi Goldberg announced that she's joining in this sex strike. She's pretty excited about withholding her menopausal sexuality. Watch.
This. I dare, you didn't get here by yourself, man. You can't do this without us. And if we don't let you, you don't get any. It's that simple. It's that simple.
Okay,
Wow.
I'm not being ageist. I'm pretty sure she's past menopause, but still wielding her sexuality as a weapon, weaponizing your
Eric in our
sexuality.
chat says, I think I just barfed.
Okay. Yeah. And remember these celebrities who said they'd leave the country if Trump was reelected? Well, they're sort of changing that to like, well, I'm not going to leave the country, but I'm going to leave X at least. Joy Reid has done it. She left today 1.9 million followers and she just canceled her account. Jamie Lee Curtis, she did the exact same thing. Account deactivated. She says, just, God grant me the serenity to accept the things I can't change. But most of them are still here in the United States. They're just not on X because they hate Elon Musk for allowing free speech. Actress Eva Longoria, she left the country. She told Marie Claire, but not because of Trump. She left actually before the election. She said because the United States is so dystopic under the Biden-Harris administration. She said, whether it's the homelessness or the taxes, not that I want to shit on California, it's just this chapter in my life feels like it's done. So she's acknowledging that California is dystopic, but she's still stumped for Kamala Harris. So she felt like California is too messed up for her family, but she wanted the whole country to be like California. But the rest of celebrities, they're really dragging their feet on leaving. Here's one of my favorite TikTokers, Seavest Garden. She says they're just not leaving fast enough, and she feels like her vote for Trump did not count. Watch.
You know what? I'm getting pissed off. It's been 72 hours since Trump been elected, and we are not getting what we voted for. We're not. And I'm pissed about it. I'm pissed because I could have sworn that these celebrities and these women on The View and all these places said that if we voted Trump in, that they was going to leave the country. And now I saw that the View, they're showing up in black dresses just to mourn the president election, Trump being elected. That is not what y'all promised us. Y'all said that if we voted for Trump, that they will leave the country, and y'all ain't boarded a plane yet. And I'm getting frustrated. Trump, you got to do something about this, because I thought our vote was going to count. We did vote for that. That's what they not understanding. We voted for y'all to leave the country. And I thought that I would be seeing airlines being, filled up. Tickets would be hard to get because all the celebrities, all of Hollywood, all of these politicians, these journalists that said that if you get elected, that they was going to board the plane and leave. I can't no more. Our vote ain't counting already, y'all. I guess maybe I'll give them another week, but time is ticking. Get on the plane. All right.
Okay. So go on then. Go.
Well, here's my favorite post, my favorite X post of the day. Take a look at this. Dear real Donald Trump, I have an idea for the next director of the National Security Agency, the NSA. Wouldn't that be amazing?
Yes.
Wouldn't that be? Oh my God.
If that happened, I would get a tattoo of NSA on my butt cheek.
I would shave my head and withhold sex from liberals.
Okay.
I don't know what I would do. That's unbelievable.
Remember, this is recorded. This lives on forever. So these things you're saying, you're going to be held to account.
That's all right. I got a lot
by
of
your
real
own
estate
team
on my
and
butt
the
cheeks.
public.
That's right.
Okay.
Yes. Sizable real estate.
I don't know what I would do if Edward Snowden was part of the cabinet. I don't know.
That would be unbelievable. He's like, he just walks back into the NSA.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, everyone, get out. Like, here we go. Get out.
We're not spying on anybody.
Oh my gosh.
Good evening and welcome to a program devoted entirely to lefties losing it. We have a star-studded lineup for you tonight, from Barbara Streisand to our late-night TV hosts. But let's start, lefties, with the always clueless, always bitter, always delusional ladies of The View. God bless ABC for keeping this awful program on air. If it wasn't for the hosts of The View, well, I don't know where I'd get my content from some days. All the hosts are pretty awful, but some are more awful than others. Listen here as one of the less awful hosts tries to say something actually sensible and factual, but Sunny Hostin ain't having it. She just keeps screeching misogyny, sexism.
These different demographics and these assumptions of where they're going to go. Latinos in Texas, a district that's 97% Latino, went 75 percentage points for Donald Trump. Why?
Misogyny.
It's on the, no,
That's
it's on
why.
the border.
It's
the border
misogyny.
crisis is on their doorstep.
So-
and they were begging people to care about it for years. We
Misogyny
need
and
to take some
sexism.
lessons.
That's what that was.
The lessons are not
Knock,
misogyny
knock.
and
Who's
sexism.
there? Oh my gosh, it's Whoopi.
There you have it. They're all just a pack of misogynist monsters down there, all the Latinos, Hispanics. That's what Sunny thinks. Sounds a little bit racist if you ask me. But the meltdowns did not end there. Here she attacks not just Latinos, but America. The whole country is rotten, apparently.
I think the more relevant question actually is what is wrong with America? I think what is wrong with our country? What is wrong with this country that they would choose a message of divisiveness, of xenophobia, of racism, of misogyny over a message of inclusiveness?
Oh, yes, so inclusive, so tolerant. Can she even hear herself? But Sunny wasn't done yet. The angry rant continued and it got weirder and weirder.
Children to be shot, it's wealth to be hoarded, it's worker to be exploited, it's poor to starve, it's cops to murder.
Okay, talking about weird, I'm going to miss this woman, Gwen Walls, the wife of Kamala Harris's VP pick, Tim Walls. She would have been a rich source of material for this segment, but sadly, Harris and Walls were a uniquely terrible, inauthentic and unelectable team. Here is Gwen, however, rallying the troops after the devastating loss.
I'm not sure if you heard me. We cannot and we will not give up this fight. That's right, come on! Come on! That's right, we cannot and we will not give up this fight! That's right. All right, you can sit down now.
You can sit down now. I'm going to miss you, Gwen, but we're turning the page. We're turning the page.
Bye-bye, Donald Trump. We are turning the page.
Oh, we'll always have that. That was possibly my favorite lefties losing it moment of the year. She's a little bit terrifying, if you ask me. Now, let's check in with a couple of late night TV hosts who are not coping well with reality. Let's start with the painfully unfunny hypocrite Jimmy Kimmel, who was brought to tears by democracy, but he started off pretty cocky before the election.
Little snowflake. What a blowhard. He's a blowhard and a snowflake. He's a blowflake is what he is. He should change the hats to say, "Make America Wine Again." It's more than half of this country voted for the criminal, still trying to figure out what happened.
Oh, now that's a tad unfair. Let's have a listen to why he's crying. Maybe there is something redeeming or insightful we can learn from this man.
Let's be honest, it was a terrible night last night. It was a terrible night for women, for children, for the hundreds of thousands of hardworking immigrants who make this country go. For healthcare, for our climate, for science, for journalism, for justice, for free speech. It was a terrible night for poor people, for the middle class, for seniors who rely on Social Security, for our allies in Ukraine, for NATO, for the truth.
He's totally demented. It was a terrible night for democracy. What democracy was terrible for democracy, a candidate winning in a landslide, winning the Electoral College by the biggest margin we've seen from a Republican in 36 years, winning the popular vote, biggest popular vote ever by a Republican, winning convincingly, including the Senate, every swing state. And that's bad for democracy. You see, the left only values democracy if they win. And during that little emotional diatribe from Kimmel, he talked about women's rights and decency. I'm sorry, but I'm not about to be lectured on decency from this creep.
Tell us what you think of the statue. I mean, do you think that she's attractive or not? Take another look at it.
It's so obscene that we've had to pixelate some of that footage and can't show you the whole thing. He's always been gross and frightfully unfunny. And talking about unfunny, let's hear from Stephen Colbert.
All day yesterday, I was walking around proudly wearing my I voted sticker. Today, I wore my I am questioning my fundamental belief in the goodness of humanity sticker. Now, they give those out. This is a democracy. That's democracy with a capital duh. And in this democracy, the majority has spoken, and they said they don't care that much about democracy.
You know, the Republicans should pray to have political opponents that are this dumb, this blind, this deluded, and completely incapable of introspection, so out of touch and insulated in their little echo chambers that they are unlikely to ever work out the obvious reasons why Donald Trump won in a landslide. At least Colbert is honest enough to note that his audience is protected from the truth.
If you watch the show regularly, I'm guessing you're not doing great. Yeah, me neither.
Yep, if you watch trash like that, reality will hit you hard because you've been fed nothing but leftist lies and hysteria. And a woman who clearly has been on a diet of lies and hysteria and pancakes is Barbara Streisand. Remember the last time Trump was president and she claimed that he was making her fat? That's a real headline. Well, this time she's pledging to flee the country.
How do you feel about the specter of a second Trump administration?
I will move. I can't live in this country if he became president.
But where would you go? Where would you go?
Probably to England.
Mm-hmm.
I like England.
The post-election analysis is underway, and we've talked about Republicans being blessed with some of the dumbest political opponents on God's green earth. And this next lefty is no exception. Here is Vanity Fair and MSNBC's Molly Jong-Fast blaming not just misogyny, but institutional misogyny and sexy images for Kamala's downfall.
He leaned into a lot of the institutionalized misogyny as a way to try to neutralize her effectiveness. So she's a super effective speaker, really galvanized voters in a really important way. And what the Trump campaign did, and I think ultimately they were able to, was they flooded the internet with over-sexualized images of her. They spread lies about her romantic history.
That is so completely divorced from reality. It's unintentionally funny. Did she actually claim that Kamala is a really effective speaker? The word salad queen who can't utter a coherent sentence to save herself? But Molly wasn't done yet. Listen to this bit of bat poop crazy analysis where she claims that Kamala's own campaign, which was hyper-focused on securing the female vote, was actually anti-women.
And you'll remember, he ran this bros campaign, right? A campaign that was largely sort of anti-woman in a way.
Look, it's only a matter of time before Molly joins the other crazy cat ladies and cuts her hair on camera to protest Trump and democracy.
I've given up on America. I've also given up on coloring this hair because, right? Coloring my hair, having my hair be long and luxurious, all that being skinny, being hot, being all the things that the patriarchy wants us to be. Because clearly they don't give a about us. And I'm talking to you too. Those of you ladies who have the internalized misogyny required to do what you did. Minorities who are so scared of a woman in power that you'd rather cozy up to the white man just in case some crumbs fall off his plate so that you may eat from them. Yes, scraps. I don't know how to work this thing, but I'm on my way.
Oh, put to one side the dementedness there, the racism, the bold-faced racism against minorities who voted for Trump, and marvel at just how hopeless this woman is. She can't even work a clipper. A literal monkey could work clippers. They're not hard to work out. Let's take a little trip down memory lane to just a few weeks ago when supposed sensible lefty Bill Maher had convinced himself that Kamala was going to win and win comfortably. This has aged like a glass of milk.
Am I going to worry about it? First of all, I'm not going to worry about it, Phil.
because he's not going to win. First of all, she's definitely going to win the popular vote, as Democrats almost always do now. But I think she will win.
Oh dear, how wrong can you be, Bill? You want to pretend you're the critical thinker, the leftist who isn't protected from reality, but your Trump derangement syndrome has you uttering absurdities like this. I hope Dr. Phil stepped in with a prescription after this rant about Trump's supporters.
His followers, I think, I don't think their heart will really be in it as it was in 2020. Some of them, there's lots of people who will always be in the bunker with Mrs. Goebbels, taking the poison and giving the poison to the children because it's better than living in a world without National Socialism.
Dr. Phil's face says it all. This dude is beyond help. Bill Maher may occasionally say something sensible, essentially copying what conservatives have said for years, what we've said when it actually mattered. But in the end, he's just another lefty losing it, like this dude on CNN having a full-blown tantrum because a conservative on the panel, Shermichael Singleton, actually used accurate language to describe boys as boys.
There are a lot of families out there who don't believe boys should play girls' sports.
They're not boys. I'm not going to listen to transphobia at this table. I am not going to listen to you call a trans girl a boy.
You can allow me to finish my explanation.
When you use a word that's a slur, I'm going to interrupt. That's not how it is. They're not boys. They're not boys. They're not playing girls' softball. I'm not going to sit there and listen
for a second because, look, this is a really heated issue, right? And Shermichael, I know you. I know that you understand that people have different views on this. I think out of respect for Jay, let's try to talk about this in a way that is respectful.
No, shame on the host there for siding with the fringe-dwelling hysterical clown and trying to police the completely accurate and reasonable language of a man who was making the pertinent point that most normal people don't want boys in girls' sports. But the white dude for Kamala, well, his tantrum was not over yet.
So the way regular people interpret it,
that's not regular people. That's not regular people. There's no consensus that these are actually boys. This whole thing about trans girls is a canard. We're talking about a tiny, tiny sliver of the population using rhetoric like you just used, saying this is boys playing girls sports. First of all, we're talking about 5 people in the entire country. We're talking about trans girls being allowed to play with the people who are in their gender. And if you don't believe, you don't have to listen to me. Listen to the American Medical Association, the American Psychological Association.
The American Medical Association.
You can see why Donald Trump won in a landslide. And here is Jon Stewart with a message to the pollsters who protected the left from the truth, from the reality that they're the minority.
Send a quick message to all the pollsters, the election pollsters. Me. I don't ever want to from you again, ever. I don't ever want to hear, we've corrected for the overcorrection. You don't know about and I don't care for you.
Let's hear from this member of the LGBTQIAA++ community who tells his followers, don't worry if your family voted for Donald Trump. Forget about them. I'm your mummy now.
If you're queer and your family voted for Trump like mine did, hi, hello, I'm your mother now. Just checking in. Have you drank water today? Did you eat? Did you take your meds?
Emphasis on the meds. And this next white dude for Kamala, who masqueraded as an unbiased journalist, could also do with some meds. Here is CBS journalist John Dickerson with Stephen Colbert just fighting back the tears.
How would you explain that to a 14-year-old today? How would you explain this election?
I'll try not to think about my boys, because
yes.
I can only imagine how embarrassed his poor sons are right now. Here's another lefty who is desperate to be a victim. Of course, they can never articulate what rights they have apparently lost. These people are so Tyson.
Knowing that I was born with more rights than I have now is a pretty crazy feeling. Knowing that what we're about to go through means the possibility of me losing more of my rights and that being a real threat is insane.
Yes, insane. It is.
All that motherfucking crying and shit. Take your motherfucking ass back home, baby. Let's go.
Self-reflection.
I was just walking down the street to go get my medication because I'm out and I need it for today.
In this.
And she had this look on her face. And I looked at her, we made eye contact, we both kind of nodded. Like we were both just devastated. And you could just tell in her head and her eyes, I can't believe this country did this again. Why did I let myself have hope?
Oh, Tyson, so Tyson. Now time to check in on the ladies of The View, and today it's Whoopi who's taking a break from scolding the public about being concerned with cost of living, the economy. You see, she now gets it. She's just a working gal as well, struggling to make ends meet. We're all in this together, folks.
When you have one candidate who has been running for 12 years, who lies and changes things, I appreciate that people are having a hard time. Me too.
Yeah.
I work for a living. If I had all the money in the world, I would not be here. Okay? So I'm a working person.
There you have it. She's just like you guys. She's just struggling with mortgage payments and gas prices, except she's earning around $8 million a year. And that was back in 2022. It could be even more now. That's $666,666 every single month. According to that report, Joy Behar earns $7 million a year, and Sunny Hostin is on $1.6 million. Maybe that's why she's the angriest of the lot. Imagine Joy Behar out earning you by that much for doing the same work. Guys, you know what? All of that's fairly depressing. I think I feel a dance break coming on. Let us take a moment and marvel in awe at President-elect Donald Trump's top 5 selections so far for his cabinet and other high-ranking administration positions. Coming in at number 5 is CIA Director John Ratcliffe. And this selection matters, folks. For more than a decade, we've seen these institutions become weaponized to attack conservatives, not just Donald Trump. And John Ratcliffe's performance in exposing and destroying former FBI Special Agent Peter Strzok was a thing of beauty.
The approximately 50,000 text messages that I've seen with your personal beliefs like F Trump, stop Trump, impeach Trump, go ahead and confirm on the record that none of that occurred on an official FBI device or on official FBI time. Go ahead and do that.
Sir, no, they did. Many of them did.
Oh, they did. Agent Strzok, are you starting to understand why some folks out there don't believe a word you say, and why it's especially troubling that you, of all people, are at the center of the 3 highest profile investigations in recent times that involve President Trump, and that you were in charge of an investigation investigating, gathering evidence against Donald Trump, a subject that you hated, that you wanted to F him, to stop him, to impeach him? And do you see why that might call into question everything you've touched on all of those investigations?
At number 4, we have possibly the selection that has had the biggest reaction, the biggest freak out from the left, and that's Matt Gaetz as Attorney General. Here is some of his finest work.
Like, why is it that the women with the least likelihood of getting pregnant are the ones most worried about having abortions? Nobody wants to impregnate you if you look like a thumb.
Is it safe to say that based off of your comments, you're suggesting that these women at these abortion rallies are ugly and overweight?
Yes.
What do you say to people who think that those comments are offensive?
Be offended.
Yes, we're going to enjoy the next few years. And after what the FBI and Department of Justice did in trying to frame and defame Gates personally with nonsense allegations, I could not think of a better person to go scorched earth. The American people voted for a reckoning, and a reckoning they shall have. Now to the number 3 best Trump selection thus far. And it's a woman who not long ago was running to be president as a Democrat. But the Democrats didn't want her. She was too honest, too normal, too patriotic. And let's not forget how she ended Kamala's first run to be president.
She put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana. She blocked evidence. She blocked evidence that would have freed an innocent man from death row until the courts forced her to do so. She kept people in prison beyond their sentences to use them as cheap labor for the state of California. And she fought to keep cash bail system in place that impacts poor people in the worst kind of way.
Kamala never recovered. Now to the number 2 selection, another pick that had the left losing it and beclowning themselves by slamming a man with superb credentials. It's Trump's Defense Secretary, Peter Hegseth. First to the meltdown.
He also picked, you ready? Co-host of Fox and Friends Weekend. Not even like regular. Weekend. Pete Hegseth.
Yeah.
Okay, Pete Hegseth. And he's picked him to be U.S. Secretary of Defense. Now, MAGA supporters and detractors are trying to figure out what? Because of this pick.
Not a single MAGA supporter is trying to figure it out. You are projecting again, Whoopi, and learn to pronounce his name. He rates better than you, even on the weekend. And we can all say your made-up name, Karen. Yes, Whoopi's real name is Karen Elaine Johnson. But I digress. Let's get back to her bad-mouthing a veteran with an exemplary record.
Is this the guy who's qualified to make decisions about the most powerful military in the world, who clearly does not know anything about the military?
You know, and also I feel insulted. I'm a morning TV host, and I've been here the longest. Yes. Where's my ambassadorship to Italy, Donald?
Such miserable fools, and they weren't alone. Here is Democrat Elizabeth Warren, Pocahontas, having a go. She wrote, "A Fox and Friends weekend co-host is not qualified to be the Secretary of Defense. I lead the Senate Military Personnel Panel. All 3 of my brothers served in uniform. I respect every one of our service members." Then you need to apologize to Pete Hegseth, who is not only a veteran with 20 years of service, but a double Bronze Star recipient, and is also an Ivy League educated Harvard, Princeton. The folks who are celebrating these appointments have a problem with Pete Hegseth because he transitioned to the media. Would they prefer if he transitioned to a they-them? I'm sure Pete Hegseth won't be okay with Chinese spy balloons floating across the country, or the botched withdrawal of Afghanistan, and then the killing of an innocent Afghani family in a botched revenge operation. He is ready to clean up the mess.
Well, first of all, you got to fire, you got to fire the chairman of Joint Chiefs, and you got to fire this. I mean, obviously, you're going to bring in a new Secretary of Defense, but any general that was involved, general, admiral, whatever, that was involved in any of the DEI woke, it's got to go. Either you're in for war fighting, and that's it, and that's the only litmus test we care about. You got to get DEI and CRT out of military academies, so you're not training young officers to be baptized in this type of thinking. And you have to reestablish that trust by putting in no-nonsense warfighters in those positions who aren't going to cater to the socially correct garbage.
And the number 1 selection thus far for the Trump team are the heads of the Department of Government Efficiency, the smartest men in any room, the duo of Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk. this is what we can expect. Here is Vivek last year.
And large-scale mass layoffs are absolutely what we will bring to the DC bureaucracy, both because it is necessary and it is sanctioned by the law of the United States of America.
And we all know Elon's uncompromising style by now.
There was all of the criticism. There was advertisers leaving. We talked to Bob Iger
I hope
today.
they stop.
You hope?
Don't advertise.
You don't want them to advertise?
No.
What do you mean?
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go yourself. But go yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is.
And that's it from me. I'll see you Sunday morning for Outsiders. Good night.
Yeah, this shit good. I got some shit for y'all. Yeah. Happy Friday. Let's go.
Salute to the MABW team. I'm back with another video. I don't know who some of these women think they are, okay? They really think, like they really got it in their mind and think that this 4B movement is really affecting men. This movement isn't even affecting the ladies that are still doing stuff with men out there, like actually giving up the buns, keeping their boyfriends, not divorcing their husbands. These women really think they have a movement. And even if it was strong, they really think that men care. First and foremost, women like you have to understand something. Most men, unfortunately, they don't care about women in the Western world, okay? You're not affecting men by not dating them, by not giving up your busted yam, by not marrying, by not having any children. Y'all really think that's affecting men? And y'all think it's really a strong movement. And for some reason, it's always the most tarnished looking women that keep talking about joining this 4B movement. Like they got it like that anyway. The women, let me be clear here. The women who are in the 4B movement right now are women that men don't want to date. They don't want to touch. They don't want to marry. And they don't want to give babies to. And they make it seem like they're doing something. I'm not going to talk anymore. Let's get right into the damn video.
The 4B movement was just the beginning. And this video is going to be structured a little bit differently because now more than ever, we really need to be uplifting other Black sisters, other Black women that are doing.
We need to, this is the message to you Black women. Let's make sure we keep the Black women single. Let's make sure the Black women don't have any children. We don't want these Black women getting married to a good man. Let's do that. Let's keep on destroying the let's keep on destroying the Black women. I'm not saying any of us guys really care, but I'm just talking about the message that some of these women are actually giving out. Think about it. We want you women to be miserable just like us who can't get a man anyway. The women that actually can't get a man or have a man marry them or propose to them, this is what they want for other women who possibly have something good going on.
Doing the work because it has been made very, very clear that while we have already been supporting ourselves, we need to amp that up. We need to.
Who's dating her? Which one of you guys out there want her? Let's start it off like that before we go any further into this video. MABW team, make time in. How many of you guys would take her on? How many of you guys would be pressed on her to beat up her busted yam? Would you even press her to beat up her busted yam if you seen her? Would you throw a ring on her finger? Do you want to marry her? Do you want kids by her? Like nobody's checking for chicks like this. That's the funny thing. Every chick that you see in this video, you're gonna look at them and be like, nobody's checking for y'all. What are y'all talking about? If you ladies want to prove something to me by coming online, showing the house that you live in with your husband who's working and you divorce him. Prove you gotta show. I'm more of a show me type person. Don't come out here talking. Because half these women, or 90% of these women coming out here talking about this 4B movement, they don't even have a man or a husband at all.
We take and invest into ourselves in a way that we have not done before. So I will be doing that to the best of my ability by uplifting this woman that I will be showing you shortly. And she does have a YouTube channel. Feel free to follow her on here, but if you could follow her on TikTok, she's really, really, really close to getting monetized, to having the followers to get monetized. So if you could follow her on TikTok, I think that she's more active on TikTok also, that would be great. And she breaks down all of the evolutions of the 4B movement, not just in Korea, it's also expanded into China and other, it's fascinating. And she's done the work. So I'm going to show you the work that she has done. Don't forget to follow her.
Whatever they do in those Asian territories, it's not going to work here in the U.S. It's not going to work here in the U.S. Y'all not even like the women out in Asia. Y'all not there like, y'all mindset is not like their mindset. It's not. Y'all don't have the same mindset as them women. They can actually stick to something. You women, most of y'all in the Western world, you can't. You can barely stick to your 9 to 5. But you barely hanging on by a thread with that.
Yeah. Oh, and I'll be including her links for TikTok and YouTube here. Okay, now we're watching.
Hey, what's up? I'm Sasha Graham. I'm a radical feminist, female separatist, and I do outreach for the 4B movement.
What you just say? A radical feminist. Now, before we go any further, look at her, guys. Look at her. What guy out there wants her? I'll wait. What guy out there would be giving her any type of attention? Any type. You already got to understand how she started this video off. She's a radical feminist. What guy out there is going to want somebody like this anyway? Even if she wasn't a radical feminist, who's checking for her? These are the type of broads right here we don't even notice. We don't even notice broads like this out there. We don't. Nobody cares about. She can do whatever she want to do. Nobody's going to notice her anyways.
I have good news for all sisters. I'm working on a 4B deep dive. Today, I want to get into the expansion of the 4B movement into the 5B movement, the 6B movement, the Chinese iteration of the 6B, 4T, or 10BT movement, the 7B movement, the 8B movement, and the 8B, 4T movement. Let's get into it. So the 4B movement is an initiative to gain female economic and political power. The 4B principles teach us that this is achieved through separatism from male power and influence. That means no sex with men, no dating men, no marrying men, and no childbirth. A lot of women's time and potential...
That's the funny thing. They were going to vote for Kamala on the stance that they could unalive their babies anyways. You women don't want childbirth. That's the funny thing about this whole movement. Y'all don't want childbirth anyways. Y'all want to get rid of your children. Y'all are the ones that want to unalive your children. That's one thing you can leave out of it. Y'all don't want children anyway. Y'all want to run to the clinic.
Are wasted in pursuing the expansion of social capital for male people. That means providing them with free labor, advocating for their causes, prioritizing male concerns, generally all the things that don't benefit female people. Separatism generally makes it easier for female people to navigate a globally hostile political climate and economic distress. The fifth expansion is a principle called no chat bar. No chat bar basically means that we are just not talking to men. When you post to social media or when you're at a protest and things of that nature, you're just not giving them attention. And that includes even males who are supportive of the 4B movement or claim to support the 4B movement. Because if they understood the principles, they would shut up and follow our lead. They wouldn't try to capitalize on women's attention.
Hey, quick question before we go any further. Do you?
Hey, this bitch is crazy.
Yourself from America and stop doing
this bitch is
stuff
crazy.
Right now, do you think America will actually sink? Did women build America? Let's be real here. Did women build America? Did women build up this world? Let's be real here. I'm just asking a question. If women actually follow this, let's just say all women follow this to the T, do you think society will really crumble? Do you really think society will crumble? You women that want to participate in this, you're gonna be in for a rude awakening. You're gonna wake up one morning and be 4 beat out and 100 years old. Matter of fact, probably 65 years old with all your cats and miserable. Keep on playing.
By saying that they support the 4B movement, because that's useless. So instead of wasting our time trying to explain to them that we're not a threat, or trying to tell them that this is not about them, or trying to give them any information, just ignore. Because attention that you give to them is attention that should be spent on other female people, reaching out to them and supporting other sisters who are in the 4B movement or are supportive of the 4B movement. The 6th expansion is B supports B. That means that when you see another sister who is practicing the principles of the 4B movement, you support her. You amplify her content, you share resources with her, you share information between each other, etc., etc. The 7th principle expansion is no pink tax. The pink tax is basically wealth extraction operations against women. So like purchasing products that really don't serve a purpose, that don't contribute to
It'll never happen. It'll never happen. You know why? This is a fact. You can read up on this. Women are hyper consumers. It'll never happen. It'll never happen. Women spend too much money. Y'all spend too much money. Y'all will always invest in the economy. Men ain't got to worry about that part. The babies part, y'all spending money, that's something. It'll never happen. But y'all want to keep on playing, we'll let you have your moment. This 4B movement, guys, I give it 1 month. Remember this video right here. I give it 1 month. You won't hear women talking about this no more. I promise you, you will not hear women talking about this no more. I rarely hear women talking about it anyways, because you got to think about all the women we have in this world. You hear a couple of women come in here and there on TikTok talking about it, but come on. Most women aren't 90% of women are not participating in this shit. I promise you.
Being and generally serve the patriarchy. That means toxic cosmetics, which most of them are, fashion, male worship, contributing to male causes, etc., etc. Now, the 8th B expansion is no compromise with men. I think this is an appropriate time to add the 8th B, because when you look at the history of activist movements in America, the local governments have done so much to quash these movements. A lot of the times, this comes in the form of appeasement. Let me explain why appeasement is a bad thing. Appeasement is a form of inspiring complicity. What they want you to do is soften your position, so they offer you something of the bare minimum in order to get you to compromise and do what they want. Just like how the FBI developed Hollywood to influence women's behavior in society. I'm also working on a deep dive of that, but that's another video on its own. If you notice, a lot of the time, when women's movements are more relaxed and more silent, so are beauty standards, so are fashion trends. But when women's
now we don't want to be beautiful because we aren't beautiful. You see what I'm saying, guys? Well, we're not gonna do all. We're not gonna even look beautiful. You're not that much on the eyes, anyways. That's the problem. Some of you women that are joining this 4B movement, that's what you don't understand. You're not easy on the eyes anyways. So men, they aren't going to care. They aren't going to care. And even if Western women did do this, remember, ladies, there's the passport bros. Men will just fly out and do what they have to do. They're already doing that. Did y'all forget that quick? I give it 1 month, guys. Ladies, eat it up now.
Movements become a threat to male systems and institutions and male supremacy, you'll see things like heroin chic, you'll see really skinny supermodels, you'll see like really crazy beauty trends, new types of makeup coming out, new ways for them to encourage you to hate your body. Like, for instance, strawberry legs. That's a very new phenomenon that's never been heard of before. Every single human has hair on their legs.
She just project. This is things women do when they're built sloppy. We don't need to live by these standards. Women, y'all need to be unhealthy. We're gonna go to the 8B part, and that means not being fit, not trying to not trying to have beauty standards for yourself. Go ahead and let your belly hang out, be sloppy. Don't do nothing to yourself. Have dry skin. Don't comb your hair. Don't brush it. Don't do nothing. That's right, ladies. Look ugly every single day. Y'all go ahead and do that. Go ahead. Go right on ahead. I dare you. I double dare you. Do it. I'm calling y'all bluff. Go ahead and do it.
Legs, but this is,
and you have no choice anyways.
So they can distract you, because beautification rituals take time out of your day. Valuable time. Your time is your most valuable resource, and they know that, so they have to take it away. Now, let's get into the T's. Just like how the B's mean no, the T means like reject. Our Chinese sisters are brilliant for that one. So the first reject.
The Chinese women are y'all sisters, but I'm guessing, this is what I'm gonna guess. If the Chinese sisters voted for Trump, they wouldn't be y'all sisters. I thought it was a black women thing. If it's a black women thing, why don't y'all do y'all own thing and not follow the so-called Chinese sisters? Now they're y'all sisters. Black women claiming Chinese women as their sisters ever in my life. If anybody can prove me wrong, prove me wrong. When have you heard black women, the strong, independent black women, when have y'all heard them claiming Chinese women as their sisters? Why y'all want to adopt Chinese people way of life or the Chinese women's way of life? Y'all can't come up with y'all own standard? I need answers. I need answers. Because I can guarantee you, if the Latino sisters had a 4B movement in Puerto Rico or one of these Latin countries or whatever, in Latin territories, I bet y'all wouldn't be calling them y'all sisters then. Y'all wouldn't even adopt the 4B movement, even if it worked in those Latin territories, because they voted for Trump. Y'all so funny with it. That's why I know this isn't gonna last. Saw smoke and mirrors, ladies.
Rejection is rejecting beauty, because beauty is not only a distraction, but it serves to cause mental instability within women. It wasn't really common for women to be distracted so heavily with their physical appearance and trying to achieve these impossible standards and trying to keep up with the ever-changing landscape of what is known as beauty. And so if you reject that, it creates a sense of stability and a sense of confidence as opposed to the alternative. The second rejection is rejecting religion, because religion teaches us that males are to lead, females are to follow, males are superior, females are inferior, and we reject that. In fact, we resent that. Religion also...
So let me guess. Y'all gonna reject the Almighty above, huh? Let's talk about it. This is what y'all asked for, so let's talk about it. So that means rejecting the Almighty above, right? I need answers, man. I need some real solid answers from these radical feminist type women like her. I need answers.
Also steals a lot of resources from women, because it teaches you lies that you will have to deconstruct later in your life, and you have to pick out little bits of truth that are implanted between the lies to find out like what it really is, what life really is like. And it really destroys your entire perspective, the way you perceive yourself, the way you interact with the world, the things you participate in, your interests, the things that you think are healthy versus the things you think are not. The third rejection is rejecting idol culture. So idol culture teaches us toxic things like wanting to achieve beauty, wanting to achieve femininity, and being receptive. And being receptive is inherently harmful because it erodes your ability to enforce your own boundaries. And if you can't enforce your own boundaries, you can't advocate for yourself. And that's what they want. The fourth rejection is rejecting hypersexualization. Hypersexualization in porn culture are mental and spiritual warfare. It tells women that our only value is sexual access, and men having sexual access to our bodies, no matter who we are. It creates the subconscious desire to achieve proximity to males, and this affects all female people. And the T's, or the rejections, are about protecting your subconscious, protecting your mental health, and protecting your intelligence. Intelligence is an amazing way to combat male supremacy, because male power is not inherent, it's enforced. So when we're guarded, educated, and competent, male supremacy is already eroded. Stay tuned for part 2 and leave the female symbol emoji if you made it to this point.
Let's stop the damn video right there. I give it 1 month, maybe 2. 1 or 2 months. That's it, tops. It'll never go that far. Let's not beauticize. Let's not have beauty standards anymore. What? Women not? So y'all not gonna be putting on y'all busted lace fronts no more? Huh? You think these girls that like being on Instagram all day not gonna get fly anymore? You serious? You think these women are? That mean if that's the case, all you women need to get off the internet right now. Right now. The girl talking, if she was about it and stood 10 toes down, why does she have her busted lace front end or her hair done? Why does she have her little bit? Why just not come out looking masculine? Why not come out looking like Harriet Tubman right here? If you're really about it. I give it a month or two. The thing is, let me remind you women out there, the women that are participating in this 4B movement, you're only doing it because nobody wants you anyway. I want to make that clear. You never had a man. You don't got kids. You're probably 40 and up. Eggs all dried up. You can't have kids. No man wants to marry you. Go ahead and participate in it. It's not gonna affect you at all. You're already washed up. You already done hit the wall. It's over. Anyways, that's my video for today. If you like the video, of course, comment, like, and subscribe. It ain't costing you a damn thing. And of course, I'ma holler back at y'all later. Peace.
Under a Johnson administration, I'm not raising property taxes.
Well, so I'm not going to raise property taxes. That's been the lazy form of governance for a very long time in the city of Chicago and quite frankly, around the country. We have to make sure that we're not raising revenue off the backs of working people. And that's why I'm the only candidate who's committed to not raising property taxes. Communities have been hit hard because the property taxes continue to go up. And that's why I'm committed to making sure that we're not raising property taxes to keep families in the city of Chicago. So in order to actually fix our economy, we have to eliminate the structural deficit. We get to make up to $1 billion of new investments so that we can save lives, the programs that are needed to do that. And we do it without raising property taxes.
Losing those 2 years later. Hey, Mr. Mayor, what would you say to those who voted for you and now you are going to be raising those property taxes when I know initially you said that you would not during your campaign?
Well, look, as I've always said, I hold true to my values and, negotiating the details of my values is something I've always been open to. But first and foremost, I want people to be very clear that what this budget does, what I've done since I've been in office, it invests in young people. It invests in mental health and behavioral health. It invests in community safety. It invests in building more affordable homes. These investments are clear. We're not going backwards to a time in which neighborhoods that have been, disinvested in and ignored over decades, we're not going back to that time. And look, as painful as this process has been, I know that the people of Chicago don't want us to lose the vital services that we rely upon. And with the options that were in front of me, and this is, the reality of the options that are in front of me. We can cut and lay off our neighbors. We can find, revenue streams. But we have to make sure that we're paying our obligations as well. And, this is the beginning of an open process that I'm looking forward to engaging with all of our city council members and the community at large.
All right, guys, so we got to talk about woke Mayor Brandon Johnson, who is currently facing a whole lot of backlash for promises made, promises broken, including his promise not to raise property taxes on Chicagoans when he was running for mayor. However, he did what all Democrats do when they're running for office, just lie to his constituents in order to get elected and then turn around and pull the switcheroo. Okay, the voters, the taxpayers of Chicago got hoodwinked, tricked, led astray, run amok, okay, when it comes to his tax plan, because he claimed that, hey, I'm just going to tax the rich, right? I'm a progressive taxation only. Turns out he didn't actually really mean that, because he really, really, really needs money to keep funding Chicago, which is billions of dollars in debt due to reckless spending on things like, for example, illegal immigrants, right? That is what Chicago has prioritized under Brandon Johnson's administration. And he says, hey, you know what? We're in debt. We need more money. Therefore, we have to raise property taxes, even though I promised not to do that. Now, here's the thing. He could have been smart about this and decided to take advantage of the incoming administration, Trump's administration, and his mass deportation plan, and to have the illegals mass deported from the city. Therefore, he doesn't have to worry about having to pay for them anymore, right? That's a bill that Chicago doesn't have anymore. However, he's coming out and said, no. I am not going to cooperate with President Trump and border czar Tom Homan, who already sent a warning to these woke mayors like Brandon Johnson that you better cooperate, okay, or get the hell out the way, okay, because mass deportations will happen. It's going to happen. But Brandon Johnson said, no, I will defend the illegals, even if that means potentially losing federal funding. Take a look.
Premier Judy Mayor Brandon Johnson making it clear today whether it's protecting undocumented families in Chicago or his budget priorities, he will not compromise on his values. Also today, with the potential loss of federal dollars for law enforcement if the city won't cooperate with the Trump administration's plans to deport undocumented immigrants, the mayor making it clear Chicago will not be bullied into helping ICE agents.
Returning to the election results, we heard from President-elect Trump's border czar saying that he was prepared to send squads of ICE agents into so-called sanctuary cities, including New York. He did not mention Chicago, but of course that would apply to Chicago. Are you prepared to somehow resist the arrival of ICE agents? And are you prepared to defend the city's public safety budget from attempts by the incoming Trump administration to withdraw funds if you resist working with ICE agents?
That's impressive, Heather. Yes, and yes.
Okay,
look, we're going to defend the people of this city because, look, his attack, let's be very clear, the president-elect, former President Trump, his threat is not just towards new arrivals and undocumented families. His threats are also against Black families. He has a vision to destroy public education. Public education at the expense of the state, after all, is a Negro idea. Those are the words of W.B. Du Bois. So when he talks about Project 2025 and dismantling public education, we're talking about a system that has been designed to create leveling opportunities for families who are descendants of slaves. He's also threatening the Department of the Environment. We restore the Department of the Environment. With global population shift and climate change that's happening all over the planet, we're going to stand up and protect our environment. We're going to stand up and we're going to protect undocumented individuals. We're going to protect Black folks, brown folks, Asian folks. Listen, the anti-sentiment that exists in this political space right now is unconscionable and it's dangerous. Whether it's anti-Black or anti-Semitic, we're going to protect people and we're going to invest in people. The city of Chicago will be better, stronger, and safer despite who's in the White House.
And you did touch on this earlier, but more directly, Tom Homan basically says sanctuaries need to get the heck out of the way so that ICE can do its job. I mean, what is your message back to the Trump administration with those kinds of threats, if you will?
Yeah, look, whether it's threatening, our undocumented families and new arrivals, or whether they're threatening Black and brown families who believe in public education like I do, we're not going to tolerate, and we certainly are not going to cower to someone's threat. This is Chicago, you all. I mean, we produce the most innovative, the most talented people around the globe. There's a congressional leader, I believe, out of Arizona, who was born and raised in Chicago, right? And look, the incoming administration is not just a threat to Chicago, but a threat to what is sensible about this country. And as mayor of the city of Chicago, we're not going to bend or break or cower to someone's threat. We're going to stand up and unite around our shared values, and they have my assurance that I'm going to protect the families of this city.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, so you heard that. There's definitely going to be a showdown between the Trump administration and the Republicans in Congress versus the woke progressive mayors of the sanctuary cities, okay? Because in order for us to get the mass deportations going, we have to do something about these sanctuary cities, okay? They are straight up facilitating illegal immigration. They're facilitating law breaking. And quite honestly, I'm not even sure why this is legal, why cities are even allowed to do this, but they are, okay? And this is why it's good that we have both chambers of Congress and the presidency, because the Trump administration has tried to do this before, right? In the sense that they have tried to defund sanctuary cities. However, it's going to be tricky in regards to how they can actually go about doing it, okay? Because allegedly, the Trump administration is threatening to withhold funds from law enforcement if sanctuary cities refuse to comply with the federal government and to help get the illegals deported.
Donald Trump is promising the largest mass deportation of undocumented immigrants in U.S. history if he is elected. NBC News has learned Trump is considering withholding federal police grants from local law enforcement agencies that decline to take part in those massive deportations. That's according to 3 sources close to the Trump campaign. With us now is NBC News Homeland Security correspondent Julie Ainsley, who helped break this story. Julie, thank you. Is this story about Trump's decision to override local control and, essentially control of its departments?
Yeah, that's right. This is something that they actually tried to do in the first Trump administration to get sanctuary cities to cooperate with ICE, to tell ICE when they had immigrants that they encountered in law enforcement operations. Because, many cities, even California as a state, they are sanctuary. They will not cooperate with ICE. So they've tried this in the past. Those states sued and the Trump administration was blocked. But they think they can try it again. And there's a team of people now who are developing legal strategies about how they're going to get law enforcement to cooperate with mass deportation. Because right now, ICE just doesn't have the budget when you look at the millions of people that Trump wants to deport. His priority list starts with almost 2 million people. So ICE would have to have a tenfold budget increase to get there. So their solution is local law enforcement. What are they going to do about sanctuary cities? They want to hold back federal grants. These are grants that go out from the Justice Department to local and state law enforcement every year. They're very competitive. It's about $250 million. And it's really the largest federal grant program for law enforcement from the Justice Department. A lot of jurisdictions depend on this for things like treatment centers, for drug rehab. They use it for law enforcement, for prosecutions. They use it in a lot of these smart policing strategies we're seeing. These are really competitive grants, and they're used really in some really critical areas, especially areas that might be underserved. And so it could be something where we see another lawsuit, but right now they're looking at how they could get around legal challenges to be able to withhold those funds to pressure sanctuary cities, not just to cooperate with ICE, but to actually be going out themselves to arrest migrants to be part of this mass deportation effort, Jose.
Yeah, so you see now, you heard that. Again, this is why having a Republican Congress and Trump winning the White House is super important, because you can also do this with legislation, okay? You can also pass legislation. There's actually a piece of legislation that was introduced earlier this year, called the No Funding for Sanctuary Cities Act, which was introduced by August Pugler, a Republican from Texas, and it would amend federal law so that any jurisdiction that blocks federal immigration enforcement would be ineligible for a range of federal law enforcement grants and any other grant administered by the Department of Homeland Security or Department of Justice. It will also require the DHS secretary to report to Congress how many states and localities are not complying with federal immigration enforcement. It says that any funds that are withdrawn from sanctuary jurisdictions can be diverted to those that are in compliance. Yeah, so this piece of legislation has to be passed by Republicans, right? And that's the thing, guys. Like, when it comes to these Republicans, a lot of people think that, oh, no, you're not trying to hold Trump accountable. You're not trying to criticize Trump. And I'm like, well, listen, Trump's not in office yet, right? There's not much for me to criticize until he actually gets into office. But best believe, when he gets into office, I want to see the mass deportations, right? I want to see these sanctuary cities defunded. I want Trump and the Republicans to actually put in a legitimate effort to get it done. And as of right now, it seems like Trump is dead ass serious about getting it done based off his cabinet picks. And it's just funny because yesterday in my video, when I was talking about why Trump picked Marco Rubio, a lot of people in the comment section was like, why are you defending that? And I'm like, bro, I'm not defending it. I'm just telling you the thought process behind why he did it. Okay, I'm not saying I would have made that pick. I'm just saying that that's why he made the pick. Okay, and a lot of people think, oh, well, you don't want to criticize Trump. It's like, no. if there was something for me to criticize Trump over, I would, right? But I haven't seen much of anything that Trump has done thus far that I disagree with. But trust me, if Trump or the Republicans do not actually attempt to do what they promised to do, especially when it comes to illegal immigration, yes, they will be criticized. But as of right now, the man's not in office. So there's really nothing for me to criticize until we actually see what happens, right? But as you can see here, there's a difference between Brandon Johnson and Eric Adams, right? Eric Adams is basically non-committal about whether or not he's going to cooperate with the feds, aka yes, right? He's definitely going to cooperate with the feds because there are multiple reasons for why he should do so, including the fact that, hey, he could possibly end up in prison if he doesn't want to cooperate, right? And again, the Republicans are trying to defund sanctuary cities, right? So Eric Adams knows that it's in his best interest to cooperate, but you have stingy people like Brandon Johnson, for example, who, again, he's going to be a lot harder, right? Because he clearly only cares about the illegals. He cares more about the illegals than the actual residents of the city, which, by the way, a lot of them voted for Trump, right? More people have voted for Trump across these liberal cities than ever before, really. 2016, 2020. Okay, they voted Republican more than ever before, really. And these Democrats, they still aren't getting the message, right? They are not getting the message that, hey, the electorate, their views on illegal immigration are changing, right? It's changing, and you need to get on board, or else you are going to be vulnerable. But, you know, Brandon Johnson doesn't care. He's basically running Chicago like a dictatorship. And as you can see, he would much rather raise taxes on the actual citizens of Chicago to pay for the illegals rather than to just let federal law enforcement do their jobs, right? And that's essentially what's happening here. So there's going to be a showdown between Tom Homan and Brandon Johnson, and I can't wait. I cannot wait to see what happens. Who's going to win this fight? If I was a betting man, I would guess that Tom Homan and Trump are probably going to win. But hey, let me know what you guys think. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. Most importantly, share a Black conservative perspective. Peace.
Let's talk about this UFO hearing today, the second big congressional UFO hearing today in Congress.
Yeah, they talking about UFOs now. Talking about UFOs. Let me drop the link and shit. Here's the link. Fuck it. Let me drop the link. Let me drop the link. Yeah, now that Trump's in the motherfucking office, started the Space Force, now the motherfuckers admitting the shit. Let's go.
Schellenberger there, journalist Michael Schellenberger, Luis Elizondo. You had a number of other individuals, Rear Admiral Tim Godet also there speaking. So you had some pretty powerhouse individuals speaking in front of the Congress today. Michael Schellenberger put out 212 pages of UFO evidence and government cover-ups to Congress. He handed that over. In fact, he had to basically tell Congress, hey, you guys, there's a secret program at the Pentagon. It's called Immaculate Constellation. You guys should probably know more about it. And that's one of the big things that they were discussing today during this hearing, that they have thousands of high-quality UFO images, videos, FLIR camera images, all of it. You had Luis Elizondo, of course, who worked in the Pentagon. He just stated under oath that the government UAP program secrecy is, quote, all to hide the fact that we are not alone in the cosmos. We all know that, but watch.
Over the last decade and a half, I learned that certain UAP programs were and are operating without any of these elements. Although much of my government work on the UAP subject still remains classified, excessive secrecy has led to great misdeeds against loyal civil servants, military personnel, and the public, all to hide the fact that we are not alone in the cosmos.
Yes, we are not alone in the cosmos. I think we all know that. And some very important, though, on the record discussions about how these alien craft travel using etheric energy. We're done past the bodies part of this whole hearing. We got that. We know that we have bodies, right? We know that we have the craft. So how exactly are they traveling? And finally, we started getting questions about etheric energy, about 0-point energy. I encourage you to watch my deep dive interview about the disappearance of MH370 Malaysian Airlines with physicist Ashton Forbes. I think it has almost 2 million views here on the channel. I go and watch that interview. He's astonishing. Nikola Tesla knew about etheric energy. And then, of course, they stole all his documents and they hid all of this technology right after he died. The FBI did, of course. So the UFOs have a way of extracting energy from the environment, from the air, negative energy, and it's all free. That's the thing. All of this energy is free. And so this is one of the big disclosure things we might now see under Tulsi Gabbard as head of the Director of National Intelligence. Also the new director of the CIA, which we'll get to in a second. So a lot of bigger revelations specifically around the technologies piece during this 2-hour hearing today, which I watched. But Representative Luna asks specifically about UFO energy sources and whether or not it would impact humanity for the better or for the worse. Of course, it would be for the better, but we got to do this little dog and pony show, but watch.
Perspective is A, that true? B, are you guys hearing reports of that? And C, I think moving forward in regards to technology, Mr. Gold, if you can answer this real quickly, some of these aircraft, it seems that they are operating off of energy that we don't currently have. But just yes or no, in your opinion, if we were able to obtain that, would that impact humanity for the better or negative?
It would certainly save us some money on funding on Artemis.
Definitely.
And this is a national security issue, that if there is such technology out there, we're not the only country that might have access to it. We don't want to be on the wrong end of technological surprise.
So yes, we have this technology. We've been using it for a long time. All of this technology is well known within the United States government. You're not idiots. And it's being used by the United States government as we speak. During this hearing today, whistleblower Rear Admiral Tim Goday said we have satellite video of UFOs, lots of them, in fact, and hopefully Congress will make mandatory to release these videos to the public. Again, he's an admiral. He sees it all. And by the way, he's specifically been on the beat talking about all of the underwater UFOs that have in the ocean off of U.S. Navy craft, that they see them regularly. Talk to any person who's been on one of these U.S. Navy destroyers for any length of time. They've all seen them, by the way. Talk to them. Journalist Michael Schellenberger said we have full motion video, FLIR camera videos, infrared videos of UFOs. And by the way, he talked about low Earth orbit satellites. So we have all of these low Earth orbit satellites that are able to capture in color these UFOs, full color video, just like this. This one was leaked by a whistleblower, of course. This is MH370, the missing Malaysian Airlines. And watch as the 3 UFOs that in perfect triangular formation come right around MH370. And zoom right here. Here, there's the second one. And here the third UFO comes in. And then you'll watch as then, of course, using this etheric energy, the 0-point technologies, make the craft disappear. And so the United States government is responsible for this. Watch as then the airliner disappears. Right here, I believe. Right after this cloud. Watch. Here we go. This is an unbelievable video. And it's been confirmed. This is 10-year-old video, by the way. There we go. Disappears. And that aircraft, of course, gone. What? So 0-point technologies, they've been recovered from these UFOs. The United States government has them. The capabilities of this technology are monumental. We're talking faster than light travel. Imagine never needing to get in an airplane again because we already have this technology, but they're keeping it from you because they like to charge you for energy, of course. Instantaneous travel, unlimited energy that's pulled from the atmosphere. By the way, Trump's new head of the CIA, I'm hoping that he is going to disclose this. This is John Ratcliffe. He has been pushing for UFO disclosure. He will now be at the head of the CIA. He was trying to get this done while he was head of DNI or at DNI. Now Tulsi Gabbard will be at DNI. So hopefully as head of the CIA under Trump, we'll see more of this. So yeah, more on, and by the way, we're trying to get the Rear Admiral Tim Godot on the show. I've been emailing with him. So hopefully we'll have the Rear Admiral. He just testified in front of Congress today. And to have him come on and talk about some of these technologies that he's seen as Admiral in the United States Navy.
Well, we're seeing a medium melt.
Sorry. No, I just want to chime in. Like, so if they do like disclose this, and we find out that the government knew they were there, but didn't want to tell us, like that's one thing. But if they come to find out that they've had this technology, they have 0-point energy, and they know how to use it, like we should all be incredibly pissed that they've kept that from us. Because like they basically set us back. Yeah. And so, like, if it comes out that they've actually have that technology, I'll be pissed.
They have. And I've spoken to sources that know of this. And one of the sources I spoke to, an expert, watched as they used this technology on a human limb that was missing, and they were able to regrow the limb. So not only it's travel, ultra fast travel, lightning fast travel, but also the health implications of this technology. It's astonishing, and we should all be pissed about it. Think about eliminating cancer. Like, we have the technology that eliminates cancer. We have the technology that doesn't make me have to go to the freaking airport and wait in 6-hour flight delays to travel somewhere. I could go there instantaneously, but they keep it from us.
What do you mean by beaming?
I'm talking about 0-point energy, fast travel, light travel. So they have this technology. They're using it. They're keeping it from us. And I'm glad
but why wouldn't you have to go to the airport? You could do 0-point technology from your house.
Maybe. Have you ever seen Star Trek? I could just stand on a teleporter pad and be able to go. I don't know how exactly it would work in practice. And what sort of craft. But anyway, now we're getting into like,
I didn't realize that this was consumer-based technology.
It will be.
Okay.
It could be. Well, I mean, when Nikola Tesla had it and had I mean, that's the thing. When he died and they went to his apartment in New York City, and the FBI took all of his materials.
Yes. Yeah.
And they hid it from us because he had discovered etheric energy and his plans to make all energy free to all of us, where we wouldn't have to pay an energy company at all.
All right.
I mean, come on, people, wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up.
Now, top of the list of real problems that Trump may well move on is immigration. It could be his first major legislative initiative. Now, given that this crisis has been evolving over the years, I wanted to kind of break down how we got here, okay? Kind of looking at the last 3 presidents as what they faced when they came in and what they did with that, all right? Let's start with border crossing. So let's get the graphics going. Obama, we'll start with him. He left office 400,000 illegal border encounters. In Trump's first year, border crossings dropped to a record low of 300,000. Why? Tough talk on immigration, which served as a deterrent. In his last year, and then he had the home country agreements where he was facilitating deals where people kept processing in their own borders, within their own borders. His remain in Mexico, pressuring Mexico to put troops on the border with Guatemala and the border with the U.S. His last year, border encounters were at 400,000, okay? Now, why'd they go back up? Because the demand returned, okay? Now, you go to Biden. And Trump had set up Title 42, okay, which slowed down asylum because of the pandemic. That helped. In Biden's first year, though, border crossings skyrocketed to 1.7 million. Why? Wasn't talking tough about immigration, much more welcoming. There was a lot more instability in Latin America. There was a stronger U.S. economy post-COVID. You know, don't sleep on COVID as a factor in this. People weren't coming here because they were afraid of getting sick, or they were sick, and there weren't the same jobs, okay? And that was a big factor in suppressing the demand when Trump was in office, okay? Now, with a stronger economy, without COVID, you see crossings are like 5 times higher than when Trump left office. So what has he done? He has pledged to deport millions of illegal immigrants from the country. So let's compare how each president handled deportations. Obama's administration deported 240,000 migrants in 2016, but their enforcement policy focused, as does Biden's, on targeting criminals, not just those who only cross illegally. When Trump took office, his administration adopted a zero-tolerance policy, meaning everybody is seen as the same level of transgression, allowing immigration officials to deport anyone who crossed illegally. By 2019, deportations had reached a high of 267,000. During his last year, mostly due to COVID, again, they dropped. Biden takes office, his administration issues new guidance to the agents, telling them to target migrants who pose a national security or public safety threat. Okay, kind of like Obama, but maybe even more selective. Deportations, therefore, plummet because you're looking for a smaller band of people, 59,000 in his first year. Just recently, the Biden administration changed its enforcement policies, allowing agents to target migrants who also cross the border illegally. Deportations, of course, pop to 140,000. Migrants are coming to this country knowing that if they come and claim asylum, they can stay thanks to, in my opinion, a broken asylum system. 3 million migrants have pending cases. They wait on average 4 years just to get an asylum hearing. And remember, they're almost all released on their own recognizance, catch and release. So why would you come back if you know you're going to get thrown out? And that is what the system experiences. The question now is, what can Trump do to solve this crisis? And we have somebody who does not fit into the definition of people who are a head scratcher as to why they've been given the position by Trump they've been given. The man that we have tonight is arguably better than any man he could have picked within his reach, okay? Incoming border czar, Tom Homan. It's good to have you, Tom.
Thanks for having me, Chris.
The way I laid it out, pretty straight?
Yeah, there are a few things I disagree with you with, but I think it's more important. And you look at the numbers on the Biden administration, I care more about the numbers he released in the country more than I care about the deportation, because he released millions of people into the country where President Trump didn't.
And that is because, and please feel free to correct whatever assertions I made you don't agree with. You're the boss. But that is because Biden changed the definition of who the men and women doing enforcement should be looking for, correct?
No, that'd be ICE. He has changed the definition of who ICE should be looking for. He's made it clear, Secretary Mayorkas made it clear to ICE that being in the country illegally on its own without a criminal charge, if you're not a public safety threat or a national security threat, they're off the table. So they changed who ICE was looking for. But as far as the Border Patrol, they went from ending catch and release that the Trump administration had to releasing millions of people to the country. That's really the difference. And I blame that on ending the policies that were proven effective in the Trump administration. You know, look, I worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. I've seen hundreds of policies come and go. I know what policies work, what policies doesn't. Love or hate Trump, the Remain in Mexico program was a game changer. People can still claim asylum, but they wait in Mexico. That was a game changer. And after a few months, people stopped coming, because when they realized they weren't going to be released in the United States, they weren't going to spend all their money giving it to the criminal cartels only to wait in Mexico. So, by doing that, by moving immigration that low to a 45-year low, less migrant deaths across the border, less women being sexually assaulted by the cartels. It had a really positive effect in the Remain in Mexico program.
First question is personal. You did the job. You just let people or reminded people how long you did the job. You were the acting director already. You then went into retirement after doing the job for the Trump administration for a while. They had your Senate confirmation up there. You didn't have to be confirmed originally because you were next in line for the job within the same agency. They pulled the confirmation. You retired. Why are you back?
Because I care. Chris, I've done this. I started as a border patrol agent in 1984, so I know what it's like to wear that uniform. And when I joined ICE, 1989, I spent decades with ICE. I was the first ICE director that actually came up through the ranks. So the 20,000 men and women that reported to me, I never asked them or told them to do anything that I didn't do myself, because I was one of them. I care. And I care because of the tragedies I've seen on the southwest border. I've stood on the back of a tractor trailer with 19 dead people at my feet, including a 5-year-old little boy that baked to death. I've talked to little girls as young as 9 that were raped multiple times by a member of the cartel. And I can go on and on and on about the tragedies I've seen. I ran Operation Ice Storm in Phoenix, Arizona, where the cartels were ripping each other's house off, where they were holding illegal aliens waiting for the payment, and they're ripping each other off. And if a migrant couldn't pay his fees, they kill him. And before they kill him, they call the relative who's supposed to pay the fee, and they forced him to listen, torturing the man until they came up with the fees that they demanded. So out of all the tragedies I've seen, plus I love the men and women of the Border Patrol. They put their lives online every day. Same with ICE. This can be fixed, and we need to fix it because it's going to save American lives. It's going to save alien lives. It just makes sense. There's no downside in a secure border. And I have arguments a lot up on Capitol Hill. Give me one downside in a secure border. What's the downside in less illegal immigration? What's the downside in less fentanyl that killed 250,000 people? What's the downside in less sex trafficking of women and children, which is up now 600%? What's the downside unless people on terrorist watch lists coming across the border? A secure border saves lives. A country can't have strong national security if we don't have border security. We got to know who's coming in, what's coming in, where it's coming in, why it's coming in. That's what national security is all about.
Tom, let's deal with the supply, and then we'll get to the migrants themselves. It used to be coyotes. Okay, now it's cartels. It's all you hear. And do you believe that instead of a national roundup of illegal entrants, our major focus of resources and political pressure on foreign countries should be on stopping the cartels in Mexico and the threat to Mexico that if they don't do it, and supposedly the new leader there is kind of against the idea of taking on the cartels, that will do it? And do you believe you could legally declare them terrorist organizations and use the military to go after cartels?
Well, look, ever since I gave the speech at the RNC, I've had numerous death threats from the cartels against me and my family. And matter of fact, my family isn't with me right now because of the death threats. But, President Trump has promised that he would designate them terrorist organizations. And I believe he should, and he will. And the reason why they should be designated terrorist organizations, the criminal cartels of Mexico have killed more Americans than every terrorist organization in the world combined. I just said, 250,000 Americans dying from fentanyl poisonings, and up to 4,000 aliens have died crossing the border. So these cartels are wreaking havoc in this country, and like I said, killed so many Americans. President Trump is committed to doing it, and I think he should, because the cartels are a national security threat to this country. You're getting a fentanyl from China. The precursors, they send it to the criminal cartels. The cartels make this poison and send it across the border. The border violence is now coming across into the United States. The criminal cartels of Mexico is like a Fortune 500 company. I mean, the Jalisco cartels is in 42 countries now. These criminal cartels that smuggle this poison over across the border, it used to be about smuggling into the United States. Now they have a presence in every major city of this country. Now they're taking over the distribution network within the United States. They need to be attacked. They need to be wiped out. Absolutely.
So why isn't that the primary focus instead of rounding up 14 million or whatever the number is people, when all the cartel guys are bad? Not all illegal entrants in this country are bad. Most of them are here trying to build a better life and responding to the economic demands of our job market.
Well, a couple of things. First of all, there's more than one priority. The president has made it a priority to want to take on these criminal cartels and call them terrorist organizations and take them out of business, hopefully. The second, and there's parallel priorities. The president's been clear on stage, and I've been clear. The priorities for the deportation operation are public safety threats and national security threats. Last time I looked at the data, we have over 700,000 illegal aliens in this country that have a criminal conviction and a final order that are walking the streets. So, we got that. That's our priority. And national security threats, those that are deemed by national security threat, either by the FBI or by intelligence communities that we know are here, they need to be, they're going to be a priority. But I'll say this, let's talk about the other illegal aliens here. We've had millions of people encounter at our border, over 10 million, all right? Now, anybody goes to immigration court data, Executive Office of Immigration Review, you look at the data of the last decade, it says about 85%, I'm talking an average, about 85% of those who claim asylum at our southern border never get relief from the U.S. government because they simply don't qualify for asylum. Asylum is about escaping fear and persecution from your home government because your race, religion, and political affiliation or participation in a specific social group. So we know that millions of people come to the border. We know that average, almost 9 out of 10 will get an order removal. Now, you can't demand the U.S. government, okay, you have a right to claim asylum. You have a right to see a judge. You have the right to due process. But at the end of that due process, if a federal judge says, no, you must go home. If those orders aren't carried out, Chris, what the hell are we doing? Shut down the immigration court because the judge's order doesn't mean anything anymore. Shut down the Border Patrol because there's no consequence for entering this country illegally, which is a crime, by the way. Entering the country illegally is a crime. So you can't demand due process and right to see a judge, then ignore the final decision. Because what's the other option? We let them stay? Because then you send a message to the whole world. You can cross the border legally, which is a crime. You can ask to go to court or not show up in court, get an order in absentia or get an order by a judge if you show up in court and not be removed. Everybody in the world is going to come to the greatest nation on earth. We can't withstand it. Let me tell you why. What happened under this administration? They have overwhelmed the Border Patrol with millions of people, that an historic record. It went from the most secure border in my career to a historic illegal immigration. Border Patrol's been overwhelmed. There's been times where Border Patrol, 70% of agents have been pulled off the line. Several times in the last 2 years, 100% of the agents have been pulled offline in certain sectors like El Paso and Yuma. Every uniform's taken off the line, but on average, 70%. When you take 70% of Border Patrol agents off the line to take care of this humanitarian crisis, take care of these people in these facilities, that's when the cartels take advantage. They'll send a group of 100 family units to an area, know, okay, we only got 30% of Border Patrol agents left. Let's send this group of families through. They'll seize that opportunity. What happens then? That's when they move the fentanyl that kills Americans. That's when they sex traffic women and children. That's when the bad guys come across that don't want to turn themselves into the Border Patrol. We got over 2 million gotaways. 2 million gotaways paid more to get away. You pay the cartels one amount of money to get to the border. The cartel's job ends at the border. Turn yourself in a green uniform. You get released within 24 hours. You get a free plane ticket to the city of your choice. You get a free hotel room. You get 3 meals a day, and you get medical care. Plus, you get work authorization in about 120 days. Why would 2 million people pay more not to take advantage of that giveaway program? Because they don't want to be vetted. They don't want to be fingerprinted. That's just scared the hell of all of us. They've arrested almost 300 people on the terrorist watch list. How many 2.2 were off the terrorist watch list? So this, what people think is innocent, illegal immigration, causes all this other bad things to happen. That's why we have to secure the border.
I get it. And I don't think anybody's going to meaningfully argue the reality of the problem. I think it's about the fix. You know, I would never suggest that I know any of this stuff anyway that you have. I mean, you know, I've been doing this 25 years. I've been down there a bunch of times, done it at night, been with CBP on the river, been with the people who process the bodies, been with as many ways as I could go. And I promise you, for the duration of your service, I'll be a call away to come down and report on anything you want people to see. You call, I'll be there within 48 hours. I promise you that. That's the job, and I'm committed to doing it. I know the terrain. I know how to do that job. But the message has always been consistent. Physical borders help, but we're not a wall away from being safe. You want to help us here down on the border? Change the asylum rules and give us a lot more resources to hold people humanely, process them quickly, and send them back. No more catch and release, and go after the cartels. You know, nowhere on that list is what sounds good politically to people who voted for Trump, which is round them all up. He doesn't say the 700,000 like you just did. He says all of them.
Well, like I said, I think the president's been clear that there's going to be a prioritization of criminals, national security threats first. But look, as I just explained, you know, there's a system. There's a system in place in this country. There's laws that were passed by Congress, enacted by Congress, and signed by the president. And all the hate coming right now to the president, myself, all we want to do is enforce the law. And we're at a place now in this nation where if you want to enforce the law, you're a bad guy. And I think the president's been pretty smart about prioritization on this. And look, I'm telling you, you know, if we don't secure the border, I testified about this last time I testified. Yep. If we don't secure the border,
famously
more migrants are going to die, more women are going to be raped. We're going to have more angel moms and dads in this country. There's no downside in a secure border, but you're not going to have a secure border if you don't have consequences. So, you know, but what's the option? Let me ask you the question, Chris. What's the option? So these people who had due process were ordered removed by an immigration judge because they don't qualify for asylum because they made a fraudulent asylum claim. And like I said, the Remain in Mexico program, once they knew they weren't being released in the United States, they stopped coming. And why is that? If you're really escaping fear and persecution from your home government, you're going to wait in Mexico to escape that fear and persecution. So, you know, what is the option? Go through the whole process, have a federal judge order you deported and not deport them? Because you're never going to fix the southern border that way.
Look, I get it. And you're assuming they show up for the hearing. I get what the problems are. I'm just asking you to kind of think through the fix with people. And I'm happy to have you do it, Tom, because I respect how you've done the job and what you know about the job. And I also don't want you to just be known by my audience for your one back and forth with AOC. Look, your answers all made sense, except for one distinction. Legally, you were spot on with all of it. And, you know, I'm not an enemy of AOC. I think, you know, she believes in what she believes in. She's a socialist. but sometimes she has good points. But she didn't make the right point to you. The right point to make is, you want to go after the cartels, great. If you can do it as a terrorist organization, great. I think legally it may be tricky. Everything else you're suggesting makes total sense. Catch and release makes no sense. But this roundup idea, and I haven't heard Trump say it the way you have. So if you know better, great. And if it becomes more tailored the way you're suggesting, okay. But if you are just grabbing whoever you can grab, not only do you have families that get affected because they're not all here alone, but you lose like 1 in 8 of your construction workers, 1 in 8 of your agriculture workers, 1 in 8 of your 1 in 12 of your hospitality workers. You lose a lot of people that the economy needs. Not all illegal entrants are the same. Do you take account for that?
Well, look, I think, like, I'm not saying we're just looking for 700,000 people. I'm saying we're going to concentrate on public safety threats and national security threats. But if you're in the country illegally, you're in violation of law. So you're not off the table. But we're going to prioritize what we do. So I don't think me and Trump's different at all. But you know what I agree with your earlier premise. Look, Congress needs to do some work. I believe we should fix the asylum process because at your first interview on the border, when you claim asylum, that first interview, the threshold of proof is very low. And that was done on purpose because they don't want to accidentally send someone home and to be persecuted or tortured, right? But when you get to court, if you show up in court, that burden of proof is much higher. So these are real numbers. Like I said, about 90% of the people that come to the border and claim asylum under Biden administration, it's like 98%, they pass that first interview because they learn a few key phrases from the cartels of what to say to make yourself pass that first interview. Then when you get to court, if you show up in court, the burden of proof is much higher. And 90% lose, as I just said, almost 90% will get an order removal. That is broken. They need to fix that. First interview needs to be at the same level as the judicial interview. That will stop the asylum fraud. Second of all, the TVPRA, Trafficking Victims Protection Act, had a great intent to protect children with trafficking. But the law says this: if you're a child from Mexico and you're ascertained not to be a victim of trafficking, you're immediately removed. But if you're from any other country, you can't be removed. You got a whole process take years. The misuse of that statute has caused 500,000 children to be trafficked in this country. The U.S. government can't find 300,000 of them. So that has caused the crisis. And finally, the Florida Settlement Agreement. You know, under President Obama, when the family groups started coming across, we detained them in a residential setting, open air residential.
Y'all see what's going on. Y'all see that lynching going on. Hey, not only that, check it out. We do have the UMAs awards. Shout out to the UMAs, you know what I'm saying? Going down in Atlanta. Let's go.
Like you've never seen before. Of course, I was called a fear monger, no everything. Look what happened. As soon as the Ninth Circuit made a decision, skyrocketed family group. There is actions Congress can take. Because what I'm tired of is every president comes in, and I'm a Trump guy. He had more success on the board than any of the 5 presidents I worked for. But when a president comes in on an executive order and intentionally unsecures the border, which was happened, President Biden ran on open borders. He ran on abolishing ICE. He ran on ending ICE detention. He ran on putting a moratorium on deportations. He ran on free medical care. When you make this type of promise to the whole world, they're going to come to the greatest nation on earth. But instead of a president coming in and doing executive orders, every other president doing something different, Congress needs to fix this. So we're not going back and forth and being a ping pong on immigration. Look, immigration enforcement is very controversial, it's very emotional. I get it. But we have to secure the border because a secure border is going to save lives.
So if Congress comes to you, last question, Tom, and I appreciate you being here. You have an open invitation for the duration of your service. Whenever you want to communicate to the audience, the answer is going to be yes. Congress says, all right, what 3 things do you need, Mr. Holman, to fix the problem on the border? What are your 3 things?
Fix the Florida Settlement Agreement. Let us detain families in the residential centers so they can see a judge, because most of them will lose, go home, and we'll send a strong message of consequence. The second thing is change the TVPRA, where children around the world are treated the same way as children in Mexico. So we can stop the child trafficking into the United States. Some of these children, the 300, and let me say, one of the priorities of the Trump administration, on top of securing the border and doing a deportation operation, We're going to try to find those 300,000+ children and save them, because I guarantee you, based on my 3.5 decades of work, some are in forced labor. We already found some in forced labor. ICE has already found some in forced labor. Some are going to be in sex trafficking. Some are living with pedophiles. Some of these children are living a life of hell. So we're going to find these children, rescue them, get them back with their families. But the TVPR needs to be fixed. The asylum laws need to change. In the Florida settlement agreement, you would solve 85% of the problem on the southern border. And we got to end catch and release. If you come across the border, we'll detain you or remove you. And if you want to make an asylum claim, make an asylum claim. But you're going to wait in Mexico, so the 9 out of 10 that lose, we don't have to go look for you. You're not going to be in the United States building equities and having U.S. citizen children. All that makes it more difficult when you actually come down to removing somebody. So we got to make sense of the laws. Like I say, I've worked for 6 presidents. I see policies that work. And I'll say this. No one can argue the fact. You look at the data. President Trump was unprecedented in his success. I worked for 6 presidents. Every president I worked for, starting with Ronald Reagan, took steps to secure the border. Clinton and Obama took steps to secure the border because they understood you can't have national security if you don't have border security. But Joe Biden is the first president who came in office and unsecured the border on purpose. I don't get that.
Tom Homan, I appreciate you having an extended conversation about where your head is and what the problems are, what the solutions would be, and your obvious experience in the conditions of the reality down there. Thank you for doing it. Like I said, I'm a call away if you want me to come down and see what's going on, especially on the trafficking piece. Last word to you.
And I'm going to take you up on that, Chris, because when we start this thing, we need to be transparent to the American people. What I'm saying to you on this show, what our prioritization is and what we're going to do, I want to show the American people we want to keep their word and do that. So I'm going to count on you to keep track of what we're doing and help tell the story. Because I think being transparent to the American people is going to be very important.
I'll come with News Nation hats. Dinner's on us. Thank you very much for doing this service to the country, and we'll see how it goes.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen. And don't forget, click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
And now it's time for a special edition of Lefties Losing It. Let us take a moment and marvel in awe at President-elect Donald Trump's top 5 selections so far for his cabinet and other high-ranking administration positions. Coming in at number 5 is CIA Director John Ratcliffe. And this selection matters, folks. For more than a decade, we've seen these institutions become weaponized to attack conservatives, not just Donald Trump. And John Ratcliffe's performance in exposing and destroying former FBI Special Agent Peter Strzok was a thing of beauty.
The approximately 50,000 text messages that I've seen with your personal beliefs like F Trump, stop Trump, impeach Trump, go ahead and confirm on the record that none of that occurred on an official FBI device or on official FBI time. Go ahead and do that.
Sir, no, they did. Many of them did.
Oh, they did. Agent Strzok, you're starting to understand why some folks out there don't believe a word you say, and why it's especially troubling that you, of all people, are at the center of the 3 highest profile investigations in recent times that involve President Trump, and that you were in charge of an investigation investigating, gathering evidence against Donald Trump, a subject that you to impeach him. And do you see why that might call into question everything you've touched on all of those investigations?
At number 4, we have possibly the selection that has had the biggest reaction, the biggest freak out from the left, and that's Matt Gaetz as Attorney General. Here is some of his finest work.
Like, why is it that the women with the least likelihood of getting pregnant are the ones most worried about having abortions? Nobody wants to impregnate you if you look like a thumb.
Is it safe to say that based off of your comments, you're suggesting that these women at these abortion rallies are ugly and overweight?
Yes.
What do you say to people who think that those comments are offensive?
Be offended.
Oh, yes, we're going to enjoy the next few years. And after what the FBI and Department of Justice did in trying to frame and defame Gaetz personally with nonsense allegations, I could not think of a better person to go scorched earth The American people voted for a reckoning, and a reckoning they shall have. Now to the number 3 best Trump selection thus far. And it's a woman who not long ago was running to be president as a Democrat. But the Democrats didn't want her. She was too honest, too normal, too patriotic. And let's not forget how she ended Kamala's first run to be president.
She put over 1,500 people in jail for marijuana violations and then laughed about it when she was asked if she ever smoked marijuana. She blocked evidence. She blocked evidence that would have freed an innocent man from death row until the courts forced her to do so. She kept people in prison beyond their sentences to use them as cheap labor for the state of California. And she fought to keep cash bail system in place that impacts poor people in the worst kind of way.
Kamala never recovered. Now to the number 2 selection, another pick that had the left losing it and be clowning themselves by slamming a man with superb credentials. It's Trump's Defense Secretary, Peter Hegseth. First to the meltdown.
He also picked, you ready? Co-host of Fox and Friends Weekend. Not even like regular. Weekend. Pete Hegseth? Yeah. Okay, Pete Hegseth. And he's picked him to be U.S. Secretary of Defense. Now, MAGA supporters and detractors are trying to figure out what? Because of this pick.
Not a single MAGA supporter is trying to figure it out. You are projecting again, Whoopi, and learn to pronounce his name. He rates better than you, even on the weekend. And we can all say your made-up name, Karen. Yes, Whoopi's real name is Karen Elaine Johnson. But I digress. Let's get back to her bad-mouthing a veteran with an exemplary record.
Is this the guy who's qualified to make decisions about the most powerful military in the world, who clearly does not know anything about the military?
You know, and also I feel insulted. I'm a morning TV host, and I've been here the longest. Yes. Where's my ambassadorship to Italy, Donald?
Such miserable fools, and they weren't alone. Here is Democrat Elizabeth Warren, Pocahontas, having a go. She wrote, "A Fox and Friends weekend co-host is not qualified to be the Secretary of Defense. I lead the Senate Military Personnel Panel. All 3 of my brothers served in uniform. I respect every one of our service members." Then you need to apologise to Pete Hegseth, who is not only a veteran with 20 years of service, but a double Bronze Star recipient, and is also an Ivy League educated, Harvard, Princeton. The folks who are celebrating these appointments have a problem with Pete Hegseth because he transitioned to the media. Would they prefer if he transitioned to a they-them? I'm sure Pete Hegseth won't be okay with Chinese spy balloons floating across the country, or the botched withdrawal of Afghanistan and then the killing of an innocent Afghani family in a botched revenge operation. He is ready to clean up the mess.
Well, first of all, you got to fire, you got to fire the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and you got to fire this. I mean, obviously, you're going to bring in a new Secretary of Defense, but any general that was involved, general, admiral, whatever that was involved in any of the DEI woke, it's got to go. Either you're in for war fighting, and that's it, and that's the only litmus test we care about. You got to get DEI and CRT out of military academies, so you're not training young officers to be baptized in this type of thinking. And you have to reestablish that trust by putting in no-nonsense warfighters in those positions who aren't going to cater to the socially correct garbage.
And the number 1 selection thus far for the Trump team are the heads of the Department of Government Efficiency, the smartest men in any room, the duo of Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk. This is what we can expect. Here is Vivek last year.
And large-scale mass layoffs are absolutely what we will bring to the D.C. bureaucracy, both because it is necessary and it is sanctioned by the law of the United States of America.
And we all know Elon's uncompromising style by now.
There was all of the criticism. There was advertisers leaving. We talked to Bob Iger today.
I hope they stop.
You hope?
Don't advertise.
You don't want them to advertise?
No.
What do you mean?
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go yourself. But go yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is.
Joining me now is Sky News contributor Kosha Gator. Let's discuss some of these Trump selections. It's clear his second term will be markedly different from the first. It's clear his transition team has been working for months now to put this team together. The selection of Ratcliffe for CIA director is significant. The lawfare, the weaponization of the CIA is a focus for Trump's base, and so too the selection of Matt Gaetz as AG, Kosha. This is exciting times for the Trump base.
Now, the biggest criticism of Trump in the first term was personnel, and he fell into, even though he wanted to drain the swamp, he fell into the tried and tested model of Washington types, because he was told and warned they'll never get confirmation in the Senate and, work with them. And personnel is policy. So a lot of his supporters are really waiting to see, how is this one going to be different? He's been sending shockwaves in the last 48 hours through the swamp and others. And what's interesting is the picks that he's made so far, they do have to go through Senate confirmation. So we'll see how that plays out, because there still is that civil war in the GOP-controlled Senate.
Yes.
But they're all very young. They're in their 40s, pretty much all of them. They're populists. They subscribe to the MAGA America First philosophy on everything from economics to foreign policy and the rest of it. So interesting times, buckle up.
And this is what a lot of the commentators don't understand. They keep talking about Trump's just picking people who are going to be loyal to him. No, it's loyal to the agenda which the American people voted for. Mm-hmm. So his base, his supporters want that. They don't want people in there who are going to be obstructing, who are going to be Republicans in name only. Mm-hmm. That's precisely what they have voted against. And this tweet from J.D. Vance just on that Matt Gaetz selection is very interesting. He wrote, the main issue with Matt Gaetz is that he used his office to prosecute his political opponents and authorize federal agents to harass parents who were peacefully protesting at school board meetings. Oh, wait, that's actually Merrick Garland, the current Attorney General. And that's a point that, again, the bulk of the media don't seem to understand. They're just so outraged by these selections. They don't understand what's led us to this point.
Yes, that was a shot across the bow to the Senate, newly elected Senate Majority Leader, Thune, and there was a bit of infighting going on, whether Rick Scott, the more populist Trump loyalist, would make it or Thune did. Thune is of the old guard, but he had to fight to get that because he was challenged. And then he came out and put a statement out that I will do everything I can to confirm all of Trump's picks. And then right after that, Trump started dropping these bombshells like Matt Gaetz. So I think what JD is doing there is reminding him that, you did commit to that. And if you were so quick to nominate people or confirm people like Merrick Garland, let's not clutch our pearls for somebody like Matt Gaetz.
Absolutely. And on that blow, because it is certainly a blow for the Trump team not to get the Senate leader. They wanted Rick Scott. He's on side. He's going to deliver their agenda. The man they have now, tell me a little bit more about him. He is very much mistrusted, and it was a closed ballot. And I think that is a problem in itself. Why isn't there transparency so people know who the person they elected voted for?
Yes, I think transparency is going to be a big theme coming in, from declassification to pushing more open and out in the public view votes, because people are fed up with the smoky backroom deals that happen. Now, Senator Thune, he's from South Dakota, ruby red state, but it's been funny. People in the lead up to this were recirculating tweets of his back from 2016 and others. So he had a lot of anti-Trump tweets out there. He sort of was a protege of Mitch McConnell, who the Trump faction does not particularly care for. So, he comes with some baggage to the Trump crowd, but at this point in time, he and the establishment Republicans are on the back foot. Trump has a spectrum of dominance right now, and he's going to use that.
Absolutely. Now, let's compare the Biden administration's border czar, Kamala Harris, with Trump's incoming border czar, Tom Homan. See if you can spot the subtle difference.
I got a message to the millions of illegal aliens that Joe Biden's releasing our country in violation of federal law. You better start packing now.
We are going to the border. We've been to the border. So this whole thing about the border, we've been to the border. We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I don't understand the point that you're making.
I hear a lot of people say, the talk of a mass deportation is racist. It's threatening to the immigrant community. It's not threatening to the immigrant community. It should be threatening to the illegal immigrant community.
Is there a way to carry out mass deportation without separating families?
Of course there is. Families can be deported together.
Yeah, support the whole family. Big difference there. This was possibly the number one issue, right up there with the economy, if not bigger. And the base is going to expect to see these deportations. It's going to be a core promise that has to be fulfilled.
And it is going to be met with opposition, the likes of which we have never seen from including the rhinos in the own party. There's going to be rogue judges out there banning, as they did before, issuing injunctions that affect the whole state. The media is going to be showing sob stories of families being separated and all of that. So you need somebody with a lot of spine and the stones to push forward with that. Certainly Trump, but all the way down. And Tim Homan seems to be that person. He never pulls any punches. He was the ICE director. So he's been on the front lines literally seeing what has been happening with the joke of the U.S. southern border that it's become. So he will push ahead, but every step of the way is still going to be a fight on this.
Now, the Democrats have really kicked an own goal in attacking Pete Hegseth. They are attacking a veteran with a stellar record. And to see the likes of Whoopi Goldberg and Elizabeth Warren attack this man is a terrible look, Kosha. That he is picking outsiders. He is picking people that you don't expect to see, but they're going to deliver his agenda. And that is the whole game here.
Mm-hmm. They're being very disingenuous with Pete Hegseth because the thing that they were trying to make go viral, and I think they got ratioed, is he's a Fox News weekend co-host. Yeah. So they were trying to diminish him. Not all of us in the media are only solely doing that. He has many other things in his portfolio. He is an actual warrior who served for 20 years in the U.S. military, 2 active deployments in combat zones of Iraq and Afghanistan. We've moved away from this, where in the past it used to be actual warriors and soldiers commanded the army and not people sitting behind cushy desks in DC. He ticks that box. And by the way, he also graduated from Princeton and Harvard for the credentialists who want to mock his intelligence by diminishing him as just a weekend co-host. So it's very interesting. He is a young guy, again, very different profile than who's typically in there. But to diminish him is disingenuous because he clearly has leadership skills.
And he also clearly knows what's the problem, what are the problems within the bureaucracy that he has to fix. He has spoken about that at length. And I think he's just a very smart choice. He's likable, he's capable, he's young. He's got a lot going for him. And someone else who ticks all those boxes and who Trump has nominated is a former Democrat Congresswoman, Tulsi Gabbard. She's going to serve as Director of National Intelligence. Amazing, Kosha, because not long ago the left were trying to defame her as some sort of a traitor. Now she's
an agent of Russia. She was, and she has a lawsuit out, I think, against the Clintons. It's been long-standing. She was a rising star in the Democrat Party, female, veteran. She was given very senior positions early on when she got elected, and the transformation from that to leaving the party, to being an independent, to supporting Trump, and then actually converting officially to the party and now being in the cabinet, should she get confirmation from the Senate, is a great story arc, a mini story arc under the Trump story arc. And the other thing, too, is she's a veteran, but she is solidly anti-war unless it is of direct, provable, tangible, visible benefit to the national interest of America. And a lot of the wars that we've engaged in do not fulfill that. So that's going to be a very interesting shakeup. And she knows of what she speaks, having actually served in combat.
Absolutely. And so many Americans who have great respect for the military would agree with that position wholeheartedly. They're not anti-military, they're just anti-Americans being involved in these forever wars with no clear goals. Let's talk about the revelations here that Kamala Harris's campaign paid $500,000 to the charity run by Reverend Al Sharpton, who also hosts a show on MSNBC. So just weeks before she sat down with Sharpton for a really pitiful softball interview, even by Kamala's standards. She had handed over this $500,000 donation to this charity, which in itself is rather shady. We won't get into that. But there was no disclosure, absolutely no disclosure, even by MSNBC's very, very low standards. There's got to be some sort of an accountability for what happened here.
You know, there's been this undercurrent of questioning whether there's support from the media in kind, even if it's not explicitly in cash, although here there's even cash. It'll be interesting to see in a court of law whether those things go anywhere, and if anyone's going to prosecute it or not, I don't know. But at least the appearance of impropriety doesn't help. On top of the fact that she raised $1 billion, as we've talked about before, and is now at a deficit of $20 million because she's paying $500,000 here, $1 million to Oprah. Who knows what she paid to Beyonce? And I don't think she has much to show for it.
Well, no, and it was just completely having zero care for the money people donated. And some of these donations, yeah, they're from billionaires, but some would have been from everyday mum and dads who can ill afford to donate to a political cause, but they had, God knows why. And she spends $100,000 building a set that looks like it costs $5 in a hotel room for Call Her Daddy. It just shows you what disdain the Democrats have for other people's money. This is a good story. I love this one. Have a look at this. This is Kamala Harris and Jill Biden. And see if you can detect the pure hatred here. They're sitting together for Veterans Day commemorations in the Capitol. Watch as they fail to interact in any way. Kamala looks over a few times, but Jill is not having it, gives her nothing. And when you look at what happened before Kamala sat down, you see that Jill does not even acknowledge her. Kamala comes in, she's greeting people, she takes her seat, and Jill did not even acknowledge a woman who a few days ago she was supposedly endorsing full-heartedly. Look at the smiles, though, when Donald Trump visited the White House earlier today. Jill, Joe, Donald, they look like the best of friends. Look at that. I've never seen them so happy. Interesting interaction. I don't know if I'm reading too much into it, but there are long-running rumours that there's a fracture there. Jill Biden doesn't like Kamala, vice versa, and it certainly looked like it there.
We may be reading into it, but analyzing Jill Biden in the last 2 weeks has become a genre unto itself on Twitter, from the fact that she wore red on Election Day to cast her vote. Maybe something, maybe nothing, but it definitely sparked a lot of rumors because typically the Democrats wear blue. She's wearing red or dark pink in that photo right there. And then the stone cold demeanor with Kamala that you just showed, and then smiling, the biggest smile ever with Trump. You know, it definitely creates an interesting narrative that we can have fun with. And it's backed up by a little bit of substance in that it's easy to imagine that the Bidens do feel snubbed and scorned with how they were treated and pushed out at the 11th hour. So it's not hard to believe.
Coup. You can understand. And you've talked about Joe Biden and him in recent days being so happy. I haven't seen him this happy for years, literally for the whole 4-year term. It's hard to think of a time where he's just got that big smile on his face. I don't know whether it's just the pressure's lifted and he can just enjoy the final months of his lame duck presidency, or what it is, but he seems to be a changed man. Kosher Gator, thank you so much for your time tonight.
Pleasure.
Tackling this kind of waste, fraud, abuse, bureaucratic bloat, we're going for the stuff that's basic common sense that most Americans actually agree on. And I hope we're going to actually be able to help unite the country by eliminating waste, which is something that all Americans, regardless of partisan affiliation, can get behind. And that's how Elon and I are thinking about it.
Well, that was Vivek Ramaswamy touting the new Department of Government Efficiency that he and Elon Musk will be running. Now, also known as DOGE, this temporary agency will partner with the White House and Office of Management and Budget to drive structural government change from outside the government. Now, they put out their first messaging on X yesterday, writing this: working overtime to ensure your tax dollars will be spent wisely. So what have we been spending some of our federal funds on? Let's review. Almost $550,000 went to a Russian lab to run experiments on cats' brains. That was spent by the National Institutes of Health. $3.7 million of funding went to a study on monkeys and gambling, another NIH fascinating project. And the State Department awarding tens of thousands of dollars for drag shows in Ecuador. And that's just the tip of the wasteful spending iceberg. Here's Senator James Langford rattling off just a few government spending projects at a House hearing last year. Watch.
Last year, the State Department did a grant to Ecuador to host 12 drag shows in Ecuador with American tax dollars. Now, may have different opinions in this room on drag shows. I'm just asking the simple question. Is the best use of American tax dollars to actually fund drag shows in Ecuador with U.S. tax dollars? National Science Foundation last year did a study of butterflies in Europe. So we funded with American taxpayer dollars. Last year, there was also a NEA grant that was done to set up a display in Brooklyn for the Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, which, by the way, is not even an American band. We had an almost, $350,000 grant to study smart toilets. Was one of the grants that we actually paid for with our federal tax dollars last year. We also had a grant that was done studying colonial Mexican soundscapes. We, last year, did a study on helmets and seatbelts in Ghana to be able to study whether seatbelts and helmets were effective for saving lives in Ghana. Can I just go ahead and answer that question for free? Seatbelts and helmets are a good idea. They save lives. Free.
Kaylee, the American people had no idea about this, and how would they? When the administration we are disentangling ourselves from is committed to an opacity, and at the same time, Americans can't afford grocery bills, but hey, let's spend millions on a bunch of ridiculous projects outside this country.
It is complete and total malpractice. And the biggest government positions, to me, that have been appointed are Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk in this new department. And it's not just the money. The money is a big part of it. It is gutting the career civil service from this administration. Let me give you an example. Trump becomes president in 2016. Trump goes in. Do you want to know what happens 1 month later? 1 month after he is president of the United States, commander-in-chief, a vote of the American people, details of his calls with the foreign leaders of Mexico and Australia were leaked. Mexico went to the Associated Press. Australia details went to the Washington Post. These were career civil servants leaking the details Trump was having with foreign leaders. They need to go. The American people spoke. He is president of the United States. Get rid of the bureaucracy. It's not about undermining Trump. That's undermining you, undermining your vote. Get rid of them on day one. Vivek, I know, is up to the task. I've had conversations with him about this. It's time to put these two in charge. Give them a ton of power. Get rid of career civil servants.
Yes, ma'am. I can't wait. And remember, I was a federal attorney. I was an acting director in a top 10 agency of an appellate office. And I really can't express adequately what it is like to push against the beast of spending. And among those spendings, I want to talk to you about something, Paul, which is the overpayments. This is where the waste comes into play. $3 trillion, Open the Books reported, since 2004. They define it as essentially wrong payments to the wrong person or for the wrong reason. Do you think Americans will give that back? Because I saw firsthand the billions of overpayments by the Social Security Administration where, oh, I'm sorry, guys, we just wasted $3 billion for no reason other than ineptitude, incompetence, or sheer laziness. And my point is that it is the structure that bakes it in. So Elon and Vivek are coming in and they're going to blow up that structure just like this. Well, we gave them money before, so we're going to do it again. No, we do not inherit the incompetence anymore.
I'll give you a good example, science example. So apparently it's bouncing around online that when Pete Hegseth got SecDef, there was a quote from a government contract, military contractor, saying essentially, who the blank is Pete Hegseth? That is exactly the reaction you want, right? Because who's this outsider that's going to come in, that's going to kick this whole thing over, essentially, right? It's not somebody that he's taken to lunch. He's been whining and dining for the last 20 years, that he knows the contract's a done deal. That's exactly what you're talking about, Kaylee, and that is what you need. The other thing is, two things real quick. First of all, why are we funding all these bad ideas in other countries? We have enough bad ideas of our own, for the love of God. Why are we, helmets and God, come on. That's one thing. The other thing is this real quick. I know and I recognize, and this is the argument against it, that the real money we have to worry about is Medicare, Social Security. I get those are the big numbers. I understand that. But these wasteful products still take us into the billions, right? It still matters. Yep. What you do, and this is what I'd like to see, is as you cut these superfluous programs, put them into something that people visually see. Say, we cut $500 million from this nonsense. We built an old age home for veterans. Here it is, in Maryland, in Virginia, in wherever. And that money went here, something useful, something domestic.
Yeah. Well, let's do a little more examples of this squander of what your money, guys, the government's money, that is your money. So let's show you a few more things of outrageousness that our tax dollars are being spent on. $100,000 to see if a sunfish is more aggressive when given gin or tequila.
Oh my gosh.
$1 million to see if selfies make you happy. $1.5 million to study the mating calls of country frogs to see if they are different than city frogs. That, Cheryl, is what hardworking Americans' tax dollars are going to.
Oh, I have more. Why is the University of Mississippi spending $12 million for monkeys on meth? And why did the EPA spend $620 grand for armor and night vision equipment? Somebody explain that one to me. But I'll tell you what, the biggest one that killed me was the fact that the IRS between October of 21 and 23, they've got $50 million in unpaid taxes from their own employees.
Whoa.
IRS employees owe $50 million in back taxes. I want that. I want the IRS so gutted at this point. And Elon Musk, remember what he did with Twitter? He slashed out 70% of the employees at Twitter. When he
I can't wait for that boulder to smash the glass house of the IRS.
But I have to tell you, the other thing too is, why does Anthony Fauci and Rand Paul pointed this out? Why does he have a $15 million security?
Yeah, we covered that here on this couch, Harris. And at the end of the day, the whole point is now President Trump is saying, not anymore, not on my watch. We are going to audit the government. And we are going to stop the spigot of hemorrhaging. And we are also going to do a better job auditing, because it's clear that Americans do a better job auditing their own finances than the government does.
So a lot of that, and then I'm looking at that federal spending and adding up what you just called out, Cheryl. And all of that ends up being relatively small money considering how much they want to cut. But here's the thing, the way that you change the structure and the texture of things is to make small cuts. You said it earlier, Emily. You're going to not do this with a shovel. You're going to do it with a scalpel. And that's how you change government from the inside out. Wait, who's Pete Hegseth? Well, we could go on about the double Bronze Star winner. We could go on about his military service. Let them find out what kind of strategist he is as a CIB, Combat Infantryman badge. Let him find out how great he was on the ground leading people. But my point with all of this is you have until July 4th, Independence Day in 2026, to get this done. That's what the president-elect has told Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. And the reason that is you will have changed so much government that the last 2 years of your presidency, with possibly a flip in one house or the other on Capitol Hill, will have a new texture of government behind it. You'll really start to feel the cuts and the things that they're doing. I love the deadline.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
Whatever your reason is, I would never let my politics be the reason I don't show up to see my family.
I'm going to disagree. It's more of a moral issue for me. You know, you, along with Millie and along with John Kelly, warned us about how deeply flawed he was as a candidate. And so I think
I appreciate that people are having a hard time. Me too.
Okay, so there are two things about this next story that is just insane. First off, The View is telling its audience to cut off pro-Trump family members during the holiday season. We're talking about Sunny Holston, of course her, right? Secondly, ABC, who owns the show, is looking for more conservative voices to be a part of the panel. Now, let's just start here.
I wouldn't have had any holidays if I had to only pick the ones where everyone agreed with me. And so now there are times, and
wouldn't be with you.
I check in with myself and say, am I up for this, because I also know struggling with mental health. There are times I'm not, and that's okay. You step away, but it will never be the defining point, because toxic personalities don't have political affiliations. It's a personality trait that sucks. And we all are related to people like that. So whatever your reason is, I would never let my politics be the reason I don't show up to see my family, because they won't always be there.
I'm going to disagree.
Okay, hold on. Before we hear her deranged response, did you notice how Sarah looked at Sunny when she made the comment that it's a toxic personality who would do something like this? I found that to be funny. Let's continue.
I completely understand her point, because I really do feel that this candidate, President-elect Trump, is just a different type of candidate. From the things he's said and the things he's done and the things he will do, it's more of a moral issue for me. And I think it's more of a moral issue for other people. We're just, I would say it was different when, let's say, Bush got elected. You may not have agreed with his policies, but you didn't feel like he was a deeply flawed person, deeply flawed by character, deeply flawed in morality.
A lot of Dems called him deeply flawed and humanized him.
But you got to admit, they're very different figures. I mean, you along with Millie and along with John Kelly warned us about how deeply flawed he was as a candidate. And so I think when people feel that someone voted not only against their families, but against them and against people that they loved, I think it's okay to take a beat.
Okay, so 3 things for you. Number 1, this is why we live in a divisive country now. Sunny Holston has that personality that holds on to grudges and can't see the bigger picture and also be the bigger person in a particular situation. Now, I don't know if she's really like this behind closed doors. I just know what she shows us on TV. And she shows us on TV how toxic, hateful, and angry she is as a person. So clearly don't take her advice. Number 2, she sounds as if she's painting the pro-Trump family members as Trump himself. I mean, that's the tone that she takes, as if I was her son and I voted for Trump, she's looking at me as if I am Trump. And thirdly, I mean, if you're going to continue to go into that he's such a deeply flawed individual, you almost sound as if you are a saint yourself, that you're not deeply flawed as well, meaning you become the very thing that you're accusing him of being in the way that you attack him. Now, before we get to that ABC announcement about the show, there was another comment made by Whoopi Goldberg that was off the wall and continued to show if the Democratic Party thinks this way, they will continue to lose elections. Check this out.
I'm sorry, when you have one candidate who has been running for 12 years, who lies and changes things, I appreciate that people are having a hard time. Me too.
Yeah.
I work for a living. If I had all the money in the world, I would not be here. Okay? So I'm a working person, and my kid has to feed her family, and my great-granddaughter has to be fed by her family. I know it's hard out there, but I also know that there are a lot of things that we just said, no, I'm just going to go this way.
Right.
And a lot of that is also what happened. I love what she did. Yay. We talk to people all the time who say, this is what's bothering me. But the thing that's bothering everybody should not be the thing that puts 85% of other people in danger.
Okay, so before I even respond to how ridiculous that is, if you're getting value from this video, please like, share, and subscribe to our channel. If you want to support us further, go to the link in the description below, shop the merch store, or buy us a cup of coffee, okay? Now, Whoopi Goldberg, come on. Why don't you get it? I mean, this is why the Democratic Party has failed to connect with voters. Is first, they come off as if they know better than them. They are better than them, but they say that we understand your plight. No, you don't. Okay. And secondly, when you're saying, well, I'm struggling too. If I had all the money in the world, I wouldn't be doing this job. Interesting. Okay. So that is confirmation that you actually understand what's happening with the working class in today's America. Listen, whatever policies Joe Biden passed, it didn't really impact you, Whoopi. It impacts the people who are truly working a 9-to-5, multiple kids. Some of them are single parents. Some of them can barely get by. They're falling behind. Electricity costs have tripled. Rent has tripled. Interest rates are killing them. Gas prices, vehicle registration, car insurance, medical insurance, everything across the board has increased. And you're on a TV show talking about, yeah, I understand, it's hurting me too. And again, all this is going to do is alienate more people instead of bringing people together. I find it funny that they want unity. They want to move forward, but they continue to talk like this. Okay, so this is being reported by the New York Post and other outlets out there, but this was yesterday. ABC brass scrambled to bring in pro-Trump voices to The View and other shows, meaning they're in a panic mode right now, right? ABC News brass are in a panic mode as they hunt for conservative voices to balance the rapid, that's what I would call it, anti-Trump rhetoric spewed by the hosts on The View, as well as those on other shows, the Post has learned. Oh, so Alyssa isn't doing it for you, right? I thought she was a conservative. She served in the first Trump administration. Isn't she good enough? Of course she's not. The Disney-owned network, which came under fire over how ABC News moderators grilled Donald Trump during the presidential debate against Vice President Kamala Harris, has been holding high-level meetings since last week's rout by the former president. Sources close to the situation told the Post. Okay, just being fair here, right? Common sense. What sources, right? All of these outlets, I mean, they are laughable when they use that. Sources, anonymous sources, right? Okay, so are you guys making it up? I mean, who are they exactly? But anyways, that's a whole nother thing. First on the agenda, according to one insider, is finding a pro-Trump panelist for its top-ranked daytime talk show co-hosts by ultra-liberals Whoopi Goldberg, Joy Behar, Sonny and Sarah, as well as Republican Trump bashers Anna Navarro and Elisa Griffin. I find it funny they put Republican Trump bashers. Now, understand something. One of the key bombshells of this election loss was Jen Psaki coming out and saying, yeah, maybe we shouldn't be catering to never Trumpers if we're trying to win an election. I think that's where that term is coming from. The View is facing pressure from higher ups. Viewers can expect some major changes, including bringing in new panelists that can bring in a pro-Trump perspective. Now, why would they want to do something like that? I think it's because of ratings. I mean, they've been speaking this way for years. What changed? I mean, do I really believe the top executives truly believe in Trump and they want Trump to have a voice on this show? No. It's about money to these people. And probably what they're seeing is there is money to bring on someone on that show that can truly be the polar opposite of these ladies, because Alyssa is not the polar opposite. Okay, so let's see what people are saying on X. Meghan McCain says, respectfully, please stop sending me clips from The View. It's a radical, progressive, insane asylum, and that is why I left years ago. How about this one from Adam Carella? The View only exists so that people can make fun of it. I second that. Okay, so here's a good one from Amala, right? She puts, about 3 years ago, I interviewed to be a conservative voice on The View. Based on the questions they asked, it seemed they were looking for a lukewarm conservative who would provide just enough pushback to be considered different from the other women, but not enough to make waves. I hope that has changed, right? That is who Alyssa Griffin is. I mean, she doesn't really provide pushback whatsoever. The rabbit hole puts, cutting off loved ones over politics is cult behavior. I don't care what your views are. Don't ruin your relationships over politicians who don't even know your name. Bingo. Okay, so here's the Babylon Bee. To improve trustworthiness of the host, The View to replace Whoopi Goldberg with Alex Jones. I mean, isn't that the smart thing to do? Okay, so question for you. Who do you think should be on that show? Like, if you're going to bring in a pro-Trump or more of a legitimate conservative on that panel, what name comes to your mind? Drop it in the comment section below. Now, I don't think it matters who you bring. I think that show is dead on arrival, right? I just don't see the value in that show unless they do this. That you can only have 4 people. 2 are the ultra liberals and 2 are the pro-Trump conservatives. Bingo, do it that way. Because at least it's fair. The problem that I have with a lot of these media outlets and some of these shows as well, it's unbalanced. I mean, if you look at CNN, for example, they'll have 1 conservative, but 3 liberals. Or MSDNC, where there's no conservatives, right? Or ABC, CBS, no conservatives whatsoever. In fact, the only media outlet that I see that actually tries to keep it balanced would be News Nation. But in the end, I'm not too sure this is going to help, because when you have this type of rhetoric that these ladies have been spewing on that show, and then you see Trump shaking hands with Joe Biden in the White House laughing, it kind of nixes that entire argument in the butt, right? Like, as in, you guys had been saying he was a threat to democracy. He was the biggest threat in history. He's the next Hitler. But then he's in the White House and everybody's celebrating his return. Make it make sense. I don't think they can. So that is my opinion. What do you guys think about these crazy stories from The View today? Telling their audience to cut off their family because they support Trump or they voted for Trump. I guess we couldn't expect anything less from Sunny Holston. What is your message to her? Put that in the comment section. And then what do you think about the concept of ABC trying to look for new hosts to balance out the panel? Let me know what your thoughts are about that as well. Now, there was a major announcement from Trump yesterday when he nominated Tulsi Gabbard to be the next director of national intelligence. Well, there was a particular individual who didn't take it very well, and that was John Bolton. He completely loses it. And if you want to see me react to that story, all you have to do is click on that video because it's coming up right now.
Babe, can I eat a snack?
No. I've never been to prison.
You have
19
several
felonies,
times.
no convictions.
Yeah,
Knock it
yeah,
off. Prison and jail aren't the same. No.
Okay,
No.
calm
No,
down,
no.
calm down,
Only one of us has
calm
$12
down.
worth of jewelry on. No.
That's why I'm so sick of these bitches. I've been like you around. You won't think something that was mine. You won't think something mine. I don't understand how you gonna connect.
Oh, God, I'm scared. Okay, I'm about to do it. I'm doing it. I'm going all the way. Shut up.
I don't know who needs to hear this, but the reason you're so sad and depressed is because you're dating a Democratic man and he believes going 50-50 and splitting the bill down everything when you could easily get a conservative man who would provide and take care of you.
The thing is, though.
Hold y'all long today, I promise. But it's extra clear to me that so many of you truly want a boundaryless, moralless, godless, no accountability having, extra perverted and over sexualized, flavor of fuck off Diddy society that's governed by brain dead celebrities and it shows. Heal that shit because it's real weird.
So you guys are not upset that all the celebrities that were literally telling you to vote for Kamala Harris were all paid? All of them. I would be pissed. I bet you Trump didn't pay Joe Rogan. Trump didn't pay Elon. He did not pay Dr. Phil. He didn't pay Hulk Hogan or any of the endorsement he got and had. He didn't pay for it.
If you are a real man, you should be supporting this 4B movement. It's literally helping you cut out all the bullshit of wondering the woman you're about to date, is she crazy? Should you have kids with her? They're literally telling you who you shouldn't date and who you shouldn't marry and procreate with. And I am all for this because I am a boy mom that eventually is going to have a son of dating age, and half of my work is done now.
I'm going to ask a question, and I'm so serious when I ask this question. Y'all really thought that we were going to have a woman president? this crying and carrying on that y'all doing, is that genuine tears of you really believing that men were going to put their lives in the hands of a woman? You thought we were going to have a woman commander in chief?
I'm gonna go there. You look at the campaign this year. You know, all due respect to Sis Kamala, she threw a concert, and I like Meg, and I love Glorilla. She threw a concert with Meg and Glorilla, thinking that that was going to move and influence our community to vote for her. You think that we're that low functioning that you cannot talk politics to us and legislation to us for us to choose you based on leadership? That we're going to choose you based on who's dropping it like it's hot or who's...
Woke up this morning feeling spicy. You guys feel spicy? Because I do. All right. I don't know how to use this thing. Let's see what happens. Is this cutting off hair? I'm going to have to cut it shorter than that. Does it down, right? I think that this is too... It's getting hair. Let's see here. Maybe I got to cut it. Here we go.
Does anyone else find it insane that the election is making people realize that they should not be hoes? Like, how did Trump getting elected make people realize, damn, you know what? Maybe I should stop slinging cooch out like this is a buffet at Cece's Pizza. Like, that's what made you realize that? What the fuck? Like, your 12th body in 3 months didn't do it for you, and people nicknaming you Slurp and Burp didn't do that shit either, but Orange Man getting elected as president does. How the fuck does that make any sense? And look, guys, I have no issues with hoes being hoes. If you want to be a hoe, by all means, be a hoe. Slang cooch, I don't give a shit. My problem is that I know for a fact that people are not going to be doing this 4B movement shit after like 3 months. Like, half of these people doing 4B all of a sudden 3 weeks ago were shaking ass on a prisoner at a Halloween costume party, and now all of a sudden they want to be fucking Susan B. Anthony. Like, all right, man. Like, I'm sorry, you're full of shit. Glorilla is still in your playlist. I know for a fucking fact. Like, I just know your ass is lying, man. Like, you're just following the trends at this point. Talking about some bullshit like you're gonna move to Canada. Bitch, you're staying here. Shut the fuck up. And look, guys, again, I have no issues with people doing 4B movement. I have an issue with people saying they're gonna do it, and then ultimately they're not gonna do shit.
People tell me, oh, you need to vote for Kamala Harris because you need to think about women's rights and think about the women in your life that deserve rights. And all I can say to that is, because women wanted rights before me, I have to drive to work every single day, clock in for 40 hours a week, and spend time away from my family. Not for nothing, but there are women in this country, on this app, that agree with me that they would rather stay home and be a part of their home, do homesteading, actually teach their children, be a part of their education. Let's not forget that when we joined the workforce as women, we were also expected, just as men are, to give a portion of our money to the government so that they can take it and do things like they're doing today, sending it to Ukraine and Israel and other countries that need help. And for you to come in my comments and say, well, you should care about other human beings' lives. Guess what? I do. But I also care about my fucking family. And I care about my people. And the fact that I can't go to the doctor and afford $500 a month in insurance, but somebody in Ukraine can get health care because my money is getting directly sent over to Ukraine. Like, yeah, I'm going to vote for the person who's for the people. I'm going to vote for the person who's for the collective American people.
I keep seeing people write that women lost their rights. What right did I lose? Like, can somebody please enlighten me? What right did I lose as a woman? Because I don't think I lost any rights. Unless, is it the right to work? Because if I lost rights to work, then I got to call my husband right now and tell him I can't go to work tomorrow. It's not the right for women to be safe in a restroom. It's not the right for women sports to be preserved and women only compete against women. Yes, you heard me. I'm confused why you guys think rights are being taken away from us today. I mean, I thought that rights were being preserved. I mean, let me know if I'm wrong. And somebody, just anybody, answer my question. Don't blame Trump. Don't blame anything like Republican wise. Like, answer my question. What right as a woman is being taken away from me?
I'm getting a little tired of some Christians asking me why I voted for Donald Trump. Because I'm a Christian. That's why I voted for him. But now let me turn that same question back on you. You are a Christian. Why did you vote for Kamala Harris? You see, I didn't vote for Donald Trump for who he is. I voted for Donald Trump for who God is. See, he wasn't promoting the shedding of innocent blood at the AB clinic. The flesh. See, he wasn't promoting gender ideology or gender reassignment surgery. The flesh. See, he didn't open the borders for our children to get sex trafficked. The flesh. See, he wasn't taking the children's bread and giving it to somebody else. The flesh. You see, he wasn't pushing do as thy will with no responsibility. The flesh. See, he wasn't manipulating the people's minds with lies and propaganda through the left-wing media. The flesh. He didn't write a book and take a picture with the black help to make us think that he was black. The flesh. Wasn't into that principalities and powers and lying wonders. He just stood on the truth. What's really wrong with America? America's sick and it needs a healing.
No serious country should be telling its children that they were born with the wrong gender, a concept that was never heard of. In all of human history, nobody's ever heard of this, what's happening today. My Department of Education will inform states and school districts that if any teacher or school official suggests to a child that they could be trapped in the wrong body, they will be faced with severe consequences, including potential civil rights violations. I will ask Congress to pass a bill establishing that the only genders recognized by the United States government are male and female, and they are assigned at birth.
So according to recent reporting, only 7% of Black women voted for Donald Trump. So my question is, where is that 7%? Where are you, ladies? Please identify yourself, because we want to thank you.
I want to send a quick message to the Black women who voted for Donald Trump. About 8 to 9% of you guys. Now, you guys were the smallest demographic of Trump voters, and yet to me, you are one of the most impressive, not because anybody matters more than anybody else, but because you were the most rebellious out of everybody else. Damn near everyone around you, 9 out of 10 of y'all, was dragging you if you believed anything different than they did. Like, and you know how Black folk can be, and everybody else does. They may pretend they don't, but we know how it can be. They can tear you to pieces if you do not align yourself with their belief systems. And so I am proud of y'all, and I want you to know that we are all here with you. All creeds, colors, races, backgrounds, everybody came together for this party. And the 9% who are rebels today, y'all are the pioneers, the forerunners. You guys are setting a new precedent. And what's about to come is going to be a different type of wave once everybody else wakes up. They ain't awake yet. They still sleep. They're still fighting you. They're still trying to drag you on social media. They're still coming for your neck. They're still trying to send you back to slavery, whatever it is. But I wanted to send this message out to y'all specifically. So everybody, give a shout out to them sisters that you know who voted for Trump, because shout out to you. Shout out, yes, to the Amish. Shout out to every community out there that came out of the cuts, Native Americans, etc. But Black women who voted for Trump, y'all are real ones. Listen to this.
I can't get over these numbers. $10 million for Beyonce.
What?
To step up and back Kamala Harris publicly. $5 million for Megan Thee Stallion. $3 million for Lizzo. $1.8 million for Eminem. I mean, is that normally how it goes? You spend 20.
Hold on a second. So Elon Musk is the richest man in the world. How much do you think Donald Trump paid him? Do you think Donald Trump can afford Elon Musk? I don't think so. So you're telling me these fake relationships is what you guys wanted in the government? People paying people to act like they like each other.
Okay, you guys, I'm not trying to be mean, and please don't take this the wrong way. But if you do, I really don't care. All the women, I want to ask you men something. And please be honest with me. All the women that's doing the 4B movement, shaving their head and wearing these blue bracelets, do they look like women that you would actually go for in the first place? Like, look at them. Would them be the women that you would actually approach? Like, keep it all the way 100. Like, they look like they were already celibate and it wasn't on purpose. Like, them women look untouchable. And I don't mean that in a gangster way. I mean that as a 25 cats in their house and smell like piss. Like, do them women look like they are actually the women that y'all would literally go for? Like, y'all are literally doing this movement and you shaving your head for nothing. Because the men that I know wouldn't even look at you twice.
I've had people who are going to school for psychology majors message me telling me that they hope that I get essayed because I voted for Trump. Not to mention, they also made threats saying, oh, I'm strapped up. Honey, you try to ban the ones that we got already. Okay, beside that, keep in mind these are the same people who need cookies and milk offered to them to cope with Trump winning the election. These are the same people who have been shaving their heads, losing their minds, haven't showered for 5 days because they believe that Trump is going to take away their rights. And this is why Trump is the first Republican in history to win with that many popular votes. And this is why when it comes to Democrats, they have lost the majority of Americans already. Because it's either you take a step back, stop calling everything misogynistic and racist, having people think that they have to walk around eggshells for you, because you lived a privileged life already, setting up your camera and losing your mind, recording yourself on your $1,000 iPhone. Or you can decide to keep doing it and live in your delusions. And then they wonder why they lost. Majority of liberals went with the second choice because they have the emotional maturity of a 5-year-old. But these people are adults, and Trump is your daddy, whether you like it or not.
I'm actually starting to believe that Democrat Party was a fucking cult. These people are diehard for some dumb shit. They still trying to negative talk about Trump with this, oh, my abortion, taking women's rights. The man is fucking putting it in black and white right in your damn faces, man. It ain't a group of people he's fighting for. This man is showing every motherfucker not just in our country, but through the entire world. He's fighting for every American citizen in this country. The man is doing it whether you black, white, or Latino. The man is doing it whether you're a man, a woman, or a child. I see a girl get on here talking about, oh, my child disabled and I ain't gonna be able to pay for it. Come on, man. First it was he was gonna take away women's rights and do all this. Oh, now he's attacking disabled kids. You people are really lost. And I'm gonna say what Trump said. Sorry, but I'm not sorry about saying this. If you don't like it, leave. Fuck it. Just go ahead and leave the country. But you're gonna realize something. Ain't no country greater than this one, especially now that Trump's back in office. It ain't make America great again no more. It's make America the greatest fucking country now.
Nobody is ready for this conversation, but the Democratic Party is inherently rooted in evil. And they don't believe that they are because if you notice, most people on the very far left actually lack very common, basic U.S. history knowledge. One of those things being that Democrats were the ones who owned slaves and Republicans were the ones who freed the slaves. The Democrats will never be able to outlive the stain on them that is the Jim Crow laws. And they will tell you as Republicans that you are racist and that you are taking the rights away of African-American people in this country, which is entirely false. And there was even a woman who came on this app crying after the Trump victory, saying that she felt like she was going to become a slave. Now let's fast forward to 2024, shall we? What exactly is the Democratic Party pushing today? Oh, just the murder of innocent children inside the womb in the name of women's rights. Just the demonizing of all white males in this country and the working class people of this country. Just the absolute outrageous idea that it's okay for children to change their gender with dangerous chemicals that are actually causing health complications and making them die early deaths. The idea that the traditional household is inherently sexist and that women need to be more masculine and have careers and it's okay for men to stay home and not be providers. They are completely destroying everything that is America's backbone, not to mention the praising of a candidate who was telling them to leave the rally at which they were shouting, Jesus is Lord. So you guys, please tell me, let's look at the Republican Party and the Democratic Party. What agendas are they pushing? And tell me which one is pushing evil into this world. And I bring up the Jim Crow laws to specifically make a point, because if the Democratic Party does not get it together and erase this radical left agenda that they are pushing, their party will fall apart and we will be a one-party nation, which truthfully I don't want to see because we're a democracy. I fully believe in that. However, if they keep pushing this radical agenda, their party is going to fall apart.
Oh, this country just wasn't ready to have a black woman in charge. First of all, Kamala ain't even black. Let's start there. Second of all, that's not even the case. Because, baby, soon as she say she running, I'm sprinting to them polls. Let her run. Let her run. Her election is already won at this point. She already got it. I'm just waiting for her to make it official. Just go, girl.
You know, I think maybe one of the reasons why women are having a harder time with the vote is just his personality. I mean, that's the most common answer you hear from people is I just can't vote for him. And I don't think that's a good enough reason. I don't You don't have to go to dinner with them. You just have to like the country that you live in. I am passionate because it feels like voting for Donald Trump is like the vote of reason. It's like the rational, reasonable choice. I feel like most of all, though, what this country could be if he gets into office with all of the amazing, brilliant people that are supporting him, I feel like it could not only make America great again, but make America greater than it's ever been.
Morning after Donald Trump has won the presidential election, it is a glorious day, and this is our initial thoughts from a Gen Z girl and a millennial mom. I think that for the last 4 years, Americans have been holding our breaths, waiting to see if this is a blip on our record or if this is the true direction of the future of our country. So I am so proud of Americans for showing up and not only electing Donald Trump as our 47th president, but also a huge red wave across the country. He has doubled his numbers in major cities like my hometown of New York City. So I'm really hopeful for my future, and this is just an amazing day. I'm so happy.
Honestly, today is completely surreal. It doesn't even feel like it happened, but it totally did by a landslide. We completely demolished and embarrassed them. It's fantastic. But truly, it feels like we have secured the future of America. We have secured the future for our children. We are going to be securing the border. America is moving in the right direction. Finally, again.
Too big to rig, baby. Too big to rig, baby.
You know, for all you women that voted for Donald Trump, I have something to say to you. I'm so proud of you. I totally love you. Can we be friends? Let's have dinner.
All right, y'all, I'm back with a quick video, man. I want to show y'all this video, man. This video I came across about Donald Trump. And the Democratic Party is taking this clip and trying to twist it to something to create this craziness between black and white people in America. That's what I feel like they're trying to do. But I'm gonna show y'all this clip, man, and then we're gonna expound on this thing. I appreciate y'all for tuning in too, man. I appreciate y'all for steady tapping in with me. Make sure y'all hit that like button, get the likes up. If this is your first time watching, make sure y'all hit that subscribe button and turn on your notifications so you never miss another video. All right, watch this.
Or I will direct the Department of Justice to pursue federal civil rights cases against schools that continue to engage in racial discrimination and schools that persist in explicit unlawful discrimination under the guise of equity will not only have their endowments taxed, but through budget reconciliation, I will advance a measure to have them fined up to the entire amount of their endowment. A portion of the seized funds will then be used as restitution for victims of these illegal and unjust policies that hurt our country so badly. Colleges have gotten hundreds of billions of dollars from hardworking taxpayers, and now we are going to get this anti-American insanity out of our institutions once and for all.
So what Trump is referring to, he's referring to diversity, equity, and inclusion practices. Basically, he's saying that there are colleges that are using discriminatory practices and they're covering it up, like disguising it as DEI practices. So he's saying the people who were discriminated against in these colleges deserve compensation. That's what he's referring to. But the Democratic Party has taken this and said, see, Trump trying to give white people reparations, but he's not giving black people reparations. And y'all black people, y'all stupid. And see, y'all shouldn't have voted for Trump. And see, we told y'all and blah, blah, blah. Watch this. I'm going to let y'all listen to what Don Lemon said and what Joy Reid said, because these two are quick. And I think Don Lemon, I think he just saying this because I don't know if he's mad at Trump for, you know, LGBTQ laws. He can't go in the women's bathroom. You're a man. I mean, I don't know if that's what I'm not being funny. I'm saying I don't know if that's what he's mad about. And Joy Reid, she's known for spewing hatred and divisiveness. And it's crazy to me how they always claim that Trump is trying to create all this divisiveness amongst Americans, and he has divisive rhetoric and racist, but y'all doing the exact same thing that y'all claim Trump is doing. Watch this. Watch this.
Reparations, but for white people. This is America.
So in other words, reparations for white people. Any comments on that, Trump blacks?
Any comment on that, Trump blacks? Man, listen, man. First of all, we understand. See, you can't trick everybody with trying to use these scare tactics. You can't trick people. Like, we're in the age now in 2024 where people research, people read. You can't just tell people something and expect us to just say, oh, you know what, we're just going to take it. You know what? But there's a lot of people doing it. There's a lot of people that are just taking it and just listening to it and running with it. And now you got this narrative spread all over social media. See, Trump is giving white people reparations, but he's not. Show me where he said, where Trump even mentioned the word reparations. He didn't even mention reparations at all. He never mentioned reparations at all. And also Trump, when he said that, he never mentioned the race. So why y'all making it about race? It's these Democrats. Y'all still hurt because y'all lost the presidential election. You hurt. I get it. I understand it. Trump smashed a girl. I get it. He smashed her easily, crushed her, annihilated her, and y'all still hurt about it. I understand it. But at the end of the day, quit trying to make this man out to be something that he's not. Since this man has been technically he's not in office, but since he's been elected, you got Hamas trying to end the war. Russia wants to sit down. China want to coexist peacefully. The stock market has went up. Cryptocurrency has went up. Everything has went up. I mean, everything is rising. I even seen some gas prices go down already. And that ain't got nothing to do with Biden. Trust me, because matter of fact, I went into the gas station and asked them. I've already seen some gas prices going down because people understand Trump is a man of business. He's a man who stands on business. You may not like Trump. You may hate Trump. You may have whatever you want to say about Trump. But one thing about him is he stands on business. And y'all know that. Trump is a businessman. I have to keep reiterating these things to y'all. Y'all got to remember, man, Trump is not a politician. He's a businessman who just happened to become president. So Trump is an expert in business. Y'all can say whatever you want to. The man's been in business since the 80s or however long, even longer than that. But I'm saying he's been in business this long time. If you do something every day for 1 hour a day for every day of your life, you become an expert at it in 1 year. Trump's been doing this at least 30 years. So he's an expert at business. Whether he failed or has successful businesses, he's got more money than me and you. So he's obviously successful at something. So you gotta remember that. So the people who are around the world right now who want to sit down with Trump and they understand what type of businessman he is, they understand we're going to win if Trump is in office because he's going to make it beneficial for us. And it's going to be beneficial for this country and that country and this country. And that's why all of these people want to end these wars and shut things down, because they know it's going to be beneficial for them to do so if Trump is in office. I told you guys before, a country, a person that's running a country, especially a man, does not respect a woman. Nobody in a position of power respects a woman as a president. No other country does that. I'm gonna just be real with you. So, and then y'all keep on bringing up this Project 2025 thing. I told y'all, I even showed y'all on screen. In the very first couple of pages of Project 2025, it literally says in the first couple of pages, it says conservative president, whether it's a he or a she. It literally says that in Project 2025 when you read it. It says he or she, or matter of fact, I think it says whoever he or she may be. So for all of you that say, well, Trump hate women and Trump don't want women to be president and blah, 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 that would be a contradiction to saying that Trump has something to do with Project 2025, because literally in Project 2025, it says a conservative president, whoever he or she may be. So if Trump is behind Project 2025, why would it list a woman as the president in Project 2025? Let's make it make sense, ladies and gentlemen. It has nothing to do with Trump. And a lot of y'all need to actually go read Project 2025 and see why a lot of these liberals are coming after Trump and constantly trying to put this on Trump as if it's something he's doing or instituting. It has nothing to do with that. It's the fact that it's a lot of anti-LBGT verbiage in Project 2025. Okay, it's a lot of anti-LBGTQ. That's why a lot of people coming at the Project 2025, because notice all of the people who talk about Project 2025, you never see them put anything on screen or speak anything about Project 2025 that they know personally. They just say Project 2025 to scare you. Why don't they ever talk about what's in it? You know why? Because a lot of them have never read it. They're just regurgitating things they heard on the internet. Project 2025, that's all you hear, but they never say what's in it because they have never read it themselves. Our people don't like to read. Our people, especially, we hate reading. We don't want to read anything. So that's all you're going to hear. Project 2025, well, what's in it? What's in Project 20? I don't know. I just heard Project 2025 on the internet. So I'm gonna repeat what everybody else said. That's what you got going on. So y'all let me know what y'all think about this video, man. Trump, do y'all think Trump is talking about giving reparations to white people and not black? Come on, man. Come on. You really believe that's what's going on right there? Y'all really believe that? Y'all gonna let these liberals trick y'all and instill fear into y'all to think that y'all vote is a slap in the face? One thing I can say about the Republican Party is they nowhere near like the Democrats, nowhere near like them. You can say whatever you want, but the Democrats who even have anything to say about reparations, how can y'all even speak about reparations when how long we've been voting Democrat, y'all? For 6 decades? Y'all had 6 whole decades to issue reparations to our people. But now all of a sudden that y'all think Donald Trump is giving reparations to white people. Ooh, reparations, y'all. See y'all vote. When Joe Biden was sending billions to Ukraine, to what's that other country? I forgot the name of that other country he sent the money to. Sent like 156 million. Biden was sending money left and right to these other countries in our face, helping immigrants, illegals, all of that. And we supposed to don't say nothing, y'all. Don't say nothing, black people. Don't say a word. But if y'all think Donald Trump is talking about reparations for white people, see, Donald Trump, see, there y'all go. There y'all vote. See, we told y'all, black people, y'all got played for y'all vote. Y'all voted for Trump. He giving reparations, but we ain't supposed to say nothing about Joe Biden and them. Boys, the double standards are crazy when it comes to Trump. Check your bloodline, because I don't know where you might not be from here. I'm just telling you. I'm just saying that. Like, and I'm not being funny about it. I'm just saying, because as conservative people, these are our values. All right. So y'all let me know what y'all think about this video, man. And to the next video, peace.
Wake up, everybody. Welcome into Redacted on this Thursday. I'm Clayton Morris.
I'm Natalie Morris.
This is the resistance. This is the rebellion. This is the rebellion right now against the woke estate. The legacy media is crumbling before our eyes, but they're going after the independent media. We'll talk about that in the show today. We're also going to talk about what Obama appointees are doing right now to try to undermine President Trump. Yes, the deep state swamp rats who are working behind the scenes right now to entrench themselves inside of the Trump administration in order to sabotage him.
That's pretty wild. We're also going to talk about an FBI indictment on who is trying to assassinate President Trump from Iran. It is shaky at best. We read the indictment. That's kind of weird. We're also going to talk about how liberal women now say they want to seduce your husband, ladies, to break up MAGA marriages. I don't think it matters if the marriage is MAGA or not. What they're looking for is to just break up families. I mean, that's totally clear. So
they do not like the family. They do not like a nuclear family.
They don't like any family. They don't even want you to share, to break bread over Thanksgiving with anyone who doesn't think like you. This is wild, but it's true. And it's also proof that, you know, it's funny, but it's not funny, because it's proof that the liberal media has been preying on some pretty vulnerable people who are willing to throw their family out because of the ideology sold to them through the television.
We're also going to talk about Israel's Gaza plan. Yes, the massive land grab plan is coming to fruition. We're going to show you the leaked documents right from Israel, so you can call it a conspiracy theory all you want, but this has been laid out for many, many years. And now the Western media, and certainly the United States and Europe, are trying to prime you to say, hey, we should welcome all these millions of refugees here in the United States, in Europe, and in Canada. And then Israel can just have Palestine just totally rebuild it for themselves. So that's exactly what's being laid out here. We're going to show you the leaked documents and so much more today on the show. So welcome in to Redacted on this Thursday. Great to see all of you, man. People are freaking out right now about this Doge. I mean, all of these government swamp rats right now are freaking out about this Doge, this Department of Government Efficiency. And they're like, you see Larry Summers, Obama sycophant Larry Summers, who's like, you absolutely can't cut government. Where you're going to really take $2 trillion from the government? You can't do this. And now their new scare tactic is that, oh no, this is really a Trojan horse to cut Social Security benefits.
Okay.
That's what liberals are going to spin now. So get ready for you to hear this.
40-year-old Vivek Ramaswamy has that power? Like, how much? I think he's actually 39. I mean, he's basically a child with a law degree. I mean, someone I respect, right? But like, one person and Elon Musk have the right to take away Social Security. You don't understand how that works.
It's not going to happen. What is going to happen is you've got all these like federal buildings that are empty because government employees due to COVID never went back. So there are all these like empty buildings.
Right.
I mean, we are literally funding millions of dollars for studies to see if helmets and seatbelts work in Ghana.
Right.
Like, okay, we know that seatbelts work in the United States. Why are we funding Ghana to figure out if seatbelts and helmets work there? It's asinine, but we're paying for this crap.
Yeah. I didn't mean to call Vivek Ramaswamy a child. I just meant he's very young.
Go ahead, Philip.
Is there like some like different physics in Ghana that I'm unaware of? Like, it's like, like
is it Southern Hemisphere? Yeah, Southern Hemisphere or something. It's like upside down. So when you crash, you actually go. I don't know. It's but I'm glad U.S. taxpayers are footing the bill to study Russian cats. Yeah, we sent $500 million to Russia to study Russian cats.
That's cool.
And seatbelts and helmets in Ghana. So, this is where your taxpayer dollars are going. But, they're going to fearmonger you into saying that this is the way that Trump is going to cut Social Security.
Something I put on X, which really cracked me up, is have you ever seen the movie Dave, where the president is replaced by a doppelganger, a clone, which is true. And then he brings in his small town accountant into budget meetings and somehow manages the federal budget because you need an outsider to do it. I love that movie. Let me know if that joke lands on you, because it can be done. It was done in the movie Dave. You literally need an outsider. So you guys, how often am I bringing up fiction that is applicable to political science?
Well,
I don't know.
All right, we're going to get to your news roundup, your most important 30 minutes of your day. Hopefully, we're going to give you all the news that you can use. You're not going to see in the mainstream media. We'll get to that in a second. But first, just a point of order here. Yesterday on Rumble, we had somebody who posted a link. And I just want to say this because links are not allowed. Like, because what'll happen is people post links to kind of like phishing websites and all sorts of stuff. So we do not allow links to be posted because it leads to all sorts of scams. So we're not allowed. And anyway, yesterday somebody posted a link on our Rumble channel to I forget what it was. It was something. It was like a
petition.
It was a petition to remove government spending in campaigns. Totally support that. But we can't post links there. So anyway, and then if people keep repeatedly posting links, they get timed out. So just please don't post any links. And also, yes, YouTube does censor comments tremendously. Just a point of, I just want to make that clear here on this. So we're not out to get anybody. But if you do post links to stuff, it's just, we don't allow it because too many people abused it in the past. So anyway, all right, let's get to your news. Well, where are all the deep state bureaucrats going right now? Do you think all of like the swamp rats in Washington, D.C. are just like jumping ship, right? It's like a burning fire, so they're just jumping ship. No. In fact, the swamp rats are staying put, and they are actively trying to undermine President Trump. This is a bombshell story today by the Washington Times. Obama appointees burrowing in for career federal jobs. Now, we're talking about a tactic called burrowing in, where political appointees from an outgoing administration transition into secure career level federal jobs that they think they'll coast for many, many years. And they'll do it in the next administration before it takes over. So Trump can't fire them, basically. That's the strategy here. So what's really going on here? Well, during the Obama administration, dozens of political appointees reportedly burrowed in. This means they moved from their appointed roles, and which can be replaced by new leadership. That's exactly what Trump would do, clean house, right? Put in new leadership. Then they transition to career positions that can't basically be fired. They're much harder to dislodge. In fact, they're even harder to find. It's like trying to dig for a rat. Like, where is this rat hiding? In the crawl space. That's exactly what it is. So, in fact, between 2010 and 2015, auditors found 69 Obama political appointees that he himself appointed had made the shift and burrowed in to the new Trump administration. In fact, 17 cases skipped the required approval process altogether, just transitioned without even getting approval and jumped into these jobs. And they absolutely sabotaged Trump. And the timing here is everything, because when you have a new president coming in, many Obama appointees wanted to cement their positions before Trump could appoint his own team.
I don't really understand the years, because Trump was not in power between 2010 and 2015. So how can that audit have shown people staying in the Trump administration from Obama when Trump wasn't?
Well, Trump came in 2016.
Came after. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
But the audit came afterwards, and they discovered that these people saw the writing on the wall and made this transition into permanent placements inside the Trump administration.
Okay. So they did this to themselves in that time, and the audit happened during the Trump administration. Gotcha.
And the timing here is everything, right? So Trump is coming in. Many Obama appointees want to sort of cement their positions here inside the Trump administration, and before he can even appoint anybody. Republicans on Capitol Hill saw this issue. Senator Ron Johnson, specifically from Wisconsin, chair of the Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee, he demanded weekly reports. He wanted to know, like, where are these people hiding on any Obama appointees that tried to burrow in? Like, he's like, you need to report to us weekly. That's how they were able to find this as the administration wound down. And he knew that this was up. He saw this happening as the transition was happening. Obama burrowers nearly destroyed the Trump administration the first time around. He cataloged hundreds of leaks. So you think, oh, well, what's the big deal here? So all of these leaks that were coming out, remember all of those leaks? It was like, what is this? It's like a massively leaky ship.
What's the big deal? We saw that under President Trump's administration, there were people in the Justice Department trying to subvert stories that were unflattering to Hunter Biden in order to oust Trump, who was commander-in-chief at the time.
Right.
That's the big deal, is we can't have a subversive government. We need people who understand that this is the leader now, and we will work for everybody at the behest of the leader.
So Senator Ron Johnson, he had cataloged hundreds of leaks that came from the former Obama staffers that burrowed in. Watch.
Actually, a leak a day, 125 leaks in the first 126 days, and 62 of these leaks threaten national security by President Obama's own definition of that, because they were concerned about that as well. They had 8 leaks of a similar nature in Obama versus the Bush administration, about 9. They had 62. President Trump had 62 that threatened national security. It was completely out of control. And you know who knows what, who leaked this information and what was falsely leaked to them? The news media. It was leaked to 18 different outlets, and I haven't seen too much investigation reporting or investigatory reporting from the media in terms of how they were either duped or complicit in this corruption of the transition process.
Yeah. So leaking this information and then right to the liberal media, right? See how this works? So you have all these like embedded, burrowed rats in the Trump administration trying to sabotage him, leaking information out to the Wall Street Journal, the Washington Post, the New York Times, and all of this. And no one investigated
But
this.
it goes beyond just sabotaging the president, because you could also be sabotaging American people at the same time. If you read J. Christian Adams' book about the people who were appointed to the Justice Department under Obama, many of them quite literally believed that white people had no civil rights. And so they refused to prosecute any case in which the victim was white. And so if those types of people who were quite happy to take a job under the Obama administration administration continued to work under the Trump administration. We have this continuing. So there are various examples just like that.
Clint's Collectibles in our YouTube chat says that's a dam burst. That's not just one leak. Yeah, I mean, hundreds of leaks. Absolutely right about that. So Obama sabotaged Trump's presidency right out of the gate, even before Trump was sworn in. How? He and his staffers orchestrated the fake Russia hoax. They all did this, and the creation of fraudulent documents. It wasn't Obama himself, but it was his staffers, right? That asserted Trump owed his election to Putin. So right away, it started. Almost immediately. How did it start? Because of these burrowed in swamp rats from the previous administration. And Obama wondered last week, how did everything get so toxic?
I don't understand how we got so toxic and just so divided and so bitter. And I get why sometimes people just don't want to pay attention to it. And we all have friends like that. We have family members who just like, you know, it's all a circus out there. I get that.
Do you? Wonder why? Why is it so toxic, Barack? This wasn't just a few folks looking for a job security, by the way. It was part of a larger pattern of sabotage. Congress wasn't thrilled, and for good reason. Homeland Security alone saw 9 such conversions, and Republican leaders like Michael McCall from Texas were quick to call it out at the time, saying the new president has a right to shape his own administration. Now, why should this matter to you? I mean, other than the sabotage and the bringing down of a president you may have just voted for? Well, it's all happening right now, all over again, right in front of us and right in front of our eyes, according to the Washington Times. Now, as Charlie Kirk pointed out, these intelligence agency deep staters are planting landmines everywhere for Trump right now. This is why we should care.
To be able to thread this needle right into January 20th, then the intel agency is going to win. It's the intel community right now that is plotting against Donald Trump. The NSA, the Central Intelligence Agency, the FBI, the Department of Justice, the Department of Defense, the Pentagon, they're leaving little landmines for Donald Trump all around the government right now. This is exactly what Dwight D. Eisenhower warned us of. And Donald Trump won a mandate to fight all of this. And it is going to be a battle. That's why all of you, yes, keep celebrating. And we're going to keep on enjoying this. But understand what is coming ahead of us. That the forces are being marshaled to try to subvert Donald Trump, undermine him, and prevent his presidency from getting started, to stop it right out of the gate.
That's exactly what's happening. So the reasons these burrowers are so bad is because these are positions where people can influence government policy long after the administration that hired them has left office. And when these transitions happen without proper oversight, without even approval from the Office of Personnel Management, it undermines the whole merit-based hiring process meant to keep the civil service impartial. So here's the kicker, too. While Obama didn't invent this practice, neither did Bush before him, nor Clinton before that. It's almost become a tradition, sort of an outgoing administrations to do some last-minute burrowing. But it needs to stop right now. And I actually would love to know, and I don't know the numbers on this, like how many Trump career people like burrowed in to be a part of the Biden administration?
Surely plenty. Yeah.
I mean, who knows? I don't know the answer to that. And did they burrow in to try to sabotage him? Because I don't know. I haven't really seen any evidence of that, but maybe they did. Why would any Trump people who were appointed by Trump want to be a part of the Biden administration?
Right.
But maybe they did. So anyway, we'll follow that story. And the burrowing, we've got to stop it.
All right. Well, last week after the election, the FBI announced that it had 2 men in custody and had indicted 3 men for a plot to assassinate President Trump. It came out plat, but I mean plot. What they're saying is they have men in custody who were plotting to assassinate President Trump, and this was at the behest of the Iranian government. Now, in the words of the Libertarian Institute, shaky is what we would use the word to describe this evidence. Even weirder is that one of these people who was indicted had been an FBI informant several times who they say passed on bad intel, but they believe them that when they said that the Iranian government sanctioned this assassination. So it's strange. We're going to try to go through it. Here is the announcement of this. You can find it at justice.gov and then click through to find the criminal complaint for yourself. Notice here it says that they indicted 3 men. 2 of them are from New York. One of them is known as Pop. Just Pop.
Corn Pop?
Just Pop. And One of them is from Iran, and they're being indicted for trying to kill a U.S. citizen of Iranian origin. Obviously, that's not Donald Trump. He's not from Iran. So where is Trump in all of this? I'm going to show you in a minute. But the man mentioned here, Farhad Shakeri, he was in contact with the FBI at least 5 times. Here, they wrote out all the phone calls that they had between September and October of this year alone. Why is he talking to the FBI so much if he's planning to kill Trump? The indictment later says that on these calls, he passed along what they now know is bad information. But for whatever reason, when he said that he was doing this on behalf of the Iranian government, that part they believe. Okay. The indictment says that he started this assassination plot of the U.S. Iranian person in December of 2023, again, targeting somebody else, not Trump. And it says that they wanted to kill this person because this Iranian U.S. citizen is an outspoken critic of the Iranian government. So that's why they wanted him. But somehow along the way, they were told to pivot to Trump, who they call victim 4. Take a look here, where they said, we're planning to kill this other dude, basically. But then we got this word to start to ditch that project and put on all your focus on surveying and ultimately assassinating former president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Now, can you imagine the FBI's file on Trump? Because this here, in this file, he is victim number 4. In the Michael Cohen file, he's co-conspirator number A or 1 or what have you. And then in many other cases, he's the main target. So what a mess their file on Trump must be. Now, how do we know that Pop and the other 2 were working on behalf of the government of Iran? The indictment just says that. But there's no sources, no backup. They just say, because Iran does this regularly, so that's why we're sure that they want this. There's no sourcing here. They don't prove it. They don't even seem to think they need to. So maybe they know that this is happening in a way they don't need to prove to us. But given how often the U.S. has sanctioned Iran over nuclear weapons that they have never proven, that threshold for wanting to see proof that this is from the Iranian government is pretty high now, right? We should demand proof of this. We should not believe them out of pocket. Now, I don't want to support a war based on lies and fall for another weapons of mass destruction narrative. So I think we need to see how they know that. That's what I'm asking. I want to know how. So we are led to believe that Iran wanted to kill Trump in and around October, even though in that same month, Trump publicly said that the U.S. has no business getting into a war with Iran. In fact, he said during a press conference in New Jersey, even before that, in August, he said, I'm not looking to be bad to Iran. We're going to be friendly, I hope, with Iran, but maybe not. But we're going to be friendly, I hope. We're going to be friendly. But they can't have a nuclear weapon. We're going to make sure they don't have a nuclear weapon, which, again, the IAEA has said many times that they know that they have not seen proof of Iran having a nuclear weapon. So are we to believe that even though Trump is saying, I would like diplomacy with Iran, Iran wants to kill him anyway, even though Trump's opponent at the time did not want diplomacy with Iran? That's weird, right? Why would they want him and not the people who did want a war with Iran? J.D. Vance has said he's willing to hit Iran hard. So why Trump in this instance? It only makes sense in the context of those who have warned that this would be a false flag for a war with the Middle East in order to support Israel. And in fact, former CIA director, CIA employee, Michael Scheuer warned us about this on Redacted just a few weeks ago.
They may be finished, Clinton, with shooters, but not with a truck bomb or an aerial weapon of some kind. And they can blame it on anybody. They've got all the gangsters in the country they need, and they can set them up. The FBI specialty is setting up Muslim terrorists. They get one not very bright Muslim suggest an operation. He goes out and gets some dumber Muslims, and then at the last moment, the FBI picks him up and calls it a victory against terrorism. So there's lots of other options out there. And it depends on how many people they're willing to kill as to what option. Right now, they seem focused just on him. But if it's his family, if it's his children, if it's a bunch of people who just work for him, I think there's no hesitation on the part of the Democrats to preserve what they have to killing more than one person.
Okay, that does seem a lot like what happened here. The FBI had this guy, Shakari. He, by the way, had been in prison in the U.S. for 14 years for robbery, and then they deported him to Iran in 2008. And then he went back to Iran, and we're led to believe that it was there he picked up this assignment to kill some other Iranian U.S. citizens and then pivot to President Trump. And then somehow was working through his surrogates in New York. The FBI does acknowledge that this guy gave them bad information all along, but they somehow believe him when he says that he's working for the Iranian government. It is all very much like the hypothetical that Michael Shore just laid out. So read it for yourself and let us know. Do you think that this is a flag in order to get us to support a war with Iran? Or is there something here that I didn't see? I welcome your comments very much.
Well, we got some big breaking news here just moments ago. We have a new head of the Department of Health and Human Services. And this is absolutely shocking to nobody. It is RFK Jr. will head up. I mean, this is like unbelievable that he is going to head up Department of Health and Human Services. Yes. Oh, I got chills just thinking about it. So he'll be in charge of overseeing programs like Medicare, Medicaid, the Children's Health Insurance Program, all sorts of mental health issues, child abuse, domestic violence, early childhood development, maternal and infant health, all under this, healthcare privacy laws, social services. Yes, this is a cabinet level government department that promotes the health and well-being of all Americans. So the MAHA movement, Make America Healthy Again. America is the fattest country in the world.
It's not.
Did Mexico beat us again?
No, it's a Pacific Island country.
Oh, okay. So is it Samoa? So we always go back and forth. Usually United States goes back and forth with Mexico to be the unhealthiest country in the world. Like we go back and forth like every few years.
Well, unhealthy is different, but fattest, we're not. We do have some competition.
But anyway, this is exciting. So, and it's over. This also, he will be in charge of the CDC and the FDA. Can you effing believe it?
I cannot.
Have you seen the song that comes to mind? I got chills, they're multiplying.
Yeah.
Have you seen those memes where it's RFK Jr. walking into the CDC with the bat from Negan?
Negan from
the
Walking Dead.
Walking Dead.
Like,
okay, you effers.
I mean, yesterday here on the show.
Stop making people sick.
Just yesterday here on the show, we did a whole deep dive report about the quarantine camps that the CDC was planning to separate families and shove people in quarantine camps across the United States. And just think about the rampant collusion with big pharma for the FDA, pushing all of these vaccines on Americans right now without any trials, without any testing.
Yes.
And I know the liberal media is going to be like, go all over it. He's an anti-vaxxer.
Oh, go stock up on your vaccines then. Go do that then. I don't care. Do it if you want to.
So all the liberal tiers that are out there right now, go and pick up, just get 10 years worth of COVID vaccines.
Yeah.
And see how that works out for you. So This is unbelievable. Breaking news. Yes. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is now going to have Department of
who gave us that comment? MAHA. That's right. This is the movement. Make America Healthy Again. That was, I think that is a big part of why people voted, is this faith in independent thinkers like RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, and this promise to break down the things we're suspicious about from government. That is a lot of why Trump got this vote. And so,
well, and did we talk about yesterday on the show or not the numbers? 86% of RFK's voters voted for Trump.
Wow.
When he bowed out and he asked his voters to come over to vote for Trump, 86%.
And we saw when he bowed out, he was holding 5% of the vote.
10%.
Are you sure?
Yeah. The numbers were as high as 10%.
In some states?
In some states,
okay.
yeah, in some states. But yeah, I don't know about the federal number, but overall in some very swing states specifically, 10%.
Yeah.
So if you think about how, devastating that was for Democrats, unbelievable. And Tulsi Gabbard, of course, head of the DNI. So, some really good signs here, at least in the cabinet level on those guys. Okay. Well, if you were fired for refusing to get a COVID vaccine, you might want to talk to a lawyer and lawyer up, because a jury has just awarded $12 million to a woman who was fired for refusing to take the jab. A Michigan jury has done this, sent a powerful message to companies across the country. They awarded $12 million to Lisa Domsky, a former employee at Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, who says she was fired because she refused to get the jab. on religious grounds. That's right, $12 million, including $10 million in punitive damages. Why? Because Blue Cross wouldn't respect her faith. That's right. Now let's break this down. So Dominski worked remotely as an IT specialist during the pandemic, a job that she'd held for over 30 years. 3 decades there. So here's someone with a long, solid career working from home, posing no physical risk to her coworkers, right? Why does she have to get a jab at home? What the hell? And yet when she raised her Catholic beliefs with Blue Cross, she says her request for religious exemption was outright dismissed. Blue Cross argued she didn't have a sincerely held religious belief. Really? Think about that for a moment. A company trying to judge the sincerity of an individual's faith, right? They're like, well, we're gonna test this out here. How strong is your faith? We don't think it's sincerely held. So you're gonna have to get the COVID jab. So when did corporate America start to play the role of religious authority? It's fascinating. This isn't just a local story, though, because the case represents a much larger national issue. Millions of Americans felt the same thing, of course, when mandates swept through workplaces in 2021 and 2022. People who had strong beliefs, whether religious or otherwise, it didn't really matter. Medical, personal. Who are you to tell me that I have to put something in my body? Were often told to fall in line or they would lose their jobs. And what's more troubling, Blue Cross Blue Shield's response in the court filings is actually pretty stunning when you read it. The company denied discrimination, and they said that Domsky's beliefs weren't sincere. So how the F do they know?
Sincere?
Yeah, that's... oh, no, it wasn't discrimination. We just didn't believe the sincerity of her Catholic faith.
Do they go through all Catholics and give them a grade?
Apparently.
Okay.
No, of course they did.
Like, did they talk to God? Like, where did they get that information?
Yeah, God, we want to check up on this employee named Lisa. Can you verify the temerity of her religious beliefs? Does she go to mass on Saturday nights at midnight? Anyway, so they're even considering an appeal right now after they lost. For many Americans, of course, mandates weren't just about health. They became an overreach, a violation of deeply held principles, beliefs, a violation of our freedoms. I mean, look at the freaking trucker convoy in Canada, for crying out loud. That's what this was all about. And this verdict could send shockwaves, and it could open doors for hundreds of thousands of these kinds of lawsuits. And I am there for it. I would love to see this. So lawyer up if this happened to you. And by the way, coming up in a little bit here on the show, we do have a story with a pilot who worked for Airbus. And we're going to interview Tim McAdams because his story is heartbreaking. He was mandated, that he had to, as a helicopter pilot for Airbus, he had to get a COVID vaccine, and it destroyed his life. And we're going to talk with Tim coming up here in just a little bit.
I think, yes, I'm here for it. And I want these people to be paid out. But we have to acknowledge that that is going to hurt all of us because insurance premiums will go up as these insurance companies have to pay out these lawsuits. They will charge us for it. And so it's not, it's victorious for some, but not for all of us. So we can't ignore that we're going to have to pay for our own government's mistakes. Sorry to be a downer there, but can't let that one go.
Well, that's how it usually is, right?
That I'm a downer?
Yeah, you're a downer, but also that you're accurate in this. No, I'm saying.
You want to go?
I'm saying that's how it usually is.
Higher than
that the government
energy today.
The government.
Okay.
I'm saying that the government, we end up having to foot the bill for the government's mistakes.
Okay. Yes. Not that Natalie is usually a downer. He did not mean that.
Not a downer at all.
Right? Okay. Let's talk about war funding since I'm such a party animal. Just a few minutes ago, Secretary of State Antony Blinken dropped this hammer on Trump. He announced during his trip to Brussels, in order to speak with other European leaders about how to continue funding the war in Ukraine, that until Trump takes office, the Biden administration would sink every dollar we have at our disposal into Ukraine until Biden leaves office. Watch.
As we're working to make sure that Ukraine has what it needs to effectively defend itself, the United States continues to step up. We've obligated just recently and pushed out the door another $8 billion in security assistance for Ukraine. That was in September. Another almost $500 million just a few weeks ago. And President Biden is committed to making sure that every dollar we have at our disposal will be pushed out the door between now and January 20th.
Okay. So you might be thinking, we don't have a whole lot of dollars. In fact, we got a lot of problems inside the United States. And also, that's a little tone deaf, dude, given the fact that most of us voted specifically for this not to happen. Glenn Greenwald put it this way: voters, I'm angry that we can't buy food, have no health insurance. Our communities are crumbling. Our neighbors are dying of overdose. We can't afford prescriptions. We have no jobs that pay a living wage. The Biden administration, we're going to use every dollar for this war that nobody wants. And what extra dollars do we have? Well, where would we get them, you wonder, given that we have such a high federal deficit? Where are these dollars sitting? That every extra dollar, where are the extra dollars? They're created. The Federal Reserve creates them. And in fact, Ron Paul, who consistently warns us about the Federal Reserve, talks about how since the Federal Reserve was created, we've done nothing but fund wars that we maybe would not have done if we could not afford it. Look at his list from his book. Since World War II, we have funded war after war after war. Look at the list. So not just World War II, but then after that, the Cold War, the Korean War, the Bay of Pigs, invasion of the Dominican Republic, Vietnam, endless involvement in the Middle East, in addition to wars in Nicaragua, Salvador, Bosnia, Haiti, worlds around the war on terror, every crisis since 9/11, all of this can be contributed to monetary expansion. So we should keep this in mind. Funding for the war in Ukraine is not just immoral because Ukraine is the bad guys. I think we've proven that without a doubt, but also it will deflate our dollars. That means we create more dollars, we send it abroad, your house, your savings will be worth much less. We've seen that happening. And unfortunately, because that's treasonous of the Biden administration, they're going to do it as much as they can, cause as much damage until January 20th, when Trump stops it, which I hope he will, because that was his campaign promise.
Yeah. I don't know why everybody is so upset. I mean, Zelensky has to be able to afford his $50,000 a month villas in Italy and stuff, you know, like we have to keep funding him. Otherwise he's going to lose his lifestyle. And isn't that like, what is it? What's that women sometimes get from the man if they get separated?
Oh, yeah, alimony.
Alimony.
He needs alimony from the United States.
He's got a lifestyle he has to uphold now that we've spoiled him.
Right. And once that war ends, he has to hold elections, which I hope oust him from power. So.
Well, InfoWars is shut down. Sad day for independent media in America. Regardless of how you feel about Alex Jones or his reporting on anything, it really doesn't matter. It's independent media. And of course, when the government weaponized the Department of Justice and Democrats weaponized that to go after InfoWars and shut it down. So if you go to Infowars.com right now, here's what you'll see. As of today, site unavailable until further notice. That's the only text on the screen on the whole freaking website. So this was liquidated as part of the bankruptcy proceedings after his trial with the Sandy Hook thing, where he had to pay $1.7 billion or over $1 billion, ridiculous amount of damages for free speech. And they won. It's unbelievable, really. And so here's Alex Jones posting about who actually bought it when he learned about it, and 15 minutes prior to this. Watch.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is 7:50 right now. I'm about to upload this to X. I just got word 15 minutes ago that my lawyers and folks met with the U.S. trustee over our bankruptcy this morning, and they said they're shutting us down even without a court order. This morning, the Connecticut Democrats with the Onion newspaper bought us. They asked, did they outbid? They said, well, it was competitive. So they changed all the bidding rules, made it secret 2 days ago. I had a bad feeling. I told you that. And just like they tried to shut us down back in late May without a court order, they're supposed to have a court order. There's going to be injunctions filed. I'm about to go live out of Harrison's American Journal studio. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going to be here until they come in here and turn the lights off. I'm going to say, where's your court order? So this is all going down right now. They want to silence the American people. But we're not going to be silenced. Be sure and follow me at the Alex Jones Network at AJN Live on X right now. They're filed in court to take real Alex Jones away. That's totally unconstitutional. The judge already said no, so they filed in other courts. So the live feed going up by the time you see this at AJN Live and at real Alex Jones right now. Share this everywhere. This is a total attack on free speech. The deep state is completely out of control.
So, yeah, the Onion buys InfoWars. I mean, the Onion, and their plan is to turn this into a parody website where they will basically make fun of online content creators. So I guess the Onion is going to try to be funny again which they haven't been for years, and they're going to now go after conservative online commentators and do a parody account.
Okay.
That's going to go great. $1.7 billion.
I mean, I don't think we have time, but if you want to look at whether or not Alex Jones got a fair trial, I would suggest Viva Free is a good one to go through his actual court cases. He's done a lot of great work on this. So, you know, you should be afraid that the federal government was been able to weaponize its Justice Department to go after someone for their opinion. Okay, speaking of... Yeah.
Who owns the Onion if they have that kind of money? Like I haven't heard from them for years. Are they owned by a bigger?
Well, someone in the chat said it didn't go to the highest bidder.
Yeah, there's backers. So it was a front company. Basically, the Onion is just a front for it.
Yeah.
So yeah,
but I think the family members for the Sandy Hook, the people that sued him, were part of the backers, from what I understand.
So then I guess they bid. Then they get it, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So they were billionaires?
Right.
Yeah, apparently.
Okay. Another way that liberals are coping with the Trump election is not just shaving their heads or going on a sex strike, but also they're planning to seduce conservative men in order to break up their marriages. So the way they're thinking is that if I can get a man to be so addicted to this body, then I can make him vote the way I want to because his MAGA wife was not able to because I have the sexual power. That's what they're thinking. Watch this chick explain it.
If you're a conservative woman, here's how I'm going to fix your life, okay? So you just got married to your husband. Your husband is blatant, just redneck garbage. You like him, though, for some reason. Something there is clicking. I'm going to seduce your husband. I'm going to seduce your husband. I'm going to look him in the eye, and I'm going to explain to him that nobody has ever made me feel the way he has. And I'm younger than you conservative woman that married him. And I'm going to start, like, explaining that I'm just so fun, and I like doing fun. Because you're probably married and you can't do fun. And then once I do that, and I implement your f***ing marriage arc, he's going to cause some irrational feelings, which is going to establish itself in your marriage problems. And then you're going to be like, why am I doing this for a man? This is where we get you. Get you. Because then you're like, why am I supporting a guy that isn't doing anything for me? There you go.
Great.
Ooh, okay.
Watch out for her.
Yeah. I mean, we're not a MAGA marriage. We're
Clayton.
independents. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if he's able to be seduced by someone like that, he wasn't really worth keeping. But girl,
Yeah,
a few things. I was tempted.
Yeah, I was really tempted there.
Okay.
Really.
Number one, if you think youth is your main currency, you're going to be really disappointed when you hit your 30s and 40s. So maybe you should read some books or invest in yourself in another way. Also, I thought this was the party of feminism. I thought we were so worried about women's rights and women's bodies but now we want them to be heartbroken and alone. We literally want to destroy other women. That is not the party of joy and for women's rights. I don't think you like women at all, actually, if you're willing to do that. Here's another woman saying she broke up with her husband because of how he voted. Now she somehow is going to get back with him by sleeping with all his friends.
Not sure why no one understands how I feel. You guys know that my husband turned Republican this term. I don't know why. I threw his ass out of the house. And I have to do more. I don't want to shave my head because that's going to hurt him. I'm going to look ugly. So I'm not doing that. I think I'm going to sleep with his friends. I think that's the only way. I think sleeping with his friends will do. What do you guys think? His liberal friends, of course.
Are you really that selfish? First of all, you don't respect yourself because that's only going to hurt you. Also, do those guys have relationships that you don't care about? You're so immature that you want to hurt the ladies?
Yeah, because I'm just going to go after the liberal friends.
Right.
Okay.
Are they all single? Or do you just not care? Like, I'm just going to go sleep with those friends. If their wives or girlfriends get hurt, so be it, because it's about my revenge for his vote. But I can't look ugly. I have to be constantly making him so sad that he's missing. I mean, they really think she thinks she is Barbie. right? That he's really hurting. Okay. It's not just marriages, though, that liberals want to break up. It's families, too. Here are liberals saying you don't even have to be around your family this Thanksgiving, because if you don't like how they voted, then that's a violence on yourself. You don't have to go.
When you know someone voted that way, do you recommend, just from a psychological standpoint, being around them? We got the holidays coming up.
So I love that you asked this question because, you know, there is a push, I think just a societal norm that if somebody is your family, that they are entitled to your time. And I think the answer is absolutely not. So if you are going to a situation where you have family members, where you have close friends who you know have voted in ways that are against you, like what you said, against your livelihood, and it's completely fine to not be around those people and to tell them why.
Okay, I've been racking my brain to think about, did Trump supporters punish their relatives when Trump lost in 2020? Did they have temper tantrums like this? Did they cancel accounts? Like, send me stuff because I either don't recall or I did not observe it. I really want to know why this temper tantrum reaction is so prevalent. Again, back to the sex strike. Now, Whoopi Goldberg announced that she's joining in this sex strike. She's pretty excited about withholding her menopausal sexuality. Watch.
This. We all came. I dare. Yeah, you didn't get here by yourself, man. You can't do this without us. Yeah. And if we don't let you, you don't get any. It's that simple. It's that simple.
Okay, I'm not being ageist. I'm pretty sure she's past menopause, but still wielding her sexuality as a weapon. Weaponizing your
Eric in our chat says, I think I just barfed.
Okay. Yeah. And remember these celebrities who said they'd leave the country if Trump was reelected? Well, they're sort of changing that to like, well, I'm not going to leave the country, but I'm going to leave X. At least Joy Reid has done it. She left today 1.9 million followers and she just canceled her account. Jamie Lee Curtis, she did the exact same thing. Account deactivated. She says, just, you know, God grant me the serenity to accept the things I can't change. But most of them are still here in the United States. They're just not on X because they hate Elon Musk for allowing free speech. Actress Eva Longoria, she left the country. She told Marie Claire, but not because of Trump. She left actually before the election. She said because the United States is so dystopic under the Biden-Harris administration. She said, whether it's the homelessness or the taxes, not that I want to shit on California, it's just this chapter in my life feels like it's done. So she's acknowledging that California is dystopic, but she's still stumped for Kamala Harris. So she felt like California is too messed up for her family, but she wanted the whole country to be like California. But the rest of celebrities, they're really dragging their feet on leaving. Here's one of my favorite TikTokers, Vest Garden. She says they're just not leaving fast enough, and she feels like her vote for Trump did not count. Watch.
You know what? I'm getting pissed off. It's been 72 hours since Trump been elected, and we are not getting what we voted for. We're not, and I'm pissed about it. I'm pissed because I could have sworn that these celebrities and these women on The View and all these places said that if we voted Trump in, that they was going to leave the country. And now I saw that the View, they're showing up in black dresses just to mourn the president election, Trump being elected. That is not what y'all promised us. Y'all said that if we voted for Trump, that they will leave the country, and y'all ain't boarded a plane yet. And I'm getting frustrated. Trump, you got to do something about this, because I thought our vote was going to count. We did vote for that. That's what they not understanding. We voted for y'all to leave the country. And I thought that I would be seeing airlines being, filled up. Tickets would be hard to get because all the celebrities, all of Hollywood, all of these politicians, these journalists that said that if you get elected, that they was going to board the plane and leave. I can't no more. Our vote ain't counting.
What up? What up?
Who up in here? What all this shit? Let me see what's on, man. What up? I said, let's talk about illness. What up? Oh, shout out to David, man. Let it be known, David. They be acting silly sometimes. I don't even know why sweet wine even over here, man, for real. Even trying to mess. I don't be messing with goofies. You know what I'm talking about? I don't need no goofies in my life, yo. Straight up. So you can move on and get up out my back room, man. Like fooling with no goofies. Too old for that goofy shit. Whoa, go find some motherfucking business somewhere else. Yeah. Find business somewhere the fuck else.
But until then, over 38,000 businesses have future-proofed their business with NetSuite by Oracle. That's the #1 cloud ERP, bringing accounting, financial management, inventory, HR into one fluid platform. So you don't have to spend money on disparate software.
What you want, thirsty? What you want, thirsty? Get your ass out of here. Anyway. Let's see what we got.
Republican-led administration, which is better for small businesses, but with so much uncertainty, so many wars waging, so much national debt, you just don't know. So speaking of opportunity, you can download the CFO's Guide to AI and Machine Learning at netsuite.com/redacted. The guide is totally free. It's netsuite.com/redacted, and you'll get this guide as well as instructions on how you can use this powerful tool for your business. So one more time, that's netsuite.com/redacted.
Well, if you wanted to know why Israel stood down for 7 hours and allowed Hamas to carry out an attack, well, on October 7th, well, we all now know exactly why. It was all part of a plan to use it as a catalyst to permanently take over Gaza, of course, and the West Bank. Yes, according to Israeli leaked documents, the plan is to ethnically cleanse Gaza of all Palestinians, steal all of the land, of course, steal the minerals, steal the trillions of dollars of natural gas and other minerals off the coast, build new hotels and resorts in Gaza. After all, if you're well studied and educated, of course, you know that Israel and the United States created and funded Hamas, well documented. Netanyahu bragged about it, of course. It was a brilliant plan, actually, if you think about it, right? Create an enemy, create a bad guy to rally around and fight. It's like what the Wizard of Oz says, right? You need a good enemy. Everyone needs a good enemy to rally around. And if you fund them and you create them, it's the perfect catalyst. And it's just like what we did with Al-Qaeda. So here's Ron Paul to explain just a little bit of the history of how we created and funded Hamas.
But there's a political liability, which I think is something that we fail to look at because too often there's so much blowback from our intervention in areas that we shouldn't be involved in. You know, Hamas, if you look at the history, you'll find out that Hamas was encouraged and really started by Israel because they wanted Hamas to counteract Yasser Arafat. And you say, well, yeah, that was better then and served its purpose, but we didn't want Hamas to do this. So then we as Americans say, well, we have such a good system, we're going to impose this on the world. We're going to invade Iraq and teach people how to be Democrats. We want free elections. So we encourage the Palestinians to have a free election. They do, and they elect Hamas. So we first indirectly and directly through Israel help establish Hamas. Then we have election. Then Hamas becomes dominant. So we have to kill them.
So we have to kill them, right? So that's exactly how it works. So the plan all along was to take over this land, push out all Palestinians so Israel would lay claim to this land. This isn't a conspiracy theory at all. It's in their own leaked documents. So if it rubs you the wrong way or it bothers you somehow, these are facts. As Information Liberation reported 2 weeks ago, a leaked Israeli intelligence ministry document revealed that the goal of their war with Gaza is to ethnically cleanse the Palestinian population, send the refugees to Europe and Canada, and of course, the West, anywhere in the West that will take them, the United States. Here you can read the contribution, absorption, and settlement plans. The contribution in Canada right there. So you can see Canada, absorption of the population and its settlement within the framework of the permissive immigration policy. And as people in our chat are pointing out here from Canada today, they said, we have homeless people living in Canada. They're living in tents in the wilderness because they can't afford homes. But yes, bring Palestinian refugees to Canada. It's madness. And of course, the Israel First media in the United States agrees with all of this. Here's the Wall Street Journal featuring an opinion piece written by Danny Danon, who is a former member of Israel's Knesset. A member of Netanyahu's Likud party writes an opinion piece in the Wall Street Journal so all Americans can read it, titled "The West Should Welcome Gaza Refugees." Yes, and in it he goes through and explains, well, it's imperative, you guys, it's imperative that Canada and the United States and Europe, the international community, explore potential solutions to help civilians that are caught in this crisis. One idea is for countries around the world to accept limited numbers of Gazan families who have expressed the desire to relocate.
Oh, question. How many does Israel take?
Oh, yeah, well, that was always the joke, right? Is like, I see you're pushing all these people out of Gaza. Well, all these civilians, why don't you just welcome them into Israel then, right? Why don't they just?
So if it's limited to several countries, how many does How many does Israel take?
I mean, where did these people live before? Can they just go back there?
No, because their homes are gone.
It's not like they spontaneously just appeared in Israel. They were there. There's surely someplace they can go back to.
Mm-hmm. So Europe has a long history of assisting refugees fleeing conflicts. Germany, Austria, Sweden accepted large numbers. European countries, including Germany, Sweden, France, have long provided refugees to Syrians since the civil war started in 2011. Between 2015 and 2016, Germany alone admitted more than 1.2 million refugees and asylum seekers, about a quarter of whom are Syrians. So, you should help the people of Gaza move toward a more prosperous future, he says, and work together to achieve greater peace and stability in the Middle East. So in other words, we're going to get rid of all of the Palestinians from their homes.
They go to you now.
They go to you now. And the Wall Street Journal publishes this with a straight face. It's unbelievable.
Don't you think that is an argument against Germany taking on more? Because 1.6 million is a pretty big number.
Yeah, Germany and France. How's it working out for? You can look it up, actually, if you want to do some research on it. And our friend of the show, Kevork Almasian, who's a Syrian journalist who is now living in Germany, he says those Syrians never wanted to leave Syria, but because the West went in and destroyed their country, they have no place to go, and they're forced out. No Syrians want to live in Germany. They want to live in Syria unfettered by bombs from the United States, which, by the way, the United States just launched attacks in Syria over the past 48 hours. Twice bombing Syria. So I love that he's like, hey, look at all these Syrians who left their homes in Syria.
That's going well. Send them some Palestinians.
Freaking idiots. Unbelievable morons. Yet the U.S., Europe, and Canada should take millions of Gazan refugees so Israel can steal their land and make billions of dollars with condo complexes and five-star resorts. And of course, the minerals. Oh, the minerals. Trillions of dollars in natural gas minerals that are controlled by Palestine. They own it. Now in the hands of the United States and Israel. So within days of this is unbelievable. Within days of the October 7th attack, Israel approved over a dozen oil and gas leases within days. It's almost like they had them ready to go. It's almost like they had them ready to go and planned. so that they could go in right under Gaza and take all of these minerals and natural gas.
The thing is, you know how Ukrainians had this like celebrity status when the war began with Russia, and every country was opening their arms and giving Ukrainians fast visas, anything they wanted, houses, anything, right? But we don't see that movement for the Palestinians for fear that it could piss off the Israelis. And so they're saying, take them, but do not celebrate them. And so that's where we are right now.
Yeah, and
it's not sexy to take a Gazan.
Also, it's an admission. It's an admission by former Mossad head and former member of the Knesset that in fact these people are civilians. And they're not Hamas as you're painting them to be, that yes, Hamas is still there. And they're not going anywhere, by the way. So you can do everything you want and build condos above them because they're going to come out and, this is not going to end well for them. But anyway, it's an admission that these are civilians that are being killed and displaced. But they haven't really wanted to admit that to this point. They're all Hamas is what we've heard from them, right? So these minerals just happen to be there. It's amazing, right? These minerals just happen to be under Gaza. That's an incredible coincidence. Imagine the luck of the Israelis. They're having to spend a lot of money to import natural gas and oil for years, and then the surprise attack happens on October 7th, and and it was unbelievable. And now they'll get to access all of those resources. It's almost like too good to be true, right? I don't believe in any coincidence. It's what is amazing. And so as Alex Jones has repeatedly reported, how the Israeli government sat back 7 hours and allowed the attack to unfold, and we know that they knew about it well ahead of time. So that's well
Dan
documented.
Cohen has also documented that. He has a full documentary where you can see video footage of that as well on Uncaptured Media.
Yeah. So again, it's unbelievable. These 12 licenses for oil and gas exploration have been approved by Tel Aviv, allocated to 6 domestic and foreign enterprises within the maritime territories of Palestine. So of course, they've already approved that. Ram Ben Barak, a former deputy director of Mossad, says there are 2.5 million Gazans. Let's distribute them all over the world.
קודם כל עזה היא פליטים, אז בואו נפזר אותם בעולם. בואו נפזר אותם בעולם, יש שם 2.5 מיליון אנשים, כל מדינה תקלוט 20,000 איש, 100 מדינות, זה הומני, זה מתבקש, הם פליטים ממילא, עדיף להיות פליט בקנדה מאשר פליט בעזה. אפשר, אם העולם באמת רוצה לפתור את הבעיה הזאת, יכול לפתור אותה. אגב,
That's how you solve the Palestinian problem. Ship 2.5 million of them, 25,000 of them to 100 different countries. How many of you are just open up all of your resources in your country. That's how we solve their problem. Okay, exactly. And of course, as Dan Cohen reported on our show a few weeks ago, the former head of the CIA, David Petraeus, is right there making a lot of money off of this, by the way. David Petraeus, right? Behind a large portion of his plan to rebuild Gaza using concentration camps for the Palestinians that remain there. So they'll put them in buildings where they'll be under 24-hour surveillance. They'll have to go through guard gates, and it will all be funded. And David Petraeus is going to make a lot of money off of this. But don't worry, David Petraeus says, you know what, these Palestinians, they'll feel like they're living in Boca Raton, Florida. It's going to be like living in a gated community. Watch.
I believe there should be a vision for the future of the Palestinian people that is similar to the vision that we presented to the people of Iraq before we conducted the major operations that we did there during the surge. And we would go to the people of Fallujah and we would tell them in advance of our operation, we are going to make your lives better. We're going to do it by getting Al-Qaeda out of your neighborhoods. And then we're going to stay in those neighborhoods. We're going to create gated communities, essentially. It's an accurate description, but with much more effective walls. In fact, we would tell them, I said, look, it costs a lot of money to be in a gated community in Florida, and we're going to give it to you for free here in Fallujah.
Lucky them.
We're just going to give you, oh my God, the arrogance of these people. These people are demonic.
Yeah.
They're the most evil human beings on the face of the planet.
One big indicator that this is all orchestrated is they know that those resources, because we were talking about those resources several years back, off the coast of Gaza. But how could they have access to those resources? And there hasn't been a single U.S. Energy company been knocking on their door, offering them billions to get contracts like we do everywhere else in the world.
Yeah.
But nobody, because that would have given money to the people in Gaza to where they would have had enough resources to then rival Israel. So nobody did anything about it, and they've just been waiting.
In fact,
waiting for
there are documents. Yeah, there are documents from the 40s where the Zionist government, the Zionist leaders in Eastern Europe had petitioned to the United States to get this land and to back them in the United Nations in this bid, and they put a number of $50 trillion on the natural resources in that land in the 40s. So that's easy to find. They've known this all along, but that's a great point. Why hasn't the United States tried to legitimately do business with the Palestinians if we know that they're so resource rich?
Well, because no company would go in there and do business there because they know they would be blacklisted by Israel, so they can't do it, right?
That's a fantastic point.
So they're sitting on all of this wealth that they can't access and they can't utilize. They can't get companies that can build the rigs and do all of that because of they're blacklisted, and they wouldn't be able to do that. It'd be bombed, just like the Nord Stream pipeline would be bombed. It wouldn't be allowed to happen. So this has been in the cards for so many years. And the Biden administration, of course, is on board with this. Bring Palestinians into the United States, into Trudeau's Canada, in throughout Europe. So are you guys signing up for this in these parts of the world? Let me know in the comments below. All right, we've got more news to get to. We're going to have I want to sit down with Tim McAdams. He is a former Airbus pilot. He flew helicopters for Airbus, and we invited him on the show to tell his story because he was forced to get the vaccine, mandated by Airbus to get a vaccine. And I think, honestly, this is one of the greatest cover-ups in America right now, what's happening with our pilots. And I'm hearing from so many pilots who text me, email me. In fact, I ran into a pilot at the airport the other day, and she said,
What up? What up? Let's go. Where y'all at? How y'all living? Vatican City, USA, London. Shout out to Juice. I see you, brother. I see y'all, man. Look, I'm on my way to the house. I'm going to start a pre-fight live when I get there. I'm going to start a pre-fight live when I get there. Yeah, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to end this. I'm going to start a pre-fight live for the private Mike Tyson watch party. Peace. I'm going to let y'all go.